Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto was blood-related son of Raikage? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the OFion for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. Kumagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. It is home of some of the strongest ninjas in the world, including its leader, the Sandaime Raikage. ZZ was one of the strongest ninja to ever live. A testament was when he fought 10,000 shinobi and held them off for 3 days and nights before his reinforcements came, but today he was facing the strongest enemy he had ever faced, paperwork. I cannot wait until A is of age because I will be stepping down so fast, he mutters to himself when he sees a copy of the bingo book. He opens it to the first page of Konoha to see the fastest man alive and his son's rival, Minato Namikaze. His son A was the second fastest man alive, only behind Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage in terms of speed. Konoha has been rather quiet recently. They could be plotting something, Z says to himself before snapping his fingers. A bold ninja with a tiger mask drops from the ceiling and bows in front of his Raikage. Dora, get A in Bolt Unit 13 and tell them to report to my office ASAP for a S-rank mission, Z says, which causes Tora to nod and shunshin away in a flash of lightning. Less than 2 minutes later, A and Unit 13 walk through the door. What's up, Pops? A says, which causes Z to slide the bingo book open to the Konoha page over to A. Tech on Konoha, but don't leave any trace that you were spying or we will have war. Dismissed, Z explains and then dismisses them with a wave of his hand. A and the unit nod before leaving in a shunshin. Something tells me tonight is going to be life-changing. Z says to himself as he stares out the window. How right he was. Forests outside of Konoha. The lands on a tree branch which shatters under the pressure put onto it with his active lightning release armor before he shunshins off of it towards the mighty roar he hears. In front of him is the Kyuubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox, and it is currently in battle with the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They may not be friends, but Minato and A had a mutual respect for each other, and A knew taking on the Kyuubi was suicide for one person, even if it was the fastest man alive. The blur of blue to everyone except to someone with A reaches the ridge, only to see the Kyuubi bellow in rage before stabbing its claw at an altar, but not before Minato and a red-haired woman jump in front of it, blocking the claw with their abdomens. Minato claps his hands and Kyuubi gets sucked into the altar, roaring in rage. All of Kurama has been sealed in Naruto, not half. The couple embrace before Minato drops, causing the woman to scream before falling to her knees, and is about to fall forward when A appears in a shunshin and catches her. A recognizes the long red hair and a heart-shaped face. This is Kushina Uzumaki, the Aka no Shai. He thinks to himself. His name is N. Kushina speaks to A before her eyes glaze over, and it was at that moment that one of the elemental nation's greatest swordmasters left the world. A nods his head before picking up the crying baby. He had spiky golden hair and 3 whisker marks on each side of his face that were scrunched up due to him crying. It's like he knows his parents are dead, A thinks to himself. Don't worry, Aniasan, big brother, is here. He says as he cradles the baby and begins to tree hop back to Unit 13. Who is the child? A Samataka, Hawk, asks the son of the Raikage. The small baby looked very small in comparison to the buff upper body of A, and while they both have blonde hair, the child's was spiky unlike A's braided hair. He is Mayatato, A says with a little killing intent, which causes everyone to nod without question and begin to run back to Kumo. Raikage's office. You have whose child? Was what resonated through Kumo when A showed the child to his father. ZZ was behind his desk, which was now broken when he slammed his fist onto it. This is the child of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Aka no Shai, and is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. And he's my new little brother, A says while enjoying the look of pure shock coming from his father. You want me to adopt the child of the Hokage? He is practically royalty. Z yells, causing his son to raise an eyebrow. Actually, he is a Jinchuriki, and you know how Jinchuriki are treated. Besides, the 3rd Hokage, who will probably take office again, will try to keep his heritage a secret to protect him against Iwa, A says with sage-like wisdom, causing Z and all of the Bolt members in the room sweat drop, but not in agreement as Jinchurikis were very rarely treated correctly. In fact, Kumo had the highest respect out of all of the hidden villages due to early in its history, the of the Hachibi, 8 Tails, had taken on a small army from Kiri that had invaded. Fine. What's his name? Z says as he reaches into his piles of paperwork and pulls out a bunch of adoption papers. I don't know. All his mother said before she died was N. A says, which causes Z to light up. What's wrong with N? It's powerful, short and easy to remember. Z says as he continues to fill out the forms. Easy to remember, huh? Is that where our names came from, you lazy ass? A things with a sweat drop. Done. From now on this child's name is Enyatsuki Namikaze. Z says as he signs the paper. Cheers, causing N to giggle. Z activates his hell stab technique and pricks his finger as a knife would not be able to even scratch it. He then takes a small pin and carefully pricks the hand of N before taking his blood and placing it into the cut, completing the ceremony. Our lives are going to be changed forever and for the better, Z mumbles to himself as he watches A play with the baby with a smile on his face. Time skips 6 years. N. A yells causing N to begin running, but A was easily able to catch the 6-year-old. N was tall for his age due to having begun training and was wearing the outfit his biological father wore when he was a genin. He had golden blonde hair and bright blue eyes, along with 3 whiskers on each side of his face, so he looked very much like a carbon copy of his father when he was a genin. He was about low genin in strength, but had inherited his father's durability due to the blood ceremony he received as a baby. A look the same except a little older, and now he was covered in ice water that N had dropped on him. Hold on, niacin. B says I can't prank you, but I can and that's why I sank you. Word. N yells and begins to rap before ending with his arms crossed. A sweat drops and wonders what the hell that means before charging his elbow with electricity. Elbow? Was all that the people of Kumo heard when they saw flying and soaring over the village before crashing into the Raikage's office. What the hell N? Z yells when he sees his youngest son slam through his wall into his office during his conversation with Yujito Nai, the Jinchuriki of Nibi no Nekomata. She was 6 just like N, but about 2 inches shorter and was wearing a blue kimono with blue flame designs. Hey to-san. B Nai bet me that I couldn't prank A Nai, but I did so now he says he will help train me. Now I'll be the strongest and be the next Raikage. N yells as he punches the air with his fist, not noticing the only other person in the room. You are going to be Raikage when you are not even the size of my bicep. Z says which causes N to curl up into a ball in a corner and cry while muttering, you're so mean to-san. And B, well they loved their brother, loved to tease him as in comparison, he was very skinny. Anyway and when you stop being emo, I would like you to meet Yujito Nai, someone else with a similar burden like you. Z says causing N for the first time to notice the other girl in the room. Kurama, which number is she? N asks in his head, causing the giant 9-tailed fox in his mind to sigh. Yep, Naruto is in contact with the Kyuubi and has been since he was 5 when a hater attacked him and almost killed him, causing him to meet the Kyuubi, or as he called him, Kurama. Add a B to her last name Kurama says which causes N to think in his mindscape. Naya Benibi. Oh she's Matatabi's Jinchuriki. N says in his head causing Kurama to sigh in his head in relief that his Jinchuriki didn't rap constantly like Jayuki's. Hi little miss too, how do you do? N raps causing Z and Yujito sweat drop. Hi. Matatabi says to tell Kurokun that she loves what he did with those 9 tails, Yujito says with an innocent look on her face, while wondering why all of the boys had crimson blushes on their faces and blood coming from their noses. You dated Matatabi. N says to Kurama who nods as he tries to take the blush from his face. Yeah when we were younger. That poor girl, she is so innocent that she had yet to be corrupted by Matatabi. She is such a pervert that if she wrote those orange books your brothers love, there would be not male a population as they would have all died of blood loss, Kurama says which causes N to grin. Nice to meet you Miss Nai, but there are other places I have to be N says before punching the window, shattering it before jumping through causing his father to begin steaming out of his ears. I'm going exploring. I'll be back soon. N yells as he jumps out the window and begins to sprint to one of the nearby mountains. N was now 4'8" and had a swimmer's build compared to his family's holy crap, those are big muscles built. He was physically weaker however made up for it with his speed which was speed and his multiple weight seals, along with a multiplier seal that overall increased his strength. He began the trek up the steep mountain and had to use chakra to grab onto the path which was slippery. This is going to take forever, N says to Kurama who could do nothing but nod and enjoy the show. 1 hour later. N made it to the summit to see a temple that he had never noticed. It had a couple large torii and in fact looked very much like those Shaolin temples in the Land of Fire. How could no one have noticed this? N says to Kurama who shrugs his shoulders. No one but the Raikages and a select few has attempted to climb this mountain. Actually I don't think anyone has been up here in 15 years since your father climbed it. Kurama says, causing N to nod and knock on the solid wood oak door. The door opens and a man that appears to be in his late 20s opens the door. He has long red hair that is tied in a thick ponytail and has a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. He is wearing a plain burgundy men's kimono of cheap worn cloth with a white hakama, zori and white tabi. In his hand was a katana with a black steel sheath, however there was tying the tsuba to the meaning that the man could not draw it on him, calming one's nerves a bit. Hello young man. You seem very tired, would you like to come in? This one could use some company the man invites causing Anne to flinch for a second before nodding. The man nods and turns around before walking back into the temple. N follows him into the temple to see the man pouring tea and gesturing for him to sit on one of the two cushions of the floor. N looks around the room to see pictures all around the walls, most including a woman with long black hair, a man with short spiky black hair or a young boy that looked much like the man who had invited him in. Oh yes, that is my family. This one had to leave them many years ago. Oh, this one has seemed to have forgotten his manners. My name is Himura Kenshin. The man says as he begins to pour the tea. Inside of N's mindscape, Kurama was wondering where he had heard that name before. Arigato Kenshin-san. My name is En Yatsuki, son of the Raikage. I am sorry, but may I ask you a question if it is not too intrusive? You say many years ago, however you seem very young. En says as he takes the tea and begins to sip the tea. Kurama begins to think, Himura. Where have I heard that name? Himura Badasai. Oh my god. If this is who I think this is. You are very intelligent to catch that, En-kun. This one may look young, but in fact this one is more than 45 years of age. Kenshin says as he sips his tea and looks at the pictures with nostalgia. En is in shock. This man looked to be a little older than Binai, but in fact was just a little younger than his father who was 52. Wow, you look very young. En says, causing Kenshin to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. It is a side effect of this one style, he says as he flashes a quick look at the sword to his side. Kurama jumps up and down in En's head and is thinking, I knew it. Whoa. You know Kenjutsu. Will you teach me? En says, causing Kenshin to look embarrassed. This one does not teach anymore. I am sorry, En-kun, Kenshin says, which causes En to start crying on the floor. Please. En jumps onto his knees and begins to plead. Kenshin does not look like he was going to break, so En decides to break out the big guns. En flashes through some hand signs, causing Kenshin to go on guard. He may like the boy, but he was a ninja that he had just met and just told some unpleasant news. Ninja art. Puppy dog eyes. No. En yells and activates the SSS rank that Yujito and Kari had taught him. Kenshin was about to tell him to stop playing around before he noticed how it looked so much like what Kaoru used to do. Kenshin looks over to a picture of him and Kaoru on their wedding day and sighs. Why do you want to learn Kenjutsu? Kenshin says, causing En to think. To be strong, no, for power. I just want to protect everyone. Pops, A Nai, B Nai, Dari Nai, Yujito, everyone. There are people precious to me and I want to protect them. I can't protect them from everything, but I would lay my life on the line for them, and says with fire in his eyes. Sai, okay, come back tomorrow with a katana, Kenshin says before smiling. En would not make the same mistakes as him. Kenshin stands up, causing En to and begin walking to the door. Thanks a lot, Kenshin sensei. I'll see you tomorrow. En says with a smile and a wave as he begins the climb down the mountain. Raikage's office. En walks into his father's office to see him stuck under a bunch of paperwork. The greatest Raikage, the man with the strongest shield and spear, was being defeated by paperwork, worthy of the picture it was. Yo Pops. I need you to take me to the Dragon's Fang. En yells, causing Z to whip his head out of that pile so fast En was afraid he got whiplash. Why? I don't care, let's go. He says as he jumps up and grabs his son from the collar before rushing out the door. It wasn't until they were 5 minutes away from the weapons store when Z asked his son the question that should have jumped straight to his mind. So En, why do you need to go to the weapon shop? Z asks as they walk through the village. The kids they passed always looked at the two of them with awe as it was their leader and his son, and they were just walking through the village like everyone else. I found myself a Kenjutsu teacher on that mountain nearby, and he told me to find a katana for lessons tomorrow. His name is Himura Kenshin, En says, causing Z to look at him in shock before satisfaction. His son was going to be trained by one of, if not the greatest living swordsman in the elemental nations. Okay, we're here, Z says with a smile on his face as they stand in front of the Dragon's Fang and walk inside to see an older blonde man in his early 50s at the counter. The Dragon's Fang itself was impressive due to the weapons all over the walls. Katanas, bow staffs, naginatas, nunchakus, and just about any other weapon. Well, if it isn't my friend Lil Z, the blonde says with a smile. That's when Naruto recognized him. He was Samui, who was one of En's good friend's father. I am not little. No, what, screw you, Ando, An. Samui means cool and Atsui means hot, so I gave their father a name that means temperature, Z says as he walks up and shakes Ronaldo's hand. Oh hey, I know you, you're Samui's friend En, right? So what do you need? Ando says with a smile, causing En to smile. I need a katana, En says, causing Ando to smile and gesture to the walls around him. En walks over to the katana area and picks one out and holds it in his hand before putting it back. This continues for about 15 minutes before he walks back over to Ando and Z. None of these feel right, sorry, En says with an embarrassed look on his face. Ando smirks before looking over to Z, who is chuckling. All 3 of your kids, I think that is a new record, Ando says to Z, who is nodding, and N, who has a puzzled look on his face. I feel like I am being left out of something. N says to Ando, who reaches into his desk and pulls a key from a drawer. My clan, the Hito clan, has a pseudo bloodline that allows us to create weapons that will connect to their users and will activate abilities based on its user. Both of your brothers have Hito weapons. It has gold bands that increase his strength while limiting his speed, but can be released to double it, and B's 7 swords are all perfectly balanced and have lightning chakra pushed into it, making it just like the Kiba swords of the mist. Ando explains as he walks to the center of the shop and unlocks a secret trapdoor in the floor. Go inside and find your perfect weapon, Z says, which causes N to nod and walk downstairs. Inside of the chamber are piles of gold and silver and lots of other treasure, and more importantly are the thousands upon thousands of weapons on the walls. N begins to pick up katana after katana until he feels a pull that drags him to the right and into the depths of the weapons, before he pulls out a black katana with a kanji for Ryu on it in white. Instead of having a normal pommel, it had a black dragon head. N grabs the wrap and draws the blade to see that it is pure black, with a kanji engraved on it that says, "Do not fight like a warrior, but dance like a dragon." Overall it was beautiful. N was walking back to the ladder when he felt one more pull to his left. N looks down on the floor to see a pair of black steel tonfa that are calling to him as well. He picks them up and begins to spin them awesomely before hitting himself in the funny bone, causing him to jump around like an idiot. Just grab the tonfa and katana and go upstairs, Kurama says, causing N to sigh and take everything and climb the stairs. The light blinds N as he exits the underground chamber and returns back to the overground version of the store. I'm back. N yells as he pulls himself out of the door. Ando and Z rush up to help him, but are shocked when they see what he is holding. He had 2 things. Sometimes people would get twins, or like B would get multiple of the same weapon, but never has anyone ever received 2 separate Hito items. Ando then takes a closer look at the weapons to be even more startled. Those weapons belong to the Sandaime Raikage. Ando yells, causing Z and N to whip their heads around very fast. What? They yelled in unison before turning and glaring at each other. When a hero of is about to die, or if they told me before time, they can have their weapons enchanted by my clan and placed in the chamber for one of the next generation to use. Ando explains as he walks over to the counter, causing them to nod in understanding. So how much do I owe you? N asks the man, who begins to punch in numbers, but then stops. Know what, I was going to charge you, but instead let's make a deal. You become a hero and when you get older, you give me your weapons for the next generations, Ando says as he puts out his hand. Gotcha, Ando-san. N says as he and his father begin to walk out the door. I might see you sooner than that if you are going to be my son-in-law. He yells out of the closing door, too bad he couldn't see the crimson blush on N's face as he walked back to Raikage Tower. A month later. This last month has been one of the best and worst times of N's life. It had been the best as he had made a new friend in Kenshin Sensei and had been learning Kinjutsu, in particular the Heightened Mitsurugi Ryu, one of the hardest and most powerful Kinjutsu styles ever. I do not own Heightened Mitsurugi Ryu and Himura Kenshin in any way or form. The style was so difficult that it had required N to do a month of physical conditioning to even attempt to learn the first technique, not to mention the fact that Kenshin Sensei was a slave driver and had made him do hundreds and hundreds of just about every exercise. Kenshin had also looked through the library and found the techniques and styles of the Sandaime Raikage. The style called Supin had techniques like Lano Senator Supin, I don't know if that is right, but I tried, or House of 1,000 Spins and 100 others that N swore that he would master. But today is the best day of them all because Ainai promised to test his affinity in Kenshin Sensei. Well, he was not a ninja, knew about chakra flow, and had promised to help him flow his affinity through it. Ainai, so what do I have to do? An extremely hyper N says to his brother. Adjusts size and hands his brother a small square piece of paper. Okay, just push your chakra into the paper and it will do something based on your affinity. If you have fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash. If you have wind, it'll split in two, lightning, the paper will wrinkle. If you have earth, the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away, and lastly if you have water, the paper will become wet damp. Got it? Explains, but by that time N had already pushed in his chakra and was watching what was happening. The ball crinkled up into a ball so tight it looked like it couldn't be pulled apart while sparking pure white lightning before it split down the middle, and each half became so soggy that it fell apart. Oh my god. A yells causes N to go flying backwards and hold his ears in pain. You have 3 affinities, a lightning affinity that is equal or greater than the Nidaime's water affinity, an extremely high water affinity, and a bloodline that gives you pure white lightning. A yells causing N to scratch his head sheepishly. What can I say, I'm awesome. N yells as he pumps his fist into the air. Something tells me that this is going to be interesting, A says as he begins to explain the beginning steps of elemental control. 2 years later, graduation day. Ben woke up with a smile on his face because today was the day he became a real ninja. Sure, he had been training from a young age and he was level, but he was still a civilian, but that was going to change today. En was now 5'3", which was tall for his age, and he had a swimmer's build as Kenshin sensei refused to let him be a bodybuilder's build. Because as he said, this one will not have an apprentice that looks like a gorilla. No offense to Raikage Dono and A Dono, but no honorable swordsman will have that build. However, he had broad shoulders and a six-pack, so while he was not buff, he was still extremely strong. His hair was spiky, but 2 bangs ran along the side of his face much like his biological father, but 3 whiskers on either side of his cheeks, which were thicker than they used to be due to the influence of Kurama's chakra. He had almost mastered Hiden Mitsurugi Ryu and had even managed to make it even more deadly by combining his lightning chakra to make it sharper and longer to the size of an adachi, making it even more powerful. He had also mastered his Raiten chakra to the level of his father, however his Fuiten techniques are only leveled due to lack of teachers in the Kaminari no Kuni, and his Suiten, while very powerful, was only low jounin due to lack of work he put into it. It was due to this that he now had 2 tattoos on his shoulders much like his family, a tattoo of the kanji for lightning on his right shoulder and the kanji for white right underneath it. It was the tradition in Kumo that when a ninja has mastered their affinity, they would get a tattoo of it on their body, much like how Dari Nai had a water and lightning tattoo as he had mastered them. His lightning affinity they found was even more powerful than the Nidame's to the level where he could use natural lightning and feel the bioelectricity in people to sense them. At first, Z was confused by how powerful it was, but then realized that Minato must have had a strong affinity to lightning due to the fact that the Hiraishin being a Raiten technique, An just roll with it, and when Z gave N the blood ceremony, it must have strengthened his natural affinity to untold levels. Not to mention the fact that the Kyuubi being sealed in N may have mutated it, making the lighting white. When N found out the reason why he had such a powerful affinity and he had received it from his biological father who was known for his teleportation technique, he swore he would surpass all of his family as the fastest man in history. As such, he had looked into and was now level 8 out of 10 as his Uzumaki blood must have kicked in, making him in 2 years a seal master that was 1 level higher than Jiraiya of the Sannin. But what was even more impressive than his determination was his bloodline, the Shiroten bloodline. There had been no record of the bloodline's son took his father's notes about black lightning and used it to analyze his own lightning. He found out that while his father's black lightning moved at half the speed of normal lightning through the use of a seal, his white lightning moved at twice the speed, making the lightning move twice as many volts through an enemy and twice as fast. Imagine when N attempted his brother's Raiten no Yoroi, he moved close to the same speed as his brother without any practice. The possibilities of the Shiroten, white release, techniques were vast, and it was not something that went unnoticed by the council and fangirls. Yes, the bane of all male ninjas, fangirls. Luckily, Samui and Yujito were there to protect him quite viciously. Yet the council saw him as the golden boy and had tried to marry him off to their daughters left and right. N sighs as he throws on a pair of black pants and a black sleeveless shirt with white lightning bolts at the bottom. Then continues to get dressed as he places 3 long leather belts crisscrossed around his waist in place of an obi and threads kukuru through it before tying it to his waist. Lastly, he attaches his tonfas to the back of his waist and he is ready. N runs out of his room and knocks on all of the doors in the Raikage mansion, waking up the rest of the Itsuki in the process. He jumps out of his room in white pajamas with pig slippers on and a sleeping cap that was hanging off his head haphazardly, along with a bunch of in hand. "Screw you, N," he yells as he throws the kunai, but by that time N was down the hall knocking over B, who had come out of his room. "Graduation exam today. Gotta go," N says as he jumps out the window and lands on a platform of lightning. N yells as he begins to sprint along the platforms towards the academy. "That boy will kill me one day," Z says, making A and B nod before going back to bed like nothing happened. Then jumps off his platform and does a somersault before landing in front of his 4 friends that were standing in front of the academy. They are Amoy, Kari, Samui and Yujito. Amoy is a 5'1" dark-skinned kumonin with short spiky white hair and dark eyes, accentuated with lines curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage handguards, kumagakure shin guards, and a lollipop in his mouth. But the most noticeable thing about him is the long katana that is strapped across his back that seemed to be almost impossible for him to draw, but somehow he could do it easily. Perry is a short dark-skinned kunoichi with long red hair and amber eyes with a noticeably flat chest. She is wearing a long sleeveless black dress with fishnet stockings, 2 gold earrings on, and has a long sword similar to Amoy. Samui was an attractive 5 tall girl, and she had blue eyes and straight blonde hair, framing her face cut in an asymmetrical bob style, with the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She wears a very low-cut outfit which displays her sizable cleavage, which even at 12 was C-cup, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots, and a tanto strapped horizontally along her lower back. Yujito was a 5'2" girl with long, straight blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. And all of his friends have a different number of fingers up, Amoy with 8, Carrie with 7, Samui with 5, although he wasn't sure if she just didn't want to raise her other hand, which was holding her lower back, and Yujito with 6. So 6.5. N says as he scratches the back of his head. Last week was better. You did 2 somersaults and then landed more gracefully, Yujito says, which causes N to nod as he knew how much she valued gracefulness. But imagine if you had landed wrong and you had broken your leg and you couldn't take the exams and you couldn't become a ninja and you become a civilian and now. Amoy begins to rant, but Carrie punches him hard in the head, causing him to go face first into the ground. N-kun, could you give me a back rub? My back is killing me. Samui says as she rubs her back, knowingly pushing her breasts up, causing N to be blasted backwards by a stream of blood coming from his nose. Her 4 friends are the only ones that see her emotions, and N was the only one that she showed flirtatious ones to. Maybe later, Samui-chan, we have to get to class, N says as he wipes his nose and begins to walk towards the academy. They walk inside of the academy into the class, and there is a loud cheer from the fangirls and fanboys that their N-kun and Samui-chan made it to the exam. However, they are quickly silenced from killing intent sent from Naruto, Samui and Yujito. Ashieru, the proctor of the exam, looks up from his paperwork and up at the clock. Good, you made it in time. Everyone sits down. We will begin the written part of the test, Ashieru says as he hands out tests. When N begins the test, he is surprised how easy it was. Really? Who was the first Raikage? Everyone knows that it was M, King of Lightning. N thinks to himself. Not everyone studied the Raikages as much as you did. Besides, look around you, a lot of the civilians seem to be having trouble. Kurama says in N's head, and sure enough, when N looks around, he sees some of the civilians struggling. Whatever. I'm done. Wake me up when the exam is over, N says to Kurama, who gives a mental nod. N props up his feet on the table and falls asleep, much to the ire of his friends. 20 minutes later. Wake up, Kit. Kurama shouts in N's head, causing N to fall off his chair. Couldn't you have woken me up more gently? I was having a nice dream. N says in the mindscape, causing Kurama to snicker. Sorry I had to break up your perverted dream about Yujito and Samui, Kurama says with an evil grin when he sees N freeze. How did you know about that? N says as he attempts to get the blush off his face as he hands in his test to Ashieru. Duh, I'm in your head. I know what goes on in here, Kurama says, and even though N couldn't see him, he knew he had a huge smirk on his face. Next is the Taijutsu section of the test. Meet me outside in the training ground, Ashieru yells and opens the door, allowing everyone to exit. Everyone leaves and surrounds a large ring filled with sand. Okay, this is Taijutsu and Bukijutsu only. Winner by knockout but no killing or crippling blows. Ashieru explains, causing everyone to nod in understanding. He pulls out a clipboard that has all the matches. First match, En Yutsuki vs Kenichi Sato. Ashieru says, causing everyone to groan. Kenichi was that one kid that had a superiority complex due to his clan. The Sato clan was one of the noble clans, even though he really wasn't that good. Kenichi walks up to the ring with his katana. He was 5 with shaggy black hair, pale skin and brown eyes which were staring at N. Hold this, I won't need it, N says as he unties Kakuryu and hands it to Yujito, who grabs it. You should stop underestimating me, N team. Because I am going to beat you unless you use that sword, and Samui-chan will watch it all and fall in love with me. Kenichi says as he gets into his stance. There is no need to waste Titan Mitsurugi Ryu on you. My Supin is strong enough to defeat you, even if your clan is one of the best Kenjutsu practitioners in Kumo, N says, as he pulls out his tonfas and spins them to get ready. Pajim. Ashieru says to start the fight and jumps out of the ring to avoid being hit. Kenichi immediately goes for an overhead slice which N blocks with his right tonfa. N spins his left tonfa and strikes Kenichi's right wrist, causing Kenichi to falter, giving N times to strike his stomach with the right tonfa. Kenichi gets set flying backwards but manages to roll and land on his feet. Not bad, but take this. Kumorik. Amatajiri. Cloud style. Front beheading. Kenichi then does a long overhead slice at N. Supin. K's no Ken. Spin. Blade of wind, N yells as he spins his right tonfa at Kenichi. As the tonfa spins, an arc of wind comes out of the end which travels and cuts Kenichi's katana in half, causing Kenichi to look at it in shock, giving En time to jump into the air. Supin. Darapu. En extends his tonfa out as an extension of his arm and drops it onto Kenichi's head, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious. Winner En Yutsuki. Ashieru proclaims as En walks out of the ring and sits with his friends. Yujiro hands him Kakuryu which he takes with a thank you before pulling out his notes on space-time. He begins to zone out the rest of the fights, as his friends either won close to instantly, or it was just a bunch of fangirls catfighting. Okay, it is time for the ninjutsu portion of the exam. Samui Hito. Ashieru yells, causing Samui to come down to the bottom. Okay, please perform the Kawarimi, Henge, Bushin, as well as one advanced technique of your choosing, Ashieru instructs, causing Samui to nod. Bunshin, Henge, Kawarimi. Samui says as she creates a bunshin that then changes into the Raikage before switching with it. Effectively doing all three techniques as one, causing Ashieru to mark his board. Raiten Kaminari Pisatoru, lightning release lightning pistol, Samui says as she does 5 hand signs, then puts her hand out in a handgun with her thumb up and your middle and pointer finger together. Lightning gathered around the tips of her fingers before it shut off and hit the dummy, sending it flying backwards. You are now an official genin of Kumagakure, congratulations. Come back here tomorrow for team assignment, Ashieru says as he hands Samui a flak jacket and a Hyade which she takes and leaves. This continues as everyone takes the exam, but only about 8 people pass including his friends. En Yutsuki, Ashieru says as En walks down. He is the only one left, but that was expected, considering that his surname ends as Y. Please perform the Kawarimi, Henge, Bushin, as well as one advanced technique of your choosing, Ashieru says to En, who nods. Kawarimi in En's place is A, who has an orange book in hand and is giggling pervertedly. A-sama. Ashieru says, causing A to look up and put away his book at a speed that must have been lightning enhanced. A begins to attempt to come up with an excuse when there is a puff of smoke and En is back there. I forgot it was his smut time. Anywhere Aiden. Cage Bunshin, Hengen says with a sheepish look on his face before creating a lightning clone and turning that into his father. En, why didn't you do the Bunshin? Ashieru asks as he begins to write notes in her notebook. My chakra levels are too high and I don't have a high enough level of chakra control to do a Bunshin. Besides a Raiten. Cage Bunshin uses almost no chakra for me and explains, causing Ashieru to nod. Okay then, congratulations, you are now an official genin of Kumagakure. Please come back here tomorrow, Ashieru says as he hands En a flak jacket and a white Hyade. Thanks, Ashieru sensei. See you tomorrow. En yells as he jumps out the window and begins the run on his platform towards Raikage Tower. Raikage Tower. Yo dad, I passed. En says as he walks into his father's office with his new flak jacket and Hyade on. Was there any doubt? Besides, I heard what you did today, it makes me want to promote you to Z, says, and gives a hearty chuckle. You should. En tries, but Z just shakes his head, causing En to shrug because he tried. And here's something I want to tell you. You are the last of the Namikas and Uzumaki clans, and while they are not originally Kumo clans, you could restart them here. As such, in order to bring up the numbers of your clan, you need more than one wife. Doesn't care how many, unlike I heard Konoha, but it should be enough to restore your clan, Z explains, and holds his arms around his head in an armadillo position to protect himself from En's rage, but surprisingly there was none. En's was actually in deep thought on how much of a relief this is, as he knew that Yujiro and Samui liked him, and he couldn't pick one and let down the other. You seem happy to have your own harem. Z says with a perverted grin, causing En to go red and attempt to change the subject. Yeah, I have an idea for my space-time. Here, check my notes. It may be a little advanced as it has some master level in it, En says as he changes the subject, and he slides his notes over toward his father, who takes a few minutes and reads through it before looking up with a look of shock. Is this what I think it is? Z says, completely forgetting the previous subject as he hands the notes back to En. Yep. Only you, Nai, and I could use this technique, although I doubt you guys would want to. En says with a proud look on his face. Yeah, I'll get Mabui to send you the notes on the technique we have in the Raikage archives. Oh, Kenshin-san told me to tell you to meet him at the temple. Z explains as he writes himself a note. Gotcha pops. See you later. En yells as slams through the wall, making a big hole. Damn it, En. Z yells as he looks at the hole. That boy is going to give me gray hairs, but his potential is amazing. One day, you could become Raikage. Z thinks to himself before looking back to his desk to see 2 piles of paperwork. Well, I was hurt all over Kumo. The mountain. Nai-sensei, I passed. En yells as he opens the door, but stops when he sees Kenshin sitting in the middle of the field. Kenshin had eventually grown to be a big brother to En, but was still his teacher, so En began to combine Nai-san and sensei, and thus was born Nai-sensei. Sit down N-kun because today is your final exam, Kenshin says, causing N to sigh as he knew this day was coming. Heitan Mitsurugi Rick is known by very few people in history due to the fact that it is only passed on from master to apprentice for 14 generations, with each apprentice taking the life of his master. No matter what happens today, teaching you has been one of the greatest times of my life. Kenshin says, causing N to wipe a tear before looking his Nai-sensei in the eyes. There was silence and suddenly both of the swordsmen were in a Batijutsu stance. Guzuriksen, nine-headed dragon flash, Kenshin yells as he draws his sword and strikes at N 9 times simultaneously. A dashing attack that uses Shinsoku, Godspeed, to simultaneously strike all 9 vital spots on the foe's body from a normal Kenbu stance, as each of these 9 points are the main targets for different sword styles. It is said to be undodgeable and nearly unblockable. N knew the only way to survive was to use the most difficult technique of Heitan Mitsurugi Ryu. He charged his body with lightning to quicken his reaction time and got ready for the strikes to get closer. The Makakera Rick no Hirameki, flash of the heavenly flying dragon, and yells as he performed its form is that of any other Batenjutsu strike. The Amakakera Rick no Hirameki differs in that while a normal strike is performed by drawing the katana from its sheath on one side, while stepping forward with the opposite foot, this strike adds yet another step mid-draw, with the leading foot adjacent to the sheath. This endangers the user by possibly putting the adjacent leg into the free sword's path and draws one even closer to an opponent's sword than usual, but on the other hand, boosts both the power and the speed of the Batenjutsu swing. By realizing one's insignificance and risking life and limb to protect something else while, at the same time, taking one's own, fragile human life into consideration, the user is able to step into the small margin behind one's own drawn sword and in front of the sword of one's opponent without fail, delivering a beyond Godspeed blow of monstrous power. It is because of this that the Amakakera Ryu no Hirameki was the secret and most powerful technique of the Heitan Mitsurugi Ryu. And, with his supercharged reaction time, watched the blade slice through the air and was about to strike Kenshin when something inside of him snapped. "I will not kill Nai-sensei," N roars in his mind. Panton. Reversal, N yells as he twists his katana round and continues the strike only not with the blade, but with the back. The katana hits Kenshin across the chest, and although it is not the blade, still causes a gash along his chest. A look of shock flashes across Kenshin's face before he looks at N before dropping to one knee. "You spared me, why?" Kenshin says as falls, but N catches him and begins to bandage his wound with a first aid kit he had in a seal. "I will not partake in this barbaric tradition," N says as he puts away Kakuryu back into its sheath. There cannot be 2 masters of Heitan Mitsurugi Ryu. So this one will forgo his life as a swordsman. "Take my Sakabato as a Jinpyuku gift," Kenshin says as he hands N the sword. N looks at it and sighs. "Thank you Nai-sensei. I'll make you proud," N says as he places the Sakabato in his obi with Kakuryu as he would a daisho, a katana wakizashi set. "Visit me, this one will be peaceful for the rest of his life, as someone else is carrying on my legacy. Goodbye N-kun," Kenshin says as he bows and walks back inside of the temple, not looking back at his little brother. "Goodbye Nai-sensei," N says and walks away towards Kumagakure, a weight lifted from his chest. Next day, 7 AM. "I did it," N yells as he jumps downstairs into the kitchen to see Pops, B-Nai, A-Nai and Mabui in the kitchen. "So Mabui ni, I was reading your notes and the second Raikage's notes about the Tenso no Jutsu, heavenly transfer technique, and how it couldn't be used in battle, as you couldn't do the calculations in the middle of the battlefield. So I decided to take the challenge, and I figured out the seal that connects to my brain that will automatically calculate the coordinates of where I want to go. And I should be able to survive as Pops and A-Ni can, and I have the same durability as them. Just think about it, this technique is faster than my biological father's and the Raiden no Yoroi as it moves at the speed of light, and it does not require markers, so if I perfect it, then I will be the fastest ninja ever." N proclaims and jumps around before he stops when he realizes something. "Hey Mabui ni, why did you stay here overnight?" N asks, causing her and A to turn red and begin sputtering while trying to come up with an excuse, but by that time N was across the room so fast the family had thought that he had perfected the technique already and was hugging Mabui hard. "Yay. Mabui ni is now my real Nichin," N yells in pure happiness, failing to notice the look of embarrassment on A and Mabui and Z and B falling off their chairs in laughter. "Enough about us, you have 3 hours to train before you have to be at the academy for the team assignments," A says in an attempt to change the subject. "You said US." N says and begins to do the people's eyebrow to A, who punches him across the face and sends him into the wall, making a crater that N slowly gets out of. "I'll be training," N says without looking at his family as he grabs his notes and his weapons and heads to the training grounds. Raikage training ground. "So I do the ram sign and imagine a bolt of lightning in the place of the object. Then find out the coordinates of where you want it to go, N reads to himself as he looks at the kunai in front of him. Let's see if this seal works, N writes as he pulls out a piece of seal paper that has the kanji for heaven, Tengoku, on it. The kanji, if you looked at it closely, was actually made of thousands of smaller formulas. It was truly a masterpiece. N places it on his shoulder right under his kanji for white and pushes chakra into it, tattooing the seal onto his body permanently. He focuses on the kunai and imagines the kunai being turned to lightning before imagining it being stuck in the tree. Suddenly he sees the coordinates in his head. Tenso, heavenly transfer. N says, and suddenly there is a blue flash and the kunai is stuck in the tree. I did it. N yells and begins to dance around in happiness while failing to notice footsteps behind him. Are you planning on doing that with yourself? Yujiro says as she walks up to him. Hey Yugi-chan. And to answer your question, yes. He says as he takes a few deep breaths and begins to think. That technique took about 1/15 of his chakra, so he would not be able to use it often. Maybe this wouldn't make him better than his parents. You seem tired, did that technique use a lot of chakra? Yujiro asks with a puzzled look on her face. They were, almost nothing was too much chakra. Not really, but it would after a while. After all, you are moving yourself with just your chakra. Naruto explains, which causes Yujiro to once more have a puzzled look on her face. It's not, Yujiro asks and receives a shake of his head from N, causing her to continue. Why not use your white lightning to make the flash instead of pure chakra? She says, causing N to ponder the idea. That's brilliant. Thanks Yugi-chan. N yells and gives her a hug, causing her to blush. He then throws a kunai in the air. Tenso. N says, and this time instead of a blue flash, there is a white one and the kunai is embedded into the wood. N feels his reserves again, and this time he felt almost no chakra used in the technique. Thanks so much Yugi. N exclaims as he gives Yujiro on the cheek before realizing what he did and jumps back blushing, but his reaction is nothing compared to Yujiro. She is frozen with a blush so red that a certain girl in would be in envy, and she kept shaking her head every 15 seconds, like she was trying to get something out of her head. Considering what Matatabi was probably saying in her head, she was most likely trying to get it out. An. I would type it, but then this fic would be rated whatever was after ma. Yugi. You there? N says as he waves his hand in front of her face, causing her to finally snap back to the real world. I'm going to go visit your family. Gotta go. Yujiro says with a crimson blush before she bolts at a speed that N is sure she has her own Jikiken jutsu. Okay. Bye, N says, but by that time she was gone. N sighs but gets ready to teleport himself. Tenso. At the academy, 3 hours later. 4 out of the 5 members of the group were standing in front of the academy waiting for their last member. Where is N? Carrie asks, and as soon as she does, there is a white flash, and standing there is N with his arms crossed and a huge grin on his face. He looked so much like his biological father, the yellow flash with his blonde hair, blue eyes, white cloak, and maybe it was also the teleportation technique that caused a bright flash. I figured it out. It's not fully combat ready like my father's, but I can use it to move around and use it in a pinch. N yells as he jumps up and down before looking at his friend's hands. All 4 of them had up to 10 fingers, causing N to jump up and down even more and begin to do his happy dance. The 4 of them look at each other before Samui nods in understanding. N. He got this so fast because his dream is to be faster than his father and his biological father, so if this is his way to be faster, I imagine he would jump at the chance. Let's go. Samui says as she grabs N's ear and drags him into the academy against his will. Academy. Okay, now that everyone is here. Ashieru says before sending a glare to N, who has a sheepish look on his face. Team 1 Ashieru continues to say all of the teams, causing N to space out until he hears a name. Team 13, N Yutsuki, Yujiro Nai, Ashieru says, but gets interrupted by Yujiro, who yells yes. Before continuing, and Samui Hito. Samui does not jump up, but she does have a smirk on her face before looking at Yujiro, who glares. The N fan club and Samui begin to groan as they are not on the team as N-kun and Samui-chan. Okay, you have a month before missions with your teams begin. We would begin them immediately, however we would like to give you time to train and gain new skills before C-ranked missions, AN. Gen and do D-ranked missions only for the first 2 weeks, then do low C-ranked missions begin. You are shinobi of Kumagakure and living representations of the will of lightning. Do not join the life of a ninja for glory, nor riches, as you will achieve nothing. Fight to protect your village, your family and friends. Dismissed. Ashieru preaches before dismissing them. Gotta go talk to Pops, see you guys. N yells, causing his friends to nod before he concentrates for a moment and flashes away to the Raikage Tower. Raikage Tower. Yo Pops. N yells as he appears in a flash of white, causing his father to jump up and knock over his piles of paperwork. What the F number $N? Z says as he sits back down and begins to pick up his paperwork which was scattered all over the place. Yo pops, can I get San and traveling rights? N asks, causing his dad to get a why. Look at his face. I want to go traveling around the elemental nations before missions. Bajini promise not to get caught in Konoha. Besides, Sami-chan and Yugi-chan can do tier ranks without me, N explains with a mischievous smirk on his face, causing his father to sigh in defeat and sign the papers. See you in a month and a half. N yells as he disappears in a white flash, causing Z to sign again. That boy is going to be the death of me, Z thinks to himself before diving back into the sea of paperwork. I wonder how everyone improved. A young blonde man with a sleeveless black trench coat with red clouds with a high collar. He is wearing black pants and a black tank top that looked like the sleeves were cut off, along with black shinobi sandals and a white Kumo headband. He had on large black headphones that appeared to be powered by chakra and was playing loud rock music. He also wore a modified white flak jacket that was more like a belt and had pockets that held scrolls and ninja scrolls. On his belt were a few loops that held several weapons. It held a black katana with the kanji for Ryu on the in white, and instead of having a normal pommel, it had a black dragon head. If the ninja was to draw the blade, he would have read the inscription, "Do not fight like a warrior, dance like a dragon," written in kanji. Hanging right next to the katana like someone would hang a wakizashi was a sakabato, and a black steel dot on the back of his waist was two black steel tonfas that had multiple holes drilled into the sides strapped in a X formation. Overall, he was quite the intimidating ninja even if he was so young. I'm sure your friends have if what you told us is true. The fangirls, however, I would bet my pocky that they did no training. A teenage girl that was about a year older than the boy and was wearing something similar to him. She wore a black trench coat with red clouds as well, however she had long sleeves that covered her hands. She had long raven black hair down to her mid-back and dark black eyes that stared into your soul. Underneath her cloak she wore mesh armor that covered her C-cup breasts and hergless figure, but if you looked you could see the three-circle necklace that proved she was the heir of the clan. I never understood your obsession with Pocky, Usagi. A long orange-haired girl with two black ring earrings on her ears, one on each of her earlobes and one on the side of her ear. She had a slim figure that most fangirls worked hard for but could never achieve, and B-cup breasts that was not bad for her 13-year-old body. She was wearing mesh armor and a black cloak with red clouds that ended at her ankles, showing her black shinobi sandals, showing her painted black nails. I wouldn't say that if I was you. After all, if we leave you near chocolate for even a minute, it will be gone, and you will be complaining how you feel fat all day. A girl with blue hair and an open black cloak with red clouds, says, causing the orange-haired girl to pout, causing her to smile. She had an origami flower in her ear and was wearing black nail polish as well. She wore a navy blue shirt that held in her B-cups under her cloak, along with a skirt made out of white ribbons, along with a small medic's pouch that must have been expanded with dot. Whatever a white-haired girl and boy say in unison before the girl glared at the boy, but the boy was too lazy to. The boy was about 3 years older than the blonde-haired boy and had short shaggy white hair along two red dots on his forehead. He had a black rope tied in a bow behind him, and his cloak was black with red clouds like the rest of his group. However, he had almost no collar, had no sleeves below his elbow, and the back of his cloak was cut off. The girl had long white hair that went down to her lower back, however had no dots on her forehead like her brother. She wore her cloak around her waist, causing her top half to flap behind her. She wore a white tank top and white pants that contrasted against her black cloak. She had C-cup breasts and an hergless figure that, along with her white hair, made her very exotic looking. Whatever, ladies, Kimimuro, let's go. As they all shunshin, except for N, who flashed into the Raikage Tower. Raikage Tower. Yo pops. I'm back. N yells as he appears in his office carrying Z and A, who is helping him with paperwork. Z and A look at N's new attire in admirement before noticing 4 unknown ninjas with him. Several bolt ninjas drop from their ceiling, causing N's friends to become tense. However, he holds his hand up to stop them from attacking. Everyone calms down. Pops, these are my friends and they want to join Kumo. N explains, causing Z to tense and think for a moment before flicking his hand, causing the bolt to leave. Okay, who are they and what's with the cloak? A asks as he puts his feet on his desk, which is now right next to his father's, considering that he was being groomed for the Raikage's position. This is Usagi Uchiha, one of the last 3 in the world, N says before gesturing with his hands dramatically. And Z flash each other a look of confusion when N said 3. As far as they knew, the only left was Usagi and her brother Sasuke. Wait, the ninja who killed the entire Uchiha clan in one night? Z asks, causing Usagi to nod and throw a scroll to Z, who catches and opens it. He reads it, and his eyes would make dinner plates jealous. Is this real? The village elders demand the killing of the Uchiha clan. An old man Tsurutobi gave you a scroll which allows you to join any village. Fine, you can be a Z says as he reads the scroll before pulling out a black hide A10 Jounin vest, causing her to bow to the Raikage. Next, we have Kei and Kimimaro Kagaya. They are the last of the Kagayas and the last people in the elemental nations that can use Shikatsu-myaku. Kimimaro is S ranked and Kei is high B rank, so you can place her on the team with Amoy and carry N explains, causing everyone to nod in agreement except for Kei, who jumps up and drops N in the face. I am higher than Genin. No, you are not. Power-wise you are B ranked, but experience-wise and mentally, you are nothing but a high Genin. Kimimaro scolds, causing Z to nod and hand them both headbands. A-san, please report later today for the team meetings, A says, causing Kei to nod and sigh before A gestures his hand to tell N to continue. Continuing on, this is Konan Uzumaki and Yuki Pain Uzumaki, also known as the Angel, and the goddess N explains before handing his family a bingo book open to their pages that showed that they were both A-rank ninjas in the bingo books that were wanted in Iwa, Odo and Kusa. You are both Jonin level, but for now you can be Genin until the exams, A says with a sigh before handing them both black Kumo headbands which they take happily. I have a question, why do they call you Pain? Z asks, causing N to snicker before Pain looks back to the Raikage. Because I am only as strong as I am now because I have felt pain. She says before closing her eyes, and when she opens it, in her eyes was the dot. Z and A have a shocked look on her face, causing N to laugh and think about the first time he met Yuki. Flashback. N was sitting in a ridge in the middle of Kusa overlooking a river when he heard a rustle. He turns around to see two girls both wearing black cloaks with red clouds, one with long orange hair and one with short blue hair. The orange-haired girl is levitating mid-air over the ridge, while the blue-haired girl is floating with wings coming out of her back that look much like it was made of paper. Who are you? The orange-haired girl asks as she looks at the cute blonde-haired boy. In her opinion, it is customary to give your name before asking for someone else's N without even looking at her as he looks over the river. I am Pain, she says, causing N to smirk. In a flash, N is right behind her standing on a platform of lightning with his face right next to her, causing her to blush even though she was trying to suppress it. Oh, aren't you shy, but I'm sure you are wild behind closed doors. Sexy N says, causing her to blush even more red before kicking N in the face. Hamilton Shuriken, paper release Shuriken, AN. I made Konan Shikigami no Mai into a bloodline. Kami can mean god or paper, and in this case, Kamiton is paper release, not god release, the blue-haired girl yells as she lifts her sleeves, causing multiple chakra-reinforced paper shuriken to fly out of it, but by that time, N was gone in a flash of white lightning. Oh, you're a masochist too, N says as she slaps her ass, causing her to erupt in a blush so red that she puts a certain heiress to shame. Pain looks at N in anger for embarrassing them before raising her right arm. Shinra Tensei. Pain yells, causing a shockwave of gravity chakra to erupt outwards towards N. N flashes three hand signs before holding his hands like his father used to when he performed his version of the technique. Tenso Dorai, transfer guiding thunder, a shield of white lightning appeared in front of him and blocked the wave of chakra, sending it into a tree nearby. Sorry ladies. I had fun, but it is time to end this. N yells as he charges his body with white lightning. Sheraton Dabura Shirohyo. White release double white leopard, N yells and two leopards made of white lightning come out of his body and leap at the girls. Suddenly two men appear in a shunshin, a red-haired man that appears to be in Uzumaki however has the Rinnegan and an orange-haired man. The Rinnegan user raises his hand and sucks in the chakra from the leopards. AN. So Yuki and Nagato have the Rinnegan, but Yuhiko does not, however he still is a S-rank shinobi. The reason why Yuki has it will be explained. You're strong. We are looking for members of our group, the Akatsuki, New Dawn. We are a mercenary group that take missions and fight the Hakume, Twilight. We fight for peace and the betterment of the ninja world. Would you like to join? The orange-haired one asks, causing Anne to think for a moment. Sure, what is your name? Anne asks after nodding. I am Hiwa, peace, and he is Ray, 0, the orange-haired man now known as Hiwa says before flipping a ring like a coin. It was slate blue, and it had the kanji for void or sky, and when N placed it on his right index finger, it resized itself and glowed for a second. It has chosen you. You are now a true member of the Akatsuki. Let us go, Ray says before shunshining away. Hiwa grabs my shoulder and shunshins me away to their hideout, causing N to think to himself, this is going to change my life. Flashback end. So yeah, that's what happened. So you made fun of a Rinnegan user that you didn't know what it could do to become hot and bothered. That's the N that we know and love. You still haven't explained the cloak, says with a smile before asking the question. Oh, these are the signature cloaks of the Akatsuki. You can modify it any way you want though, so almost no one has the same designs. Besides that, everyone has a different ring that allows them to contact each other. N says before holding up his hand to show his void ring. Usagi shows her scarlet ring, Kimimaro his south ring, Konan her white ring and Yuki her jewel ring. Okay, you can stay at our compound, Z says before N scratches the back of his head. For a second, NZ saw an orange book inside his sleeve, but N quickly pushed it back into his sleeve after a dirty look from the girls. N turns around with a sheepish look on his face and looks like he was trying to think of something to change the subject. Hey pops, as I am now clan head of the Uzumaki clan and Namikaze clan, AN. I know there is no such thing, but roll with it. I would like to get an Uzumaki Namikaze compound built, N says, causing his father to stop and think before nodding and writing a note. He attaches it to a messenger falcon, which sends it away to most likely the best ninja carpenter in the village, Atsushi Miyamoto. So yeah, that's it, pops, I gotta go to the meeting. Sayonara. He says before flashing away. Raises an eyebrow before flashing a look to N's friends. How good is he with that jutsu? Asks, causing N's friends to laugh as he didn't know that without a doubt that N was one of the strongest members of the Akatsuki, only after Rei and Haiwa, also known as the S-rank ninja, Sujin, the Shinto god of water. So good that he took out 200 Jonin and Chunin and wounded that Tsuchikage in a minute during a battle against Aiwa. He is the same speed as you guys, maybe faster if he pushes, and is only a little slower than his father. The only reason why he is not faster is because he doesn't have the experience like his father did, and his reaction time is slower, Usagi says with a smirk. After all, she was proud of her Naru-kun. You guys fighting that Tsuchikage? And only left a month ago, Z asks with alarm and surprise. He was surprised as his son was now faster than him and would become the fastest ninja to ever live in a year tops. Then one said, time doesn't run the same for someone who can move at the speed of light, Usagi says as she looks out the window with her Sharingan looking for N. That's all I wanted to know. Here are your keys, you can stay at the compound before N's compound is made. The compound is about half a mile behind Raikage Tower. Dismissed, Z says with a wave of his hand, causing the group to nod and shunshin away before he turns around toward the window. He's become very strong. I wonder how much he has matured. Asks as he looks toward his father. You and Mabui just want some new sisters-in-law besides you, and B must have corrupted him with your icha obsession. Maybe I should tell his girls and Mabui. Z says with a grin on his face and a full-blown booming laugh when he sees the look of horror on A's face. Still got it. Z says as he loved teaming his sons before looking back to his paperwork with a sigh. Yo, what's up guys? N says as he flashes to the training ground next to Samui, Yujito and a dark-skinned man with white hair. Derry is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, a lazy look in his eyes and shaggy, white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the one strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a Kumagakure shinobi. Derry also has the kanji for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively, denoting his chakra's nature affinities, water release and lightning release, as well as the fact that he has the storm release. The tattoo on his left arm also signifies that he has inherited Z's black lightning. He carries a broad foldable cleaver-like sword strapped to his back when outside the village. N looks at Derry and holds out his fist, which Derry bumps. N smiles, but that quickly changes when he sees the pure demonic looks on the girls' faces as they begin to walk towards him with weapons in hands. Now ladies, there's no need for violence. N says as he slowly backpedals before flashing away when he sees them lunge at him, causing them to fall onto the spot where he was a second ago. You left without a trace for almost 2 months and left us with D ranks. Yujito yells before she begins to flash through hand signs. N jumps to stop her, but Samui is faster and lunges with her Tanto, which N blocks with his Sakabato, but that distraction gives Yujito time to finish. Payton. Nizumi Kodama. Mouse hairball, Yujito yells before shooting out a piece of fur that is engulfed in blue flame as N flashes behind Derry, quivering and shaking. Derry Nai, help me. N yells to his teacher, who sighs and holds up his hand to stop Samui from flashing through hand signs. Stop, Yujito, Samui. This is getting dull, Derry says, causing Samui and Yujito to calm down slowly. Now that we have stopped trying to kill each other, N says before stopping and sending a glare at the girls, causing Samui to draw her Tanto, causing him to whimper and Derry to whisper, whipped, causing N to grumble before looking at the Ranton, storm release, user. Are we going to get a mission? N asks, causing Derry to think for a moment. I know that they have good teamwork and Yujito and Samui are strong enough for a C rank. I have no idea his power level, but it is easily my level, closer to his father and brothers, so we should be good, Derry thinks before nodding. We can head to Raikage-sama's office for a C rank, Derry says before getting ready for a shunshin, but stops when he sees Yujito hold up her hand. Hey N, can you flash us there? Yujito says, causing N to shake his head. The stress put on the body would break several bones or rupture organs on a normal person, however my family has extreme durability, which means when we use the technique, it doesn't even scratch our skin. The only way that anyone besides my family can use it is if they have a special seal, however it works once, etc. Yoderi Nai, why don't you ever try to use a Kuroi Kaminari Shunshin or Raiten no Yoroi? N explains before asking the question to the older brother figure. The Shunshin would work just like a normal Raiten Shunshin, so there is no point, but in terms of the Raiten no Yoroi, it would most likely be slower, but would have greater defense and damage to the opponent, so I may have to try that. Derry says to N, causing N to nod before writing a couple notes for later. How's your Shiroten coming? Derry says as they decide not to Shunshin and for all of them to walk to catch up. It's great but also sucks. It is by far one of the strongest elemental bloodlines in the nations, but since no one has ever had it, I have had to create my own techniques, or I have to use Kuroi Kaminari techniques and reverse them as Kuroi Kaminari moves at half the speed of the normal lightning, Shiroten moves at twice the speed. But it is slowly coming together, N says, causing his team to think for a moment about how strong his bloodline was and how true he was when he said that the bloodline is one of the strongest in the elemental nations. Have you mastered your father's signature move, the Kuropansa, Black Panther? Derry asks, knowing N had most likely not learned the high B rank jutsu as they round the corner to the Raikage tower. You mean the Shirohyo? White Leopard, N says with a smirk after watching the shocked look on Derry's face before opening the door of the Raikage tower. Let's go see Pops, N says as they walk up the stairs and into the Raikage office. He has his feet on the table with his hands behind his head and a satisfied look on his face, while his father had 3 piles of paperwork on his desk and a hateful look on his face directed toward his eldest son. Raikage-sama, Bosu, AN. In canon, Derry called A Bosu, which is boss if you couldn't guess. We would like to do a C rank mission, Derry says, causing Z to nod and reach into his desk marked C ranks and pulls out a mission scroll that says wave on the side. You are to meet a man in Nami no Kuni and 2 days to give him protection against bandits and thugs. This mission should last about 3 weeks, so bring supplies for that time. Dismissed, Z says before gesturing for them to leave. Meet in front of the village in half an hour so we can set off in the hour. Dismissed. Derry says, causing his team to nod and disappear in Shunshin's, or in N's case, a flash. Raikage compound. N appears in a flash right inside of his room before he reaches for a scroll, leaning against a wall before grabbing it and pushing chakra into it, causing a large poof and all of his supplies to come out on the floor. N then pushes chakra into his own seal on his wrist. Fuin, seal. N says before all of the supplies disappear once more. Okay, I'm good. N nods and says to himself before walking out of his room into the living room to see his friends congregated there around a scroll and what looked like Pocky and chocolate. Yo guys, I have a 3-week mission, so I want you guys to avoid trouble and stuff. So yeah, good talk, N says, causing Usagi to walk up to him and whisper in his ear, be careful N-kun, before giving him a big dot. Hey, Yuki and Konan give him a hug and tell him to be okay, while Kimimaro just gives him a nod before diving back to his research about one of the secret techniques of the first Kagaya clan head. After talking to all of his friends and saying his goodbyes, he hears an angry cough and turns to see Yujito and Samui there with demonic look on their faces. You leave for MONTH and you have already hooked up with 4 hussies. Yujito yells, causing N and Kimimaro to fassip him, but by then Kei and Yuki were set off. Hussies? You are the ones dressed like a bunch of sluts. Yuki yells, causing Samui to hug her breasts defensively, and Yujito get even more upset. You're one to talk, you bondage-loving bimbo. Yujito yells, causing Yuki to suck in a shocked breath before lunging, beginning a catfight. Then, Usagi, she doesn't care what anyone said about her, and Kimimaro, suddenly the scroll wasn't as interesting as something else, sit down on some chairs and eat the Pocky and chocolate as they watch all the girls roll around on the floor, which N must admit is quite sexy. This continues for 5 minutes before N looks down at his watch before noticing that they had to meet Derry Nai in 5 minutes. Guys, we gotta go. N yells before ing the 4 girls and giving Kimimaro a fist bump before leaving in a flash, causing Samui and Yujito to sigh before sunshining away, but not before sending a glare. 8 of Kumagakure. Yo Derry Nai. Sorry I was almost late. The girls will be here in about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 WHAM. N says before counting down but couldn't finish because Samui appeared in a Shunshin and slugs him across the face. Leaving us was not cool, she says as she crosses her arms in frustration. Yujito appears in a few seconds, causing Derry to nod. Okay, let's go before this gets dull, Derry says, and was about to take off but stops when N holds up his hand and pulls out 3 seals from his seal tattoos. I mentioned about those seals that allow me to flash you, and here they are. It would take about 2 weeks to get to Nami no Kuni, but we could flash there in the speed of light. Just place it onto a piece of bear skin and push chakra into it, N says before handing them to his team. Barry places it on his arm, Yujito places it on her stomach, and Samui, much to her amusement and N's despair, places it on her inner thigh. Okay, everyone hold hands and get ready, N says, which causes them to nod and do as he says. Ready, go. N yells as they all turn to light and disappear only to reappear in Nami no Kuni instantly. Nami no Kuni. Team 13 appears in a flash of light on the edge of a lake right outside of a scene of a battle, even if a bit one-sided. The battle was between Sharingan no Kakashi and the Kurigakure no Kijin, Zabuza Mamachi, and it was obviously that although Kakashi was a high air rank and Zabuza was only a low air rank, Kakashi had been slacking in this time of peace and as such, Zabuza was wiping the floor with him. Team 13 then looked to see a clone of Zabuza fighting and beating a group of genin, and from how weak it was, they knew it was a water clone, which made it even more pathetic that they were losing. The first one was a boy about Naruto's height, he had black hair that looked like a duck's ass in the back. His onyx black eyes were watching the battle that was taking place intently. He had on a blue high-collared shirt that had what appeared to be a red and white fan on the back, with white shorts. On his right thigh was his shuriken holster, and he had a pack on the back of his right hip, along with white arm warmers. What caught their attention though was the headband he had on, it was the symbol of Konoha. Oh shit, Konoha, this complicates things. I just hope Naruto will be alright, thought Dari as he looked at his little brother. His teammates must have had similar thoughts because Carrie put her hand on his shoulder for support while Yujito moved and wrapped her arm around him and laid her head on his shoulder, hoping to keep him calm. The second genin was a Kunoichi, but even from her appearance they could tell she was weak. She had long pink hair and had her headband tied on top of her head, keeping her hair back. She wore a red short-sleeved dress that went down to her knees and opened on the sides to allow mobility. Underneath she wore black skin-tight shorts and had her shuriken holster on her right thigh. The last member of the team was another Kunoichi, and like the first she looked weak. She had long blonde hair that was up in a ponytail that reached her waist. She wore a two-piece purple outfit with bandages wrapped around her thighs and midsection. She had arm warmers on and had her shuriken holster on her right thigh like her teammates. She wore her headband like a belt around her midsection. She was currently shaking while she watched a battle that was unfolding. Her pink-haired friend wasn't doing any better. Zabuza and Kakashi both jump at each other at Jonin level speeds and meet in the middle with weapons out. Hakken Chakura TM, White Light Chakra Saber versus Kubakira Bacho. However, Zabuza's superior strength pushes Kakashi back, causing him to backflip and land before looking directly at Team 13. You can come out now, Kakashi says towards them, causing the team to sigh and jump down from their vantage point. Zabuza takes a good look at them before frowning and thinking to himself, that's Susanoo no Dari. I can't defeat a S-rank shinobi and a low A-rank shinobi at the same time even with Haku. Why are you here, Dari, N? Zabuza says, causing Kakashi to look at N in shock. Name that begins with N, blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whiskers on each cheek. It's Naruto. We were hired by Tazuna to protect him, but apparently he hired Konoha as well, Dari explains, causing everyone to look at Tazuna, who looks embarrassed. No matter. You will all die. Zabuza yells and goes to slice Dari in half, but is stopped by En, who blocks Kubakira Bacho with Kakuryu and pushes Zabuza back, giving him time for Yujito to flip through some hand signs and for En to do a half-ram sign. Peyton. Karyu Enden. Yujito yells, sending a large dragon-shaped stream of blue fire which causes Zabuza to use Kubakira Bacho as shield to block the attack, however the blue flames still sent him flying backwards from the fire. Kiryu. Flying Dragon, En yells and activates his own version of the Hien, Flying Swallow, to extend Kakuryu to the length of an Adachi. En then charges Raiten Chakra into his lower body and jumps 10 feet into the air directly over Zabuza, who is still disoriented from Yujito's attack, and drops with a lightning-charged Kakuryu in a two-handed swing. Ryutsu-san. En yells and tries to cut straight through Zabuza, however his strike is blocked by Zabuza's Kubakira Bacho, but it still managed to cut straight through the blade, leaving Zabuza with only a little more than half of his blade. Everyone except En's team looks at En in shock at the amount of power he held. How does he have so much power? I must have that power to kill her. Sasuke thought to himself as he clenched his fists and glared at En. You're good, kid, I'll admit. You're way too good to be a genin, so who are you? Zabuza questions, causing En to fix his Akatsuki cloak and look Zabuza in the eyes with a smirk. I have many titles. The nickname Hitakiri Batausai, Shidausha no Akatsuki, AN. This means leader of the dawn, and this does mean that En is the leader of the Akatsuki, but rather he is the vanguard or one of the strongest members that would lead their group to victory, Kami no Senko, God of the Flash, AN. He is the fastest man alive, however, not the fastest man ever, as he is not faster than his father yet. I am Enyatsuki Namikaze, or as you may know me better as Raijin, En says with a foxy grin, causing Zabuza and Kakashi to look shocked, but for different reasons. Zabuza was in shock that one of the strongest up-and-coming ninjas was here in front of him and was his enemy. Kakashi was shocked that his little brother was a S-rank ninja. But one person was in pure rage, and his name was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke had read the bingo books and had learned about this Raijin and how he was the youngest S-ranked ninja ever at the age of 12. But more importantly, he learned how he dated his sister. He was not being protective, but rather the fact that En was one of the only people in the nations that knew the current whereabouts of Usagi. "No matter, you will still die," Zabuza says as he rushes through 18 hand seals before ending on bird. Suiton. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Zabuza yells and shoots water from his mouth, which becomes a giant wave and surges toward En, breathes and grabs his right wrist. He places it in front of him and begins to charge Shiroten chakra into it until it is visible. The move looks reminiscent to the Chidori and Rikiri that Kakashi was known for, but everyone could tell it was several times more dangerous. "Face my signature move, Tombajiri." En yells as he uses Tenso to appear 5 feet from the wave and stabs his Tombajiri into it. For a second there was nothing until suddenly there was a 25-foot hole in the wave and everything behind it, sending Zabuza into a tree. Everyone looked in shock as none of Team 13 had ever seen En in true combat and Team 7 had never seen power of that level. "I need that to kill her," Sasuke yells in his head. The wave dispersed, causing En to flash back to where Zabuza was laying unconscious. He pulls out Kakuryu to end it when 2 senbons fly through the air and strike Zabuza in the next, killing him. En reaches out and checks Zabuza's pulse to feel none, but then noticing where the senbon struck, causing him to sigh. The Oinen, Hunter Nin, appears, causing En to look at her. She was wearing the standard Kurigakure pinstriped outfit which stopped at her knees. Over this she wore a green haori with white trimmings and around her waist, a brown sash with a fringe trail wrapped around her waist twice. She also had a white Kiri Oinen mask that had a red wave design that covered most of her eyes, but En could tell she was looking at him. "Thank you for wounding him enough for me to kill him. I will dispose of the body somewhere where the genin won't have to watch." "Good day," the Oinen says as she grabs the body and slings it over one of her shoulders and was about to shunshin when En stops her. "See you in about a week's time," En says, causing the Oinen to become scared and disappear quickly in a shunshin. En turns around to the 2 teams to see them confused. "What was that about?" Samui asks, causing En to shrug. "That Oinen was a fake and an accomplice to Zabuza. She used senbon, which are rarely deadly unless hitting a vital area, and when I felt where the senbon hit, I felt that it was non-vital and it would place the victim into a pseudo-death state. As such, Zabuza is still alive and will be back in a week or so," and explains in what his friends in Kumo say is his lecture mode. Both teams nod in understanding, although Sasuke is enraged that some no-name from Kumo had such power and noticed something that he and Elite Uchiha did not. Kakashi suddenly falls over, causing everyone to tense up, but Samui activates a Miryo ninjutsu and checks Kakashi before looking back at the group. "Don't worry, it's cool. Just chakra exhaustion. He should be good in a couple of hours." Samui says, causing the teams to nod except for the fangirls, who are enraged. After all, Samui was strong, cool, pretty, but most importantly, she had a large chest that all of the fangirls wanted, but none of them had. "I guess since we will be doing this mission together that we should head to Tazuna's house," Darui says, causing everyone to nod and for Sasuke to sling Kakashi over his shoulder as he didn't trust the Kumo nin before they all begin walking. Okay, that's all the comments to the reviews, but I want to clarify one thing. En has 3 Affinites currently, but has only mastered his Raiten affinity while having his Suiton to a Jonin level due to training from Dari and Yahiko. That's it. Onto the story. Tazuna's house. They had walked to Tazuna's home and had been greeted by Tazuna's beautiful daughter and grandson. They had sat down and eaten in silence until Kakashi had woke up a couple hours later and asked them to all go into the woods and into a large clearing. "Okay, since we are working together in this mission, I think we should get to know each other. My name is Kakashi Hadokure Sharingan no Kakashi, a rank Jounin of Konohagakure no Sado," Kakashi says with a bit of arrogance in his voice before gesturing to his pink-haired fangirls. "Sakura Haruno, Genin of Konohagakure no Sado," Sakura says without looking at the Kumo nin, not that they care. "Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the Yamanaka clan and Genin of Konohagakure no Sado," Ino says with a similar look to her pink-haired banshee of a rival. "Sasuke Uchiha, last of the almighty Uchiha clan and Genin of Konohagakure no Sado," Sasuke says with arrogance overflowing and looking at them like they should care. "Barry of the Black Lightning, sensei of Team 13 and S-ranked elite Jounin of Kumagakure no Sado," Dari says as he checks his cleaver blade for chips or dents. "Samui Hito, B-ranked Genin of Kumagakure no Sado," Samui says with her usual cool look on her face. "Yujito Nai, B-ranked Genin of Kumagakure no Sado," Yujito says as she checks her nails. "Then Yutsuki Namikaze Uzumaki, S-ranked Genin of Kumagakure no Sado," En says as he cleans his katana and Sakabato with powdered limestone. "There is no more Namikazes after our Yondaime Hokage, and if there was, why would he be in Kumo? You just want to impress me, so I'll go out with you." Sakura screams at such a pitch that nearby birds explode and En and Yujito to roll on the floor in pain from their enhanced hearing. What the hell was that? Kurama yells inside of En's head. Morning Kurama. Let me guess, the banshee woke you up? En says to his partner, causing En to grunt in agreement. First of all, I do not want to go out with you. I have my girls and they love me for me, not because I am the heir to dozen different legacies, En says as he places his arms around Yujito and Samui, causing them to blush, and for Kakashi to start giggling pervertedly behind his ever-present Icha book. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Aka no Shai, Kishina Uzumaki. I was asked to be adopted by the family of the Raikage, and I was, which is why I have lived happily in Kumo, which I doubt I would have in Konoha, En explains, before sending a look towards Kakashi, who sighs as it would most likely be true, considering that Konoha hated their Jinchuriki more than any other village. Why wouldn't you have a good life in Konoha? You are practically royalty. Ino asks the question his team had been wondering. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? En asks, which they shake their heads in response. The Jinchuriki or power of human sacrifice is someone who has a Bijuu sealed within them. My father never killed the Kyuubi as you cannot kill a Bijuu, and instead sealed him within me. Most Bijuus hate being sealed, but some Jinchuriki manage to become friends and partners with their Bijuu and become exponentially stronger as a team. But the point is that Jinchuriki are hated everywhere except for Kumo, due to the fact that several members of the Raikage's family are Jinchuriki, including myself, and the fact that we have done great service to our village. So in Kumo, I would find happiness unlike Konoha, En explains, causing everyone to become silent as they take it all in. You should give your Bijuu to Sasuke. He deserves it more than you. Sakura yells, causing everyone to give her the "are you mentally retarded" look, even Kurama. How about we do some spars so we know where we are all at skills wise? How about for the first match, Samui vs Sakura, Kakashi says in an attempt to break the silence. Samui and Sakura walk up to a circle in the clearing. Derry makes sure both members are ready and waves his hand in the Hajime motion. Sakura rushes forward and tries for a sloppy left jab. Samui stays in her place and only moves her head to the side and then punches Sakura in the stomach, causing Sakura to slump forward and pass out. Kakashi grabs her and pulls her to the side with a sigh on how weak she was. Winner Samui. Next, Yujito vs Ino, Kakashi says, causing the two blondes to go into the circle. Hajime Derry says before jumping out of the way. Ino attempts to use her clan's mind jutsu, but Yujito moves out of the way of the blast and rushes to Ino's right. Yujito, although only having 2 feet between the two of them, uses her extreme flexibility and does an almost vertical side kick to Ino's face, knocking her out as well. Once again, Kakashi grabs his student in shame and wakes her and her pink counterpart with smelling salts. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi says, and Sasuke jumps into the ring, however En does not move. My name is En Yutsuki, that is the name I was given as a child, and that is the name I go by, En says darkly to Kakashi, who just sighs. What have they done to you, Naruto? He thinks to himself. En Yutsuki vs Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi says, causing En to come into the circle. Hajime Derry says, and once again jumps back, although a little further this time as he knew the damage En could cause. Sasuke jumps back and begins to flash through hand seals at a quick speed for a genin. Pain. Bikaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yells and sends a 5-foot diameter sphere of fire at En, who looks at it unimpressed. En draws his Sakabato and does a vertical swing, creating a gust of wind that when it hit the fireball, caused it to disperse. I am dating your sister and that is one of her favorite techniques, so don't you think I know how to stop it? Besides, you cannot even hold a candle to her, En says as he puts away his Sakabato. Where is she? Sasuke yells as he runs forward with a kunai in blind rage, as he tries to kill En just waits until the blade is less than a foot away and sidesteps, sending Sasuke off balance, while charging his right index finger with Shiroten chakra. You will never get your revenge on her when I am around. You are weak and insignificant compared to us because your hatred is not strong enough, En says before striking a pressure point on Sasuke, knocking him out instantly. En turns around and walks away toward his team, ignoring the screams of hate from the fangirls. What was that about? Yujito asks, causing En to look at her blankly before shifting back to his normal look. I was just doing a favor for Usagi, who asked for me to tell him that. En explains, causing Derry to nod as he knew about Usagi's plan. Let's go train, En says as they leave just as Sasuke begins to wake up. Next day. En had avoided all of Team 7 despite Sasuke's attempts to fight him and Kakashi trying to get him to come to Konoha, but today, En would have to see them as Kakashi asked for group training. Both teams met in the same clearing as before and the tension was high. Sasuke hated En and his fangirls were glaring at En because Sasuke-kun was. Yujito and Samui were glaring right back as if to dare them to attack En, however, could care less and was ready a level 10 Fuinjutsu book, the level of his biological parents. Okay, so we will be doing tree climbing, Kakashi says, causing the team from Kumo to sweat drop, even Derry. You took them on a A-ranked mission, and you have never done tree climbing, Derry asks in disappointment, causing Kakashi to scratch the back of his head. We have mostly been doing teamwork exercises, Kakashi says while looking at his team to see Ino and Sakura fighting over something, most likely Sasuke, before stopping and glaring at each other. Sakura is the first to snap out and take in what her sensei had said. But sensei, we can already climb trees, Sakura asks, causing En to smirk, as Yujito had said the exact same thing, and Ashieru had said what En would bet is Raymond Kakashi would say. But can you do it without your hands? Kakashi says, causing En's smirk to go into full-blown grin. Kakashi places one foot over the other and begins to walk vertically up the tree. The Konoha genin had huge looks of shock on their face, but then noticed that the Kumo genin were not impressed. My team has already done this and water walking as they teach it in the final year of the academy. We'll go practice some elemental ninjutsu over there, Derry says before his team walks off, but not before seeing the look of hate Sasuke sent at them. Nearby clearing. Team 13 stops in a clearing right off of a nearby lake surrounded by trees when Derry stops in front of them. Okay, so Samui, I am going to show you a B-rank jutsu. Derry says, causing the usually stoic Samui to smile. Derry then flashes through 17 hand seals before ending on Tori, bird. Raiten. Ryu no jutsu. Lightning release. Lightning dragon, Derry yells and a dragon erupts from the ground and hits a tree, causing it to shatter from the force and for the firewood left over to spark with electricity. Samui now has a full-grown grin and after memorizing the hand seals, walking to the other side of the clearing to practice. Okay, Yujito. I don't know any Kaiten jutsus that you don't know, so I am sure that Matatabi has some training for your Goka, Hellfire jutsu, Derry says, causing Yujito to blank out for a second as she talks to her partner before nodding and walking away. En was about to talk to Derry when Kurama asks him to enter the mindscape. I gotta go for a second, Derry Nai, be back in a little bit, En says, causing his big brother figure to nod in understanding before walking to help Samui and Yujito. En sits down Indian style and enters his chamber. En enters his mindscape and finds himself standing inside of the cave in the middle of a forest that his partner called home. En walks up to the huge fox and jumps on his head before scratching behind his ear. So what's up, Kurama? En asks as he sits down on his partner's head. I was going through your genetic code to see what kind of damage I have done to you when you tried to use my chakra last month, and I found something interesting. It appears that I have passed one of my abilities to you, an ability that has never been passed to any of my Jinchuriki before. Every Biju when our father created us received a few abilities that the Juubi had, like how Shukaku has the power over Suna, sand. I received the ability to sense negative emotions and the ability to control golden flames. And when you used my chakra, you accidentally received a Kaiten affinity and the ability to use my gold flames. All of my Jinchuriki who can control my chakra can use it, but no one before you has tried. An. Think the flames from Nine-Tailed Chakra mode and Kurama mode, Kurama explains, causing En to nod as he takes in everything. So how are they different from normal flames? En asks, causing Kurama to smirk, as he knew En would freak out when he told him. You know Amaterasu? The supposedly highest form of fire release? Well, it's not. The Kagetsuchi and Kinten jutsus can burn through all known substances including Amaterasu. Kurama explains, causing En to jump off his head and run around yelling "Ee. Thanks, Kurama, gotta go practice." En yells with a wave and exits the mindscape. Okay, I'll try it. En says before giving Kurama a scratch behind the ear and leaving the mindscape. Derry sees En open his eyes and walks over to him. So what did Kurama say? Derry asks, causing En to look him in the eye before looking at his teammates. Kurama gave me an ability to try, but when I try a jutsu, it will at least to be A-ranked, so I want you guys to take cover. En says, causing Derry to nod in understanding. Last time En had tried a A-rank jutsu he had created, Kumo was missing a training ground. En watches his team shunshin away, causing him to use his bioelectricity ability to feel that the rest of his team was over 300 feet away and Team 7 was 400 feet away, so they should be okay. I remember a powerful B-ranked Kaiten jutsu that original user made S-ranked and you could as well, Kurama says and tells En the hand seals. En faces the clearing and breaths before flashing 2 hand seals. Tora, Yuma, Tiger, Horse, En says in his head before taking a deep breath. Hinten Gokameke Aku. Gold release, Great Fire Annihilation. En yells and spews out a huge tidal wave of golden flames at the trees. The flames were at least 75 feet high and at least 500 feet across, and when they touched the trees, caused them to erupt into flames and burn to ashes in seconds. Sensei. En yells, causing Derry to jump out, both of them flashing through hand seals. Suiten Daibakushi Shoha. Water release, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. They yell in unison and spew out enormous amounts of water that sweep over the area. The water knocks over the trees but does not quench the flames, causing En to remember that they couldn't be quenched normally. En then stands in front of everyone and holds out of his palm toward the flames. "Quenchi, quench," En says while performing a crushing motion with his hand. The golden flames instantly respond to their master's wishes and disappear, causing En to turn around and look at everyone. "I'll be Raikage one day," Nai En says before falling forward, but not before Samui appears in a shunshin and catches En before he hits the ground. "But power Ino," says, causing En's team to nod. Sasuke was once again glaring at En in true hatred. In his head he was thinking, he is some no-name from Kumo, well I am Elite Uchiha, and I do not have that power. I need that power. He could be without a doubt the strongest ninja to ever live, Dari says, causing Kakashi to nod, but inside he was thinking. He is so strong, not to mention the fact he is the heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan. If I get him back to Konoha, Konoha would have two new bloodlines, the Kyuubi and the last of two strong clans. I must convince him that Kumo is evil and Konoha is his true home. We should take him home to rest. With the Kyuubi, he should be up and running in about 45 minutes, Yujito says, causing his team to nod and disappear in Shunshin. Let's continue training. Zabuza will be back in about a week, Kakashi says, causing his team to sigh and continue their training until they could climb the tree repeatedly. That night, both teams had finished training after En had woke up from the chakra exhaustion. Each person had limited success. Samui could not do the Ryu technique perfectly as she could only get a dragon about 10 feet tall, unlike the usual 20. Vegito could perform her Oniten Goku no Ken, Demon Release Blade of Hellfire, with concentration. However, once she had it activated, she could keep it up for 10 minutes at most. En and Kurama decided that he needs to practice his Kaiten affinity, but not here, just in case something goes wrong. So he had worked on his Tenso no Jutsu by having his clones throw kunes randomly, and he had to flash to the location, catch them, and then throw it somewhere else for him to catch later. If anyone saw his training, they would have been temporarily blinded by the repeated flashes of white light. Everyone was exhausted and Tsunami had called them for dinner. Everyone sat around a table that took up a majority of the medium-sized dining room. On one side of the table was Team 7 along with Tsunami and her son, Inari, while on the other side of the table was Team 13 and Tazuna himself. So I have managed to decrease my reaction time by 0.0003 seconds today, but not fast enough to perform the Tenso-san no Dan, Heavenly Transfer third step, En says to Dari, who nods in understanding, but raises a question to the Konoha-nin and Tazuna's family. What is the Tenso-san no Dan? And how fast is your reaction time? Kakashi asks, causing En to smile as that was a point of pride for him. My current reaction time is 0.0007 seconds, 1/10 of a millisecond slower than my father, who had a reaction time of 0.0006 at his time of death. As for the San no Dan, I can't tell you just in case of battle between Konoha and Kumo, but let me just tell you, if I can complete that level of the Tenso, I will be the fastest man in history, En explains, causing everyone except for Dari to look at him in shock as he was only 13, but he was most likely the fastest man alive and was striving to be the fastest man in history. You should teach Sasuke-kun that technique. Sakura says, causing everyone to once again hold their ears in pain. You must admit, she is quite devoted. Kurama says, causing En to mentally nod in agreement. First of all, the Tenso no Jutsu is my signature technique and a village secret. I would not enter Konoha and ask for Uchiha clan secrets, would I? En says as he eats his food. Sakura looks like she was about to respond, but Sasuke beat her to it. Like you could even use the techniques. You don't have the Sharingan, Sasuke says with arrogance and thinks that should put this dope in his place. Well, neither do you, En says, causing Sasuke to stand up and was about to attack the young Itsuki, but Kakashi calms him down. But even if I taught you the technique, you would die from using it. The user's body will be ripped apart if they are not members of the Itsuki family. We are the fastest ninjas in the elemental nations, although for different reasons, En explains to the Konoha-nin, causing Sasuke to become upset, but it is surprisingly Inari who is the most angry. Why do you care about these techniques and stuff so much? You are still going to die against Gato. He's too strong and you guys come here from your comfy little villages without knowing suffering. Inari yells, causing everyone to sigh at his naivety. Are you done yet? Now that you have stopped bitching, you should know that we are all shinobi, even that pink-haired banshee over there, and shinobi knows suffering better than anyone. I am what people call a demon, and I have persecuted along with Binai and Yugi-chan for the first parts of our lives. Do you know what's like to be glared at like you are not human? To be treated as if no one loves you? I get it, you lost your father figure, but if you keep wallowing in your hate and pain, then you will go nowhere and your father's sacrifice will be for naught. So get off your emo ass and wake up. En begins to rant, causing Inari to tear up and run away to his room. En stops for a moment before standing up from his chair. Thank you for the food, Tsunami-chan. It was delicious, En says before walking out the door, causing Sakura to stand up. Then Baka. Come back here and apologize. Sakura screams, causing Derry to put a hand on her shoulder, causing her to flinch. Don't worry about him, he is probably doing something he calls destructive therapy. He should be back soon. I wouldn't get him if I were you, or the results wouldn't be pretty. Considering the last person who did that, let's just say his injuries weren't dull, Derry says, causing everyone to sigh, ignoring his use of the word dull. But then, in a clearing in the woods. And no suffering, En mumbles to himself, punching a tree every time he says a word. Shiroten Raiten no Yorway, En whispers under his breath, causing an aura of white lightning to appear around him. He takes a deep breath before uppercutting the tree to his right, sending it into the air before charging his arm with white lightning. Anbajiri. En yells before jumping above the tree, causing it to shatter and rain the clearing in a shower of sawdust. I have to be faster, En says as he turns off his Raiten no Yorway before flashing away, ready to lower his reaction time by that 0.0001. The next day. En wakes up to sound of a single branch breaking, causing him to look up to a beautiful looking girl entering the clearing. Good morning, En says, causing the girl to jump as she did not know that En was awake. Good morning, my name is Haku, says, causing En to sit up and notice she is the same girl that pretended to be a Oinen. She carried herself the same way and had gave off the exact same pheromones as the Oinen that had helped Zabuza. Hi, name's Anyutsuki, En says, causing her to suck in air in shock. As in the Raijin. She says before almost kicking herself, however she manages to keep a straight face. I am guessing that I am famous even with the civilian world, En says as he scratches the back of his head, ignoring the look of disbelief on Haku's face, that En believed her. Yes, everyone has heard of the fastest man alive. So what are you doing here, En-sama, Haku says as she sits next to En. Call me, and I was training last night to lower my reaction time, and I guess I fell asleep. What about you, Haku-chan? En asks, causing her to blush when he said Haku-chan, but remembers he is the enemy and that she has to come up with an excuse for her being in the woods. I'm looking for herbs for my friend who isn't feel well, Haku says, causing En to grin to himself. So Zabuza is still not feeling great. Well, you did put him into a near-death state so he wouldn't be up and running for a bit, En says, causing Haku to suck in her breath in shock before pulling out a senbon, ready to throw it if he attacked her. Don't worry, I won't attack you, in fact, I thought we could become allies. I am the son of the Raikage, and I can guarantee you En Zabuza spots as ninja of Kumo. No more running from Oinen, no more bad conditions, I can even guarantee that you won't have to join the Kra. You don't have to tell me anything now, but tell Zabuza that I am sure that Gato will double-cross you. John En explains to Haku, who nods in understanding before he leaves in a flash of white light. Azuna's home. I'm back. En yells as he walks inside of the house to see everyone eating breakfast. Good morning, Naruto, Kakashi says, but flinches when En glares at him. What have they done to you, Naruto? Kakashi thinks to themselves, not realizing that the obvious answer was that they helped him find happiness. My name is Anyutsuki. En says harshly, causing Kakashi to sigh. Was those flashes yesterday you? Derry asks in attempt to change the subject but only starts up Sakura. That was you. I could barely sleep last night because of that. Sakura screeches, causing En to shrug. My bad, I was trying to train to get stronger. Hey Sakura, when was the last time that you trained outside of the academy? En says, causing Sakura to shake in rage as En was right, she hadn't trained since she passed the academy as Kunoichi of the year. Let's go train. En, if you would, Derry says, causing En to nod and form a cross-shaped seal with his pointer and middle fingers. Shiroten Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, En says, causing 5 clones to appear, causing a shocked look for the Konohinin. Sasuke was red in frustration as this kid his age was one of the strongest ninjas in the world, could create copies of himself to fight for him, and was one of the few people who knew where his sister was. Okay, one of you goes with Tazuna to the bridge and you 4 go scout the area. En causing his clones to nod before 4 disappears in flashes of lightning. Are those Kage Bunshin? How many can you make? Kakashi asks, causing En to laugh at how naive Kakashi was. I can make about a couple hundred normally, but if I make them with white lightning with uses my chakra combined with real lightning, I can make tens of thousands that all explode with an explosion of lightning that is equal to the force of 10 explosive tags. En explains, causing everyone except his team who knew this look in pure shock and in Kakashi's face horror. Naruto is an S-rank shinobi and he can make thousands of clones of himself. Kumo practically has its own army just in him. I must get him to Konoha. In fact, Azuna-san, I can send a couple hundred clones as workers. They don't know what to do, but with a little instruction, they can be helpful, En says, causing Tazuna to light up like the 4th of July before nodding vigorously. Okay then, let's go train to fight Zabuza, Kakashi says, causing En to laugh a bit to himself. About that Ikindo offered Zabuza and Haku asylum and Kumo-en says while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. What? Everyone including Tazuna and Tsunami shout out in unison, causing N to slip into lecture mode. They are the enemy. They must die. Sakura yells, causing N to sigh and change his song before looking at Sakura with a bored look on his face. And I bet that you are the one who is going to take down a high A-rank shinobi and his B-ranked apprentice. You will never survive in the shinobi world with that mindset. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, besides they would be great additions to Kumo's forces. Zabuza is an A-rank shinobi and wielder of one of the 7 swords of Kiri, while Haku is a wielder of Hyutin, and as head of 2 clans in Kumo. As such, I have the authority to offer Nin asylum, as long as the Raikage allows, so N says in a tone appropriate to his status as member of the council. I forgot you could do that. So now what? Yujito says as she sometimes forgets that N is a S-rank ninja and member of the Kumo Shinobi Council. We should still train. I believe that Gato is going to backstab, which means we have to take down Gato and whoever he hires to attack us. Kakashi, I'm guessing that your team hasn't mastered the tree climbing exercise, so they should work on that while our team should practice elemental manipulation, N says, causing everyone to nod, except for Sasuke, who is upset once more. He must be strong because of his teacher. Kakashi sensei is useless and has only now taught us this, but they have already been taught this by their sensei. His sensei should be honored to teach an Uchiha. Let's go before this gets dull, Darui says before his team disappears in a shunshin to their favorite clearing. A week later. A week has passed since En had told his team about Zabuza and Haku, and much had happened. Zabuza through Haku had told him that they agreed, but that they would spar on the bridge to trick Gato, so everyone trained to get stronger. Samui was finally able to correctly preform the Raiten Ryu no Jutsu, but could only do it 2 times before becoming fatigued. Yujito could perform the technique that Matatabi showed her, the Onaten Goken no Ken, AN. Think Chidori, but instead of lightning, imagine blue fire, but needed 5 seconds of concentration to control the flames, causing her enemies an opening to attack her. Then could now easily perform Tenso Nai no Dan, Heavenly Transfer second step, after updating his Heaven Seal matrix on his arm. However, he could only perform the first 5 movements of the Tenso San no Dan, Heavenly Transfer third step, before he has to stop. Eri had been trusted with the secrets of the Raiten no Yoroi, along with the Kuroi Kaminari, when he was training with his sensei, Z, but had never thought to combine them. He had to slow down the current of his Raiten no Yoroi until it became the consistency of Kuroi Kaminari, and suddenly Eri was covered in black lightning. It worked just like how he speculated before with how he moved slower than Bosu's, but when En punched him when it was on, En was instantly paralyzed for 10 seconds. Not to mention the increase of defense as he was able to slow down En's Lano, Senator Supin enough to block it without injury. Kakashi's team however did not leap as far as Dari's team. Sakura and Ino were able to easily do the tree climbing exercise, however, could not do it more than 4 times, before almost passing out due to chakra exhaustion, while it took Sasuke 5 days to figure it out as he refused to ask for help. Sasuke had tried spying on En's team, however En quickly sensed his bioelectricity and had informed his team. Vegito performed Kaiten Carried in which Sasuke copied the hand signs for and attempted before being knocked out instantly from the heavy chakra cost. En grabbed him and had raised the volume on his music with his chakra so he couldn't hear anything before bringing back Sasuke. The screams of the fangirls and the pink-haired one in particular deafened everyone within 50 feet. It took Kakashi to use Doten Shinju's Anshu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Double suicide decapitation technique on both of them so that they wouldn't attack En. Kakashi wasn't concerned about En's safety, but Sakura's and Ino's if En got pissed off at them. But despite that the week had been productive, and if they were to actually battle Zabuza and Haku, they would be ready. Azuna's kitchen. En walks into the kitchen to see everyone there already and a clone of him with 2 mercenaries tied together on the floor. We found these guys today right outside of here waiting for us to leave so they could kidnap Tsunami and Inari. I guess that means today Zabuza is attacking today, En's clone says, causing En to nod in understanding. You can dispel, thanks. En says before turning back to the samurai. They are too low on the food chain to know anything besides they are murderers and rapists, En says, causing Samui to pull out her tanto and stab them both in the jugular, careful to make sure there was no blood. The Konohinin look in shock, Kakashi that someone so young could kill with ease and precision, and the genin, well, they were freaking out. Sasuke was shaking in life that this girl could kill without caring, but he and Uchiha hadn't had his first kill. Sakura and Ino were horrified as they had never seen anyone die before, and this voluptuous girl killed without any emotion. Your genin haven't had their first kill. In the academy, all students are given a bird in their second to last year, and they care for it for a month before they are told to kill it or they would be dropped from the ninja program. Almost all the academy students did this with only the spineless ones that fail. We do this so that there is no deadly hesitation in battle, Darui says, causing Kakashi to nod as that is a good procedure. Let's go. Zabuza and Haku may be there already. En yells before jumping out of the window, causing everyone to sigh before following him. At the bridge. The bridge was silent and covered in a blanket of mist so thick that no one could see more than 5 feet in front of him. En forms a Tora, tiger, hand sign and takes in a deep breath. Dueton. Tatapa, wind release. Great breakthrough, En says before blowing a large gust of wind that blows away the mist to show Zabuza and Haku in the middle of the field. Told you that wouldn't hold them, Haku says to Zabuza, who sighs and places a hand on his Kubikirabacho. Whatever. Just give us the bridge builder and you guys could walk away. He says with a serious tone. Never. Kakashi says, causing everyone to tense and grab onto their weapons before Zabuza makes the first move. Haku, get them, Zabuza says, causing Haku to nod. In a second, she is halfway across the field, however, and met her at the middle, feet coated in white lightning. Senbon versus Akabado, they were at a stalemate, but En charged a lightning current through his sword, allowing it to easily slice the Senbon. Haku curses before jumping back. She takes a breath before holding a hand out, and the air around her gets colder as Hyoten chakra gathers in her hand. Mai, Sode no Shirayuki, dance, sleeved white snow, Haku says, and in her hand forms a beautiful white katana. The tsuba was a hollow snowflake-like circle, and a white ribbon forms from the pommel. Everyone looks at the blade in shock, which she swirls through the air with the grace of a dancer. An. Okay, so some of you may be mad at me, but this is not a Zanpakuto. It is a sword made out of Hyoten chakra that just happened to be formed to look like Sode no Shirayuki. Coincidence? All of the dances that Rukia uses Haku will use, but they are Hyoten techniques that she uses. Do you think that I grew up with Zabuza and never learned Kenjutsu? Let's see if the Mai no Isu Megami can hold out against Hyoten Mitsurugi Ryu, she says before sunshining forward and slicing upwards. En dodges the upward slice before going for a horizontal slash, causing her to jump back to avoid being bisected. Orison, Earth Dragon Flash, En says before stabbing his Sakabado into the ground, causing a few large rocks to fly up into the air, which he kicks at Haku, who turns her sword in a circle. Some no Mai, Tsukashiro, first dance, White Moon, Haku says as the rocks hit her circle and immediately freeze. En smirks before skating forward to meet Haku in the middle. They cross swords and they are for a second at a standstill. Looks like you are at disadvantage, Haku and En say in unison as they both begin doing one-handed hand seals with left hands. Tensatsu Saisho, 1000 flying water needles, Haku says, causing 1000 water needles to come out of the water air and shoot at En almost unavoidable speed. Shiroten. Raiden no Yorway, En says, causing a white lightning cloak to surround him, and when the Senbon hit him, they automatically evaporate. There is a collective gasp from the Konohan and En hear them begin to whisper. What technique is that? It's so powerful. Ino asks, causing Kakashi to look at her. That is the Raiden no Yoroi, an S-rank jutsu, almost SS rank, that is without a doubt one of the most powerful jutsus in existence. It makes it so that Jinjutsu is useless and Taijutsu and Ninjutsu becomes weaker against it. Only the Raikage's family know the technique, and it makes some of the fastest in the nations, Kakashi says to his genin while in deep thought. They must be trying to bribe him with power so that he will stay with them. If I get him to join Konoha, then Konoha will have another incredibly strong jutsu. This is getting nowhere. Hyoten Makyo Hyasho, ice release demonic mirroring ice crystals, Haku says, causing 21, an. He, Tweeny Huan, mirrors to surround En, 12 remain at ground level, 8 float above the first 12 and angle towards the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and facing the ground. No one ever, En-kun, has ever escaped this jutsu. In here, I move close to the speed of light. It ends here, Haku says as she appears in all of the mirrors at once. Sasuke runs into the ring and stands there with an arrogant smirk on his face. Sasuke. What are you doing here? En yells as he stares into Haku's eyes, waiting for an opening. It will take a Uchiha to defeat her, Sasuke says before forming a bunch of hand seals and taking a deep breath. Heiten Gakakyu no Jutsu. He says before shooting a fireball maybe 3 feet in diameter at a mirror, almost hitting En, causing En to sweat drop. I'm not pissed that you hit me, but that Usagi-chan shoots larger fireballs in her sleep, En says, causing Haku to sweat drop before throwing dozens of senbons at Sasuke from all directions at a speed that Sasuke wouldn't even be able to blink in time. However, En was not the fastest man in the world for nothing. He moved so fast that there was after images of him and caught all of the senbon with one hand before Sasuke could move. En then sighs and drops all of the senbon, causing a pinging noise as they hit the ground. Sasuke looks at En to see everything much clearer before looking in a puddle to see his eyes are crimson. I have the Sharingan. You cannot defeat me. Sasuke yells before jumping at a mirror only for a single senbon to come from behind him and strike him in the back of his neck, paralyzing him front to waist down. En sighs before turning off his Raiten no Yoroi and drawing his Sakabato, charging it with Raiten chakra, giving it an extended blade and white hue. It's been funny Haku-chan, but it is time for me to end our dance, En says before placing his Sakabato into its sheath and getting into a Batojutsu stance. There is the signature white flash of the Tenso, and 20 Ens appear. Oku no Ryushin. Many dragonflight flash. En yells as all of the images of him cuts upward simultaneously and destroy 20 of the 21 mirrors, leaving one more with Haku standing in it before it melts, and she walks out. What speed was those clones? Zabuza asks while inside he is glad he joined Kumo, as he would hate to be against En. No, that is the Tenso Nai no Dan. The second step of one of the only SS rank jutsu in the nations. It involves its users to be in multiple places at once by teleporting between them all at the speed of light. Samui explains what En had told her when he had first thought of it. Incredible, so that is the power of a S-rank ninja, Zabuza says, but it is echoed by a voice behind him. Everyone turns around to see Gato in all his midget glory and several hundred mercenaries. I gave you one job, Zabu-chan, and you failed. You could have killed the bridge builder before the Raijin or Dari of the Kuroi Kaminari got here. I guess that the Kurigakur no Kijin is just a baby demon. Kill them and keep the girls, they could beffen, Gato says with a lecherous grin, causing Zabuza and En to become riled up. Ready, kid? Zabuza says as he pulls out Kubikirabacho. Shall we dance? En says before pulling out Kakuryu in his right arm and having a Tonbajiri in his left. Suddenly En disappears in a flash and there is a scream as a Tonbajiri is punched through a thug's stomach and Kakuryu decapitates 2 other thugs' heads. That was the cue for Zabuza, Kakashi and Dari to jump in. Zabuza begins to massacre the knives for hire in front of him, limbs flying and organs falling while he is showered in blood. Kakashi uncovers the Sharingan and begins to dance around his opponents, predicting their movements before stabbing them in vital areas with his Tanto and Chidori. Dari flashes through a few hand seals before Kuroi Kaminari Raiten no Yoroi appears around him. He pulls out his cleaver sword, slicing his enemies in half with ease and blocking all strikes with his ultimate defense. The number of thugs begin to decrease until one thing happens that changes it all. The genin were surrounding Tazuna just in case any thugs got past the fighters before Sasuke runs into the battle. Sasuke-kun. Wait, don't go. You could get hurt. Ino yells, causing Sasuke to look at her with his signature arrogant smirk. I am an Uchiha. These thugs won't hurt me. The almighty Uchiha yells before running into the battle, however is quickly surrounded by thugs. He throws a kunai at a thug expecting him to dodge as ninjas always do, however, this wannabe samurai was no ninja and the kunai strikes him right in the forehead, killing him instantly. Sasuke hesitates as he had never killed before and that split moment hesitation gives one of the thugs time to lunge with his katana. Sasuke looks at katana as it comes towards him, then the girls before smirking. He uses a kawarimi with Haku, causing her to be impaled through the shoulder. Haku's scream resonates through the battle and suddenly 2 auras of chakra ignite, one more powerful while the other filled with more rage. Zabuza appears in a shunshin and picks up Haku and checks her wound to find it non-fatal. En appears next and grabs Sasuke by the and lifts him up, the battleground silent as he talks. You're worse than scum. There are many reasons why I should hate your village, but I know my father and mother were from there so I respect it, but if you are the type of genin coming out of Konoha, then my father has died in vain. The world would be better if the Kyuubi had snuffed out the will of fire altogether than for it to be in such a sorry state that it is now. En lectures before dropping the last Uchiha unceremoniously before glaring back at the battle. Dari, Kakashi and Zabuza get the message and exit, leaving En against the remaining 400 thugs. You ready, Kurama? En says to his partner in his head. Let's dance, Kurama says En to gain a blood-red slit for eyes. The Jutsu Tenso-san no Dan. En yells before he is simply not there. Suddenly there is the thud of 400 bodies falling. Some decapitated, others bisected, some ripped apart, all dead, all simultaneously. Gato falls to his knees as he looks in fear as his army was destroyed in an instant before En stands in front of him. In that moment he looked exactly as his title proclaimed him to be, a god. For too long you have plagued this land, Gato, and for this you shall die. En says as he pulls out Kakuryu. No longer dirty this world with your presence, En says as he cleanly decapitates Gato in one movement. It was at that moment that En received a new title, Bishaman, the god of war and judgment. En gestures and Inari followed by 100 villagers or so come out, armed with miscellaneous weapons. En picks up Gatos's head and seals it away before handing that to Tazuna. Most if not all of Gatos's safes are going to be retina protected, so that should be able to get back what Nami no Kuni deserves, En says, causing Tazuna to nod before En walks over to Inari who is crying. Hey, don't cry, Itaudo. Heroes don't cry. En says, causing Inari to look at En with red eyes. But I'm not the hero, you're the Nami no Kuni no Ayu. Inari exclaims, causing a loud cheer to erupt from the crowd, causing N to sigh, as he knew that would also be going in the bingo book. Inari, you are more of a hero than any of us are. You rallied these people, you show them that there is hope, and it is because of you that this country has turned around. You are the true Nami no Kuni no Ayu. N says to Inari before turning to the crowd. It's been a long day, let's go home. N says, causing the crowd to cheer once more before walking back to their homes, all with content looks on their faces. N takes a step forward before falling face first, but Derry was fast enough to catch him. Don't worry, it's just fatigue. He hasn't mastered the San no Dan and was only able to do it with the help of the Kyuubi. It's dull that he had to faint though, Derry says, causing everyone to nod and walk towards Tezuna's house, but not before sweat dropping at Derry's use of dull. An hour later. N wakes up in the guest room of Tezuna's house and pulls himself out of bed. He had only slept for half an hour, but his chakra reserves were already filled by Kurama, and he felt refreshed. As he walks down the stairs, he sees Zabuza and Sasuke arguing, and N knew what about, and N was very pissed off about it. Sasuke Uchiha, you are the lowest level of human being, and I am disappointed that Usagi thought that you could be saved, N says before walking out the door. However, Sasuke grabs his Akatsuki cloak. Where is she? Sasuke says with his feeble Kai, killer intent, being pushed at N. Legufma cloak, N says through gritted teeth. If there was one thing you should know about N was that, never touch the cloak of her. You will tell me where she is, and you will teach me everything you know to help me kill her, Sasuke says while turning on his Sharingan as he attempts to intimidate N. In his anger loads Raiten chakra in his finger and strikes 3 Tenketsu, causing Sasuke to stiffen like a board and fall over, but you could tell he was awake from the way his eyes were moving. You are a pitiful human being that has been pampered all his life and does not accept hard work like the rest of your clan. You do not value sacrifice as your civilian council babies you at every turn, and your almighty Uchiha clan are just a bunch of copycats that steal others' work as their own. Usagi and the rest of the clan would be disappointed on how pitiful you are, and scolds as he walks away, and Sasuke comes out of his paralysis. Sasuke threw a few 11-hand seals that causes Kakashi, who was walking down the stairs, to yell for him to stop. Dodori. Sasuke yells as he goes to stab N with his weak lightning, however N was ahead of him. N holds his hand out and breathes, calling on his godly affinity and imagining the volts of electricity jumping from Sasuke's hand and into N's palm, leaving Sasuke to give a weak punch to N's chest before N grabs his wrist. You are pathetic, N says before snapping Sasuke's wrist with ease and walking out of the door, ignoring Sasuke's screams of pain and Zabuza's sadistic chuckle. Next day. The bridge was finally finished with the help of 500 clones of N, and it was time to leave Nami no Kuni. At the base of the bridge was where the population of the nation gathered along with Team 13 and Team 7. We would like to honor these teams as without them, the great Tezuna would not be able to build this bridge. Guess who said this? It was an honor to serve this country, Derry says to the crowd who cheers while N goes down 2 on one knee to Inari. N takes out a mini scroll from a pouch and activates the seal. In his hand was a black katana and a few scrolls which he hands to Inari. Hey Itaudo. I know you want to help your family one day, so I want to give you these. This katana is really special, and it will only cut when you want it to. These scrolls are on basic ninja training like chakra control and some basic techniques. I want you to become strong so one day when I visit you, you will be stronger than me, N says as he rubs the tears from Inari's face. You'll visit, right? Inari asks, causing N to smirk. Promise, N says with his fist out, which Inari bumps. N stands up and faces his team before he nods. Let's go. N says before the two teams of Nin acknowledge each other before walking in the directions of their homes, but one silver-haired Jounin was thinking other things as his team tree jumped at low genin speeds due to Sakura. I'll get you back to your home in Konoha, Naruto, Kakashi thinks to himself. Then wave. What should we name the bridge? A random villager asks, causing everyone to think. How about the Great Tezuna Bridge? Tezuna says, causing Tsunami to pull out a frying pan and hit him on the head, causing a huge bump to appear. How about the Great Raijin Bridge after the ninja who saved our country in an instant, Inari says, causing a loud cheer, and from then on, Nami no Kuni was once again the great country it once was. Hokage's office. He ran into who? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the shinobi no Kami yells as he floods the room with killer intent aimed towards one man, Sharingan no Kakashi. Kakashi was sweating as he looks over to his leader before he steals his nerves and pulls out his bingo book. In Team 7C turned A-ranked mission, we encountered Zabuza Mamachi, the Kurigakure no Kijin, Dari no Kuroi Kaminari and Raijin, and Yutsuki Namikaze, or as we may know him, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Kakashi Hadouken forms, and as soon as he says it, he never felt more scared in his life, as when Hiruzen Sarutobi set his glare upon him. You are telling me that Kumo has the only surviving heir of our late Hokage and our missing Jinchuriki. Not only that, but Naruto is also an S-rank ninja, member of the Akatsuki, has 2 bloodlines, along with extremely durable skin, and is the fastest man alive. The council must be informed, the Sandaime Hokage says to Kakashi before writing a quick note and sending that by messenger hawk to the council members. Hiruzen says before walking out the door towards the council hall while thinking to himself, "Don't worry Naruto, I'll bring you back to where you belong." Raikage's office. It is that time of the year, Team 12, Team 13, Team 14. "You will represent Kumo in the Chunin exams," Z says as talks to the 8 genin in front of him. Team 12 are Amoy, Carrie and Kei, all had looks of shock on their faces as they did not expect for them to be nominated. Team 13 are Samui, Yujito and En, all had varying reactions, with En and Yujito having similar looks of shock to Team 12, while Samui and Team 14, which includes Konan and Yuki, all having an expressionless look on their faces. "You are the best that Kumo has to offer, and I can think of none better than you to represent us in Kamimuro, travel with them as well for extra security." That is all dismissed, Z instructs, causing everyone to bow and leave, except for En. "En, I have a A-ranked mission for you. You are to break into the Namikaze Uzumaki compound and take anything of importance so that you can place it in the new compound here. Understand?" Z instructs, causing En to nod, understanding at the seriousness in his voice. "Hi, Raikage-sama," En says, causing Z to nod and wave his hand in a dismissing motion. "Dismissed," Z says, causing En to nod and leave in a flash. The Konoha, a week later. Izumo and Katetsu, the eternal guardians of Konoha, were sitting at their posts, and they were, for lack of a better word, bored. They had checked in only a few teams, but otherwise the day had been boring. At least until a group of ninjas started walking the road. 4 had on Akatsuki cloak, which immediately put them on guard, but when they grew near and they saw at least 4 S-ranked ninja, they raised the alarm, telling the Anbu to be on guard. A dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair walked up to them. "Eri, elite jounin of Kumo, wishing to register 3 teams for the Chunin exams on behalf of Kumagakure no Sato Deri," says to the guards who write them down, and was about to wave them through, but is stopped when 5 Anbu shunshin in front of them. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you are to come with us to meet with the Hokage, or we will use force," the lead Anbu says, causing En's team to get ready for battle, but En raises his hand to stop them. "I will meet you at the hotel in an hour. Let us go," En says to his team before looking toward Anbu, who grabs his arm and sends them away to Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. En appears in a large office that looked very much like his father's, just more cramped and with more red than blue and yellow. In the chair was an elderly man with long grey hair and many wrinkles that showed his age. He gave En the look of an elderly grandfather, but En could see that he was analyzing En before he opens his mouth. "Naruto, it is good to have you home," the Sandaime Hokage says, causing En to scowl. "Hokage Dono, my name is En Yutsuki Namikaze," En says respectfully, but he was pissed that the Hokage was trying to force something onto him. He respected his biological family's name for him, but En was the name he was given as a child, and that is the name he kept. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighs and looks at the boy no warrior in front of him. He then sighed. "I am sorry Minato, I have lost your child to Kumo." "Hokage Dono, I must ask, why am I here?" En says with a blank look on his face as to not let out any emotions. "Because I want you to come home," Narn Hiruzen says with sadness in his voice as looks at the young man in front of him. "Hokage Dono, all due respect, but you only want me to come home so that you feel better about yourself and the fact that I know many village secrets of Kumo. Also, I am sure that Kakashi told you that I am the Raijin, the S-rank ninja and one of the leaders of the Akatsuki. Hokage Dono, respectively, you do want me, you want my skills and resources. Is that all?" "Nah, that is all the shinobi no kami," says, causing En to bow and stand up before looking the Sandaime in the eyes, causing him to shiver. Hiruzen looks into the golden-haired boy and for a second sees Minato in those cerulean blue eyes. "Good day Hokage Dono," En says before flashing away, causing Hiruzen once more to sigh that he had lost the next flash to Kumo. However, deep in his heart, despite not wanting to believe it, he knew that En was happy in Kumo and should stay there despite what the council believed. Hokage Monument. En stands on top of his father's head as stares over the village. It was so serene and beautiful, however his moment was ruined when he sensed the bioelectricity of 2 Anbu teams, one sent by the Hokage and the other sent by Danzo, which causes him to smirk. "Try to keep up," En says before disappearing in a flash, eager to finish his mission. Namikaze Uzumaki compound. En appears right outside of the compound to find in fact, there was no compound, only a torii. "There has to be a seal here somewhere," En says as he places his hand on the torii and begins to search for the seal. "It's on the left side, right below eye level," Kurama informs, causing En to nod as he knew that his mother was Kurama's last Jinchuriki, so it would sense for him to know how to enter the compound. And just where Kurama said it would be is the blood seal to enter the compound. En pulls out a kunai from his holster and charges it with Shiroten chakra, as a normal blade would not be able to scratch his skin. He then slices a large cut across his palm and places it onto the seal, causing it to glow blue. The seal then floats off of the torii and in between its two columns before expanding to cover the entire opening. Walk through the seal, Kurama instructs, causing Anne to faceap him. My father was a genius in Jikiken Jutsu, so why wouldn't he put the compound somewhere where enemies and fangirls couldn't get our family? Anne thinks to himself before walking through the seal to find himself in the place where his family had spent their lives. The compound was medium-sized and had a large training field outside. I thought that the Hokage would have a larger compound and ponders, after all the leader of the village should have an expensive home. Your family never lived very lavishly, but still, this compound holds many valuables of the family. Go to the library, that's where all the jutsu and the vault is, Kurama says, causing Anne to walk through the hallways before walking into the library. The library appears small from the outside, but inside it was at least 25 feet high and had many bookshelves broken up by subject and the jutsu split by affinity. But besides the shelves, there was a seal that was at least 10 feet in diameter on the wall opposite the books. Anne could only look at the shelves with awe and could almost not resist the urge to sit down and read through everything. We don't have time. Just grab everything and seal it away. This is the largest collection of jutsu in Konoha, but no could get in after your family died, so this could cripple Konoha in the future. Hurry up, then you can go into the vault. Kurama says, causing Anne to nod and pull out a scroll from an arm seal. He opens it up to see two seals, one that has the kanji for knowledge and the other history. Then places his palm on the seal that says knowledge and pushes chakra into it. Fuin, seal, he says, and all of the scrolls and books fly off of the shelves and enter the seal. Then gives a satisfied sigh before turning toward the vault on the wall. It only responds to the chakra of a Uzumaki and your father, so just push chakra into the seal, Kurama explains, causing Anne to nod in understanding before he places his hand on the wall and pushes chakra into it. The seal slowly unravels itself in a clockwise formation before the vault opens. Inside the vault is split up into 7 sections, one for each nature transformation, one for Fuin Jutsu and one for artifacts. Anne then opens the scroll and sucks in all of the S-ranked elemental jutsu and Fuin Jutsu before he walks down the artifact section. There are dozens of scrolls, but Anne does not even look at most of them, except for a small one that says Ryumi, lightning longbow, which he s into his pocket. He continues to walk to the end before he sees 2 large scrolls on a pedestal. Take those scrolls and let's go. We've been here for too long, Kurama says, causing Anne to nod in agreement before grabbing the scrolls and sealing everything away. Anne puts the large scroll on his lower back, Anne. Think Jiraiya and the toad summoning scroll, before he then concentrates on the address of the hotel and he's gone in a flash. In the Kumo Hotel. Anne appears right in the living room to see everyone gathered around a table and Derry talking. However, this stops when Anne flashes in. How was the mission? Derry asks, causing Anne to smirk and pull out the large scroll from behind his back. Good, I found some stuff that we could use in the exams, Anne says before he unseals the Kaiten, Futon, Doten and Raiten techniques. Here Anne says before handing a scroll about Raiten Haration to Samui, 2 scrolls on Raiten Lightning Flow to Amoy and Carry, a scroll about Doten Domu, Earth Release Earth Spear, and a scroll about Futon to Tapa, Wind Release Great Breakthrough, to Conan. We can practice in the Kumo training grounds. Here, put this seal to block other teams, Anbu and the Hokage from getting in or spying, Anne says, causing everyone to nod and shunshin away. Yuki just wants to practice to get a Shinra Tensei delay to blow 8 seconds. Anne begins to walk out the door when he hears Kamimuro. Where are you going? Kamimuro asks as he turns away from planning with Derry. The training ground for maybe an hour, then I'm getting Ramen, Anne says before showing them the Ryumi scroll, causing them to nod before he flashes away. An hour later. Anne was walking through Konoha with his Akatsuki cloak up to block his face and hair from everyone. The hour had been productive as Anne could perform the Ryumi easily. The jutsu created a longbow almost as tall as him out of lightning and created an arrow made out of lightning as well. The jutsu was C-ranked but had the potential to be A-ranked when Anne used Shiroten chakra as an arrow easily punched through 3 wooden dummies. Right now Anne was walking into a small little ramen bar and sits down at a stool when a teenage girl maybe 4 years older than him comes out. Anne. I'm too lazy to describe AM, but you know how she looks like. Hi, I'm Ayamichi Yandame Sama, AM yells as she points at N, who just raises an eyebrow. I'm afraid you've got me mixed up with my father. My name is Enyatsuki Namikaze, I'm here for the Chunin exams, N says, causing an older man to poke his head out of the kitchen and look at him. Hey Gaki, the name's Tuchi Ichiraku. What do you want? Tuchi asks, causing N to smile at the man's enthusiasm. Can I get a miso ramen? N asks, causing AM to nod and go back into the kitchen while Tuchi mans the bar. So how does the last living relative of the Yandame end up in Kumo and the son of the Raikage? Tuchi asks, causing N to nod as he was expecting the question. I was adopted as a baby and the Sandame Raikage adopted me. N says before looking around the small bar before he hears AM come out. Here you go. AM says as she places the completed bowl of ramen and N immediately knows it is better than the ramen in Kumo. Itadakimasu. N says as he breaks his chopsticks before diving in. He takes one bite before almost crying before jumping off his stool and going in front of AM. He gets on one knee and pulls out a diamond ring from God knows where and looks the brown-haired girl in the eye. AM Ichiraku, will you marry me? N confesses causing the ramen mistress to turn beet red and was about to respond when they hear a cough behind them causing them to turn. Standing there is Tucci, cleaver in hand and demonic visage behind him causing N to back up. Marry you. Die. Tucci yells as he throws the cleaver causing N to flash 2 feet to his right to avoid the flying knife. Tucci however just pulls out 10 other knives and gets ready to throw. Thank you for the ramen. Gotta go. N yells as he slaps the money on the table and flashing away causing AM to sigh. C2-san, this is why I can't find a boyfriend AM says as she gets back to her work. Down the street. Woo-N breaths in relief as he walks away from the scene of an attempted murder. He walks into an intersection to see a guy in a foodie pajamas, makeup and cat ears, holding a 8-year-old kid by his shirt with his rather hot sister, Ino and Sakura standing by. Then charges Shiroten Chakra into his hand to form his Ryumi and shoots an arrow right near the guy's face, causing him to flinch and move backwards. And then flashes right in that opening and grabs the kid and pulls him away. He puts the kid down before holding his Sakabato to the guy's neck. The blonde-haired girl looks at N in awe as all she had saw was a few flashes and the kid was gone and Kankura was at sword point while Ino and Sakura were glaring at the blonde-haired boy. Pinned low holding a threatening an 8-year-old and you guys, isn't Konoha supposed to be all about friendship and family? N says before looking at the tree. You can come down now N says prompting Sasuke to jump down and walk next to his teammates, but N just shakes his head. I meant you N says causing a red-haired boy to jump down from the branch above Sasuke. He was shorter than N and had pale blue-green eyes, along with the black rings around his eyes. He is wearing a black full bodysuit with t-shirt-like sleeves, 3/4 length legs, and an open neck. With this, he wore a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips, and a wide leather band system over the left shoulder and right side of his hips. With this leather band, he carried around his 2 medium-sized gourd, with that looked to be made of sand and the other made of what appeared to be silver. He also wrapped his black forehead protector over the band. Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village. Come before I kill you the red-haired boy says, radiating Kai at Jonin levels, causing everyone but N to shiver. What is your name? The boy asks N however Sasuke didn't get the memo. Sasuke Uchiha Sasuke exclaims with an arrogant smirk, but the boy shakes his and points a finger at N. You the boy says causing his siblings to shiver in fear as they knew the last time the boy was interested in someone. N Yutsuki Namikaze, you? N says before asking causing the boy his name. N looks the kid in the eye and holds up 9 fingers, causing the boy to widen his eyes in surprise. Tsubaku no Gara, Gara of the desert, Gara says with one finger up before disappearing in Asuna Shunshin, Sand Shunshin, with his siblings closely following. Team 7 quickly walks up to N with kunai out, but N is just standing there smiling. Why are you here? Ino asks causing N to flash her a grin. Didn't the scarecrow tell you? The Chunin exams are. Academy, day of the first phase of the Chunin exams. The Kumo teams appear by Shunshin in front of Konoha Academy and walk through the entrance to see a battle between Sasuke and a boy in horrid-looking green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. It was obvious that the boy in green was at least Jonin level in Taijutsu and Sasuke was getting pummeled, however a ninja tortoise stopped the match when it appeared Sasuke would receive any real damage. Team 13, 12 and 14 then walked past a group of genin being blocked entry to a room that has a Jinjutsu so that it appeared to be room 301 by 2 Chunin under Henge. The Chunin then moved to stop them, but N flashes them a wink, causing them to nod and go back to their work, however this all stops when they hear Sasuke Uchiha. Take down the Jinjutsu. Sasuke yells causing the Kumo team and the Chunin to faceap him. This idiot. N says before turning to Kari who nods and flashes 3 hand signs. Jinjutsu Kyoku Sumshitsu, Jinjutsu memory loss, Kari says as she puts the Jinjutsu over the weak genin, causing them to stop before returning in their attempts to get into the fake room. You idiot. The less people in the room, the less people to compete with. N scolds, but Sasuke performs his signature arrogant smirk. I'm an Uchiha, I can defeat them all. Sasuke says causing N to shake his head in disappointment before walking away to the real room 301. Usagi-chan, you would be disappointed, he thinks to himself before not looking back. His team walks into the room to see teams from all over the continent as they all blast Kai at the group. The 3 teams look at each other before blasting back with 3 times the amount of Kai, causing most of the weak-willed ones to pass out and others to pray that they would not have to fight those teams. They find 3 rows next to Gaara's team, and they slide in just in time to see the rookie 9 walk in and begin making a lot of noise. Well, a few were taking in everything and everyone. Sai, Shino and Shikamaru, despite not showing it, were taking in everyone and figuring out the danger levels of everyone. That is when a silver-haired genin with Jonin level reserves walked up to them and began talking to them, causing the Kumo team to put chakra into their ears to hear what he was saying. I don't like him. He smells like snakes, and thinks to himself as he listens. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I have taken this exam 7 times, Kabuto says, causing the rookie 9 to have shocked looks, except for Shikamaru, like An is squinting his eyes at Kabuto. Wow, you must suck, Kiba says, causing An to want to fassip him. That idiot. Someone doesn't just fail a test 7 times, and thinks to himself. I have data on all of the genin here, so let me know who you want information on, Kabuto says, causing Sasu to think for a moment before nodding. Tell me about Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara and Enyutsuki Namikaze, Sasu asks, hoping to get an advantage. You know their names, that's no fun. Let's start with Sabaku no Gaara, son of the Kazekage. His team is composed of his brother Sabaku no Kankuro and his sister Sabaku no Tamari and their Jonin sensei Baki. His skills are all unknown. He completed 10 D ranks, 15 C ranks and 1 B rank. There is a note that says he returned from all missions without a scratch. Kabuto says, causing some of the genin to shake in fear. Rock Lee, the apprentice to Mido Guy and 2-year genin. He was born with deformed chakra coils and as such cannot perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu, however his taijutsu is Jonin level, which makes up for it. He has 65 D ranked missions and 32 C ranked missions, Kabuto reads from a card before pulling out one more card. Enyutsuki Namikaze, child of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage and Kashina Uzumaki, the Aka no Shai, along with the adopted child by blood ceremony of the Sandaime Raikage, Z the Fumetsu, immortal. He is an S-rank ninja and member of the Akatsuki, along with fastest man alive and holder of 2 bloodlines. He is at master level in ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, taijutsu and kinjutsu as the master of the heightened Mitsurugi Ryu, one of the most deadly kinjutsu styles ever created. He has no skill in jinjutsu, however when in a team with Usagi Uchiha, his girlfriend, they create the unstoppable team. He has done 0 D ranks, 10 C ranks, 22 B ranks, 15 A ranks and 5 S ranks, and has also participated in a battle against Iwa and the Tsuchikage, in which he wounded the Kage, Kabuto says, causing the room to go silent, while all of the genin were thinking the same thing, that guy is a monster. How is he a genin? For a second, no one moves until a kunai flies through the air at En's head, who just catches it with 2 fingers. A boy with shaggy blonde hair and an Iwa headband jumps out and begins flashing through hand seals at a low genin pace. I like your bastard of a father. The boy yells and was about to launch a jutsu when there is a large puff of smoke and out steps a large man in many chunin. The man was tall and imposing with a long black trench coat and a bandana around his head, but his most notable feature is the 2 large scars going across his face. Listen, you maggots. I will have no fighting unless I or another examiner says so. I am Ibiki Marino, the first exam proctor. Ibiki yells while blasting everyone with Kai, making all the weak genin quiver in their boots. You all have 10 points. Every time someone catches you cheating, you lose 2 points. You may leave at any time, but if you leave, your whole team is disqualified. When you receive the test, you may begin. Ibiki yells, causing everyone to once again shiver and get started. When N gets the test, he is perplexed as these questions are either Jonin level or require battlefield experience. N then begins to think, why would they give you 5 chances to cheat unless they want you to cheat? I could answer these, but let's play it their way. He closes his eyes and focuses on one of Disguise Chunin. He activates his bioelectricity sensing ability and feels the electricity in the Chunin's body, leaping through his synapses. N then focuses and repeats the same electrical currents, causing his hand to start moving and writing the answers by itself. N then pulls out his Sakabato and Kakuryu a little out of their sheaths and angle it so his team can read his answers. As N writes, people begin to leave under the pressure. This continues until N hears a bell sound. Okay, maggots. If you are here now, you can take the final question. However, if you take the question and you get it wrong, you may never take the Chunin exams and will be a genin forever. Ibiki says, causing a large gasp and for Tamari to stand up. That's not fair. There are people here who have taken the exams many times. Tamari yells, causing Ibiki to receive a sadistic smirk. Well, they never had me as a practitioner. Ibiki yells and slowly many people begin to leave until there are only 78 people left. Now for the final question, you Alpus. Ibiki says with that same grin. However, in the room there is outroar. What? Was the roar that came out of Kiba's mouth. Junins must make difficult decisions that could cost a mission or cause it to succeed. If you cannot understand this, then you are not meant to be a Chunin, Ibiki says before a ball slams into the window and explodes, causing a banner that says, "The sexy and single, Anko Mitarashi," to attach itself to the window before a woman jumped in. She is wearing a tan overcoat with a purple inseam, which has a pocket on both sides, and complete with a rather revealing fitted mesh bodysuit that stretches from her neck down to her thighs, causing many boys to get blushes and the girls to be green in envy at the woman's assets. She wears a dark orange miniskirt, as well as a forehead protector, a small pendant that looks like a snake fang on a thick cord, rather than a chain to prevent it from being easily torn off in combat, a wristwatch, and pale grey shin guards. "Anko, you're your Raijin," Ibiki says, causing Anko to get a sheepish look on her face. "Hey Gakis. I am Anko Mitarashi, second exam proctor. You are to meet me at training ground 44 in 10 minutes, or you are disqualified. Dismissed." Anko announces before shunching away, causing almost everyone to rush and get there, but not the Kumo team. Then pulls out a map and finds the location before showing it to his team, who all nod in understanding before they all shunchin away, except for N, who flashes, missing the look of approval from Ibiki. They didn't rush out and risk the chance of getting lost in an enemy village. "Interesting," Ibiki says to himself before collecting the tests until he gets to ends. On there is a Chibi N giving the nice guy pose and has 2 notes. First said, "Don't trust Kabuto Yakushi, check him out," and the second says, "Don't give 5 chances to fail, it's too obvious." Ibiki reads this and gives a chuckle before deciding to heed the Akatsuki member's advice and tells a nearby Chunin to check out Kabuto Yakushi. Forest of Death. "Okay Gakis. You will receive 1 scroll, either heaven or hell, and you have 5 days to find the opposite type of scroll and get to the tower. Do not open the scroll or you will be immediately disqualified. Good luck," Anko says before everyone goes up to one of the Chunin who has 2 rolls of scrolls. "Team 13 from Kumo, please take a heaven scroll," the Chunin says, so N walks up and accidentally grabbed a earth scroll while discreetly applying a small tracking seal. "No. A heaven scroll," Baka the Chunin scolds, causing N to give a sheepish look before grabbing the correct scroll and walking away. N watches Kari place a discreet genjutsu over one of the people who has the opposite scroll than her, and Konan place a paper bug on another scroll. "Everyone go to your starting place, and when you hear the gong, begin," Anko explains, causing everyone to disperse to their locations. Starting point. "Ready guys?" N says to Samui and Yujito, who nod as he makes sure all of his weapons and his pouch is ready. As soon as they are ready, they hear the loud gong, causing N to immediately flash through 3 hand seals before holding out a kunai pumped with Shiroten chakra and slicing his palm. "Fuinjutsu Chihondo, Fuinjutsu Bloodhound," N says, and the drops of blood flow to the northeast. "Let's go." N yells to his group as they go to the northeast for a few minutes until they stop in front of Nkusa group, who are standing in a circle. N makes a single hand sign to his group, a clenched fist causing them to nod before they spread out. Then focuses before performing a Tora tiger hand seal, causing a pillar of golden fire to erupt in the middle of group, causing the genin to separate, allowing Samui to finish doing her 4 hand seals and for a halo of blue energy to surround her hands. "Ranton. Ria's S. Kasu." Samui yells, causing 9 beams of lightning energy to shoot from her hands and stabs the Kusa genin through their vitals, killing them instantly. N flashes in front of them before grabbing the leader's kunai pouch and pulling out the earth scroll. "We're good," N says before they hear a scream pierce through the area. N looks at his team and they nod in agreement. Suddenly they are tree hopping as fast as possible toward the side until they reach a large clearing where Team 7 is facing Orochimaru, the Hibi Sennin, who notices Team 13's, along with Team 14's arrival. "Ah, the Raijin is here. It's a shame, N-kun, that I can't get you as a vessel because those Shiroten and Kinton bloodlines would be lovely." "Sorry Hibi team, but I don't roll that way," N says with a grin, causing the Sannin to smirk before looking at Yuki before back at N. "If I can't get you, I can get the Rinnegan user." Orochimaru hisses before he extends his neck, fangs out, ready to bite Yuki, but N wasn't having that. N flashes right in front of him and slices Orochimaru's neck in half. For a second there is silence, but out of Orochimaru's mouth crawls a perfect copy of Orochimaru. "Orochimaru Rick no Kawarimi no Jutsu," Orochimaru says before flashing through seals. "Duetin to top," Orochimaru yells, sending a humongous gust of wind at N, who performs the Tora, then Yuma hand seals before taking a big breath. "Pinton Gokameke Aku." Gold release Great Fire Annihilation. N yells and spews out a huge tidal wave of golden flames at the trees. The flames were at least 75 feet high and at least 500 feet across, and it was racing toward Orochimaru, who smirks. "Fine, you win today, N-kun. Kajero, Mayfly," Orochimaru says before slipping into the ground right when the Kinton wave was going to wash over where he was, reducing everything it touches to ash. "Huenchi, quench," N says, causing the flames to rext and disappear before he turns around to see a few newcomers. Standing there holding Sakura by her hair was a team from Odo, who appeared to be threatening Sasuke. Kukai then spikes and black flame designs cover his body, but not before he is blown back by a gust of wind sent by a boy with pineapple hair. You seem to value your arms a lot, and here's Sasuke says as he walks back to the clearing before Sasuke leaps forward and breaks the boy's arm, causing a large scream to erupt from the boy. En flashes next to Sasuke before he could attack everyone else and slaps on a paralyzing seal on him, causing him to fall to the floor. Then turns toward the Odo team and flares his chakra causing the ground around him to crack. Leave En commands causing the Odo team to leave as quickly as they could. En turns back to Sasuke to see him slowly getting up and facing En with a sadistic smirk. You will be a good match for my new power, then you will tell me where she is, Sasuke says before lunging at who just sidesteps and slams a fist into Sasuke's stomach, knocking him out and causing the flame markings to rest. I would hurry up and tell the scarecrow about the cursed seal. En says to Sasuke's team who wipe their tears and nod. Let's go guys, En says causing his team and the rest of the Kumo team to begin tree hopping to the tower which they reach in minutes. They enter the tower to see no one else there yet causing En to grin before they get to the one of the 3 large podiums, causing one team to go to each. The wall has some sort of message about heaven and earth, causing En to think for a second. Unroll the scrolls then cross them, En instructs as Yujito places the scrolls in X formation, causing a large puff of smoke to envelope the area. The Gen intense but relax when they see the smoke disappear, leaving Darui and Kimimaro standing there. Yo. I told you Kimimaro that they would band together, Darui says causing Kimimaro give a very Uchiha-like HN before facing the ground. Congratulations. You passed the second exam and since you guys are the first to pass, you get to wait 5 days. Kimimaro says with a sadistic grin as he knew how much they hated waiting. Don't worry, you can stay in the hotel and practice at the Kumo training grounds, Darui says before Kimimaro and Darui disappear in a shunshin, their students following until they reach the hotel. I'm gonna go check something out at the training ground, En says before flashing away. Kumo training ground. En is sitting crisscrossed on the ground with a large scroll in front of him. The scroll had no markings except for a big seal and a few columns. Let's see what this does, En thinks to himself before pushing chakra into the seal, causing a large puff of smoke, and En is simply not there anymore. Who are you, human? En hears causing him to turn around to see a Siberian tiger the size of the academy, En. Think Gamabunta's size. He had a fur coat with such a pristine white that it appeared as if En was staring into the snows of Yuki no Kuni, and his claws were the size of Kakuryu. His fangs were easily the size of En's body, giving the large tiger a very intimidating look. However, from the look in his eyes, En could tell that this tiger wouldn't hurt him unless En hurt him. My name is En Yatsuki Namikaze. If I may ask a question, where am I? En asks as he looks around to find himself in the middle of a forest, but with much more life. You are a Taidkerm jungle, Tiger Claw jungle, and I am Shirakiba, White Fang, the boss summon of the Tiger clan, Shirakiba explains, causing En to nod before looking the large tiger in the eye. Shirakiba's eyes were bright blue with wisdom beyond En's years, however, with a sense of mischievousness. Overall, En decided this is the type of person Tiger to depend on. Shirakiba-sama, I would like to become one of your summoners, En says with determination in his eyes. Shirakiba looks En in the eyes to see that En would not misuse his clan's power. En-kun, you would be our only summoner, however you must take our test, Shirakiba says before taking one claw and stabbing En through his chest, causing him to fall to his knees before it goes black. Shirakiba closes his eyes for a moment before pulls his claw out En's chest and waits for En to recover. The stab wound slowly heals itself before En stands up and glares at the giant cat. What was that for you, overgrown cat? En yells in his frustration, causing Shirakiba to give the closest a tiger could get to looking sheepish. That is the test of the Tora clan. We check to see if you have a pure heart by putting you on the brink of death, allowing your true emotions to come through. You are the first person ever to survive, as such you may summon my clan at any time, and my own son will be your personal summon. Panther Lily. Shirakiba explains before calling his son, causing a small animal to walk in, literally walk in. He is small with a round head with big head and had a small sword on his back. Oh, I mentioned he was walking on his hind legs. This is your son. He's a walking cat. En says, causing Panther Lily to give a bored look before growing to En's size and drawing his sword, which is much larger than him, before shifting into the form of an actual panther with white tiger stripes with his sword as his tail, before turning back to his reduced form. Happy? Panther Lily says with a little frustration. His father had made him the personal summon of someone, and he had heard from his friends that most summoners treated their summons as minions or servants, so he was rather skeptical. Yeah, that was cool. Name's En, nice to meet you, partner. En says as he puts out his hand, which Panther Lily looks at for a second before shaking En's hand with his paw. Nice to meet you too, partner. Hey Panther Lily, I'm in the middle of a tournament called the Chunin exams and I'm going back to Konoha to practice, you wanna come? N asks, causing Panther Lily to nod before they both bow to Shirakiba and disappearing in a puff of smoke. I think this is the start of a beautiful partnership, Shirakiba says before laying down for a katana. Then ducks to avoid a large sword slicing where his head was a moment ago before he goes for an upward strike with his own Sakabato. His opponent to move backwards to avoid the strike, giving N time to flash through one-handed ram sign and extend his blade 20 feet before going for a horizontal strike. Oriton Hage no Kawa, tiger release fur of steel, the large humanoid panther yells, causing his fur to receive a silver sheen before returning to its normal color just in time to block a strike from the blade of lightning. N recedes the blade with a scowl before putting the blade away and flashing through two hand signs before ending at Hibi, snake. Suiten Daibakushi Shoha. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave, N yells before spewing out enough water to cover the training ground, causing N and his opponent to have to stand on the water or sink down 4 feet. Raiden Haration. N yells, making lightning to strike his body and enter the water, causing his opponent to become temporarily paralyzed. N then skates on top of the water with Raiden Chakra and pulls out his sword before putting it to his opponent's neck. Yield, N says with dead seriousness, causing his opponent to sigh. Fine, I yield, Panther Lily says, causing N to grin and pull away his sword. Panther Lily then returns to his normal form before jumping on N's shoulder and sitting down. What's that? 45 me to 23 you? N says, causing Panther Lily to nod before looking at his miniature watch on his wrist. The day is the last day of the exam, so we should hurry up, Panther Lily says. N nods before disappearing in a flash. At the hotel. Hey guys. N says as he appears in the living room, seeing everyone ready to go to the final exam. Where have you been? Derry asks, causing N to grin. Training with my new summons. Speaking of new summons, meet my partner Panther Lily, N says, causing Panther Lily to jump off his shoulder and onto the floor. For a second there is silence, then suddenly all the girls jump at Panther Lily and yell kawaii. Partner. Help. Panther Lily yells in distress, causing N to chuckle as he knew this might happen. Girls, let him go. We need to head to the exams, N says, causing everyone to nod and shunshin away. Arena. All 36 gen in that past 12 teams were standing in a straight line when from a shunshin steps a man with short brown hair and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he has pronounced lines under his eyes. He is wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, flak jacket and regular shinobi sandals. He is also carrying a katana with a rectangular handguard strapped over his back. My name is Heiichi Echo Koff, and I am the proctor of the third exams. Unfortunately, I must inform you that we did not expect as many as you to pass. As such, we must have a preliminary round, Heiichi announces, causing outroar. However, the Hokage raises his hand. Silence. You must know that while the Chunin exams are a way to promote Chunin, more importantly, it is a replacement for war. You battle for cages and daimyos to show your might in your nations, and because of that, your nation may get more missions from nobles and other daimyos. Be strong and good luck, the Hokage says, causing a round of applause before Heiichi comes back out. First match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato, Heiichi announces, causing the genin to jump down and begin the match. I will be skipping the canon matches as you all know how they are done. Sasuke wins his match by copying Lee, and Shino wins by clogging Zaku's air conditioners. Third match, Yujito Nai vs Kiba Inuzuka, Heiichi announces, causing Yujito to groan. Why do I have to get the dog? Yujito yells, causing Anne to snicker before she jumps down to the arena. You're pretty cute even if you smell like a cat. How about you ditch the blonde and go out with me? After all, I am an alpha, Kiba says arrogantly, making Yujito to roll her eyes and get into her stance. That puppy doesn't even compare to En-kun or Kuru-kun. You should show him who's boss, then take En back into that closet over there, and Matatabi begins but is interrupted by Yujito. Matatabi? Yujito yells before turning to Heiichi. Third match, Yujito Nai vs Kiba Inuzuka, Hajime. Heiichi says before jumping back to avoid the battle. Yujito does one hand seal before holding her hands out like claws. Nekazoom, cat claw, Yujito says, causing her nails to extend to the length of daggers. Ninpu Shikyaku no Jutsu, four legs technique, Kiba says before crouching and for his nails and fangs to extend. Yujin Bunshin, beast human clone, Kiba says before Akamaru turns into a perfect copy of him. Yujito lunges forward and slashes at one of the Kibas who dodges, but Yujito just stabs one claw into the ground before spinning on that one nail, legs in a perfect split upside down, before kicking both Kibas in the face. Both Kibas go flying but manage to land before they jump into the air and start spinning. Itsuga. Fang passing Fang, Kiba yells as he and Akamaru spin like drills at Yujito. Raiden Cage Bunshin. Yujito yells as a clone of her appears next to her before they both preform a Tora, tiger, hand seal and running Akiba and Akamaru, hands engulfed in blue flames. Bokuton new kite. Hellfire release new kite, both Yujitos yell as they slam their knife hand into Kiba's spinning form. The effect was instant as the hellfire covers their bodies before they stop spinning before falling to the floor, unconscious. Winner by knockout, Yujito Naihade announces causing medics to take Kiba away and for Yujito to walk back up to the balcony and sitting next to her team. Balcony? Never seen that move before. N comments as he looks at Yujito who smiles. I based it on your dad's Yugakizuki, hell stab, Yujito says causing N to nod in understanding and admiration. Fourth match Sabaku no Kankuro vs Misumi Tsurugi Hate says causing Kankuro and a genin dressed in all purple jump down. An. You know how the battle goes. Misumi threatens Kankuro, breaks his neck, was actually Karasu, Kankuro wins. Fifth match N Yutsuki Namikaze vs Takeshi Iwao, Iwao means stone man, Hayate says causing N along with a blonde boy with a shaggy blonde hair, jumps down from the balcony. He is wearing the signature red and brown shinobi outfit of Iwa, along with a katana across his back. I will enjoy killing you, and I will be hailed as a hero for ending the line of that bastard Flash, Takeshi says, causing N to look at him lazily. What, did you say something? N says with a lazy look. There is silence before Kakashi stands up and begins to clap causing Kurenai to punch him in the head. Hajime? Hayate announces before jumping backwards into the balcony. Takeshi flashes through hand seals at a speed so slow, N yawned. Otendoryu Taiga, Earth release Earth flow river, Takeshi says causing the spot under N to become mud, but N just stands there on a platform of lightning. Takeshi grunts in annoyance before drawing his sword and lunges at N. You hate my father so you will die just like how my father killed the rest of your nation's army, N says before disappearing in a flash and slitting Takeshi's with his katana. Winner by death N Yutsuki Namikaze Hate says causing there to be silence as N had ended the match in less than a minute before a girl with a short black hair and pink eyes stands up and looks at N. She wears the standard attire of the Iwa Nin, consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, the brown Iwagakure flak jacket, fishnet tights and a skirt over them. She also wears regular shinobi sandals and a pair of gloves. I'll kill you. The girl yells and throws a kunai at N who disappears in a flash. Now, we all knew the risks, and I'm sure you wouldn't care if I died N says from behind her causing her to jump and turn around kunai in hand, but he is not there but talking to his friends. Hayate sighs as killing in the Chunin exams was not banned, and there could be no retaliation expect for in a battle, so it looked like the girl's out of luck. Hayate looks at the board to see two new people come up for the sixth match. Amoy vs Sakura Haruno Hayate announces causing all of the Kumo team to pat Amoy on the back for his bad luck, but Amoy was thinking something different. What if she acts weak but is actually the level of the Hokage and AHHHH? Amoy begins but is interrupted when Carrie kicks him hard sending him over the edge and in front of Hayate before Amoy gets up. Hajime Hayate says before disappearing as normal and suddenly Amoy's usual thoughtful face becomes serious as he draws his katana. You should give up now. Kumo will never beat Konoha Sakura says before throwing kunai at Amoy who just dodges due to the bad throw. Shut up and fight Amoy says before flashing through hand seals. Suiton Bakusui Shoha, exploding water colliding wave. Amoy says causing water to cover the arena, except for a small amount of elevated ground where Sakura had to stand as she couldn't water walk. Balcony. Clever. He knows how badly trained they are, so he created a situation where Sakura wasn't prepared for end comments, well aware that Kakashi was just a row behind him, causing Kakashi to sigh in shame. Arena. Amoy is standing on the water when he flashes through 25 hand seals before jumping up. Suiton Suryudan no Jutsu. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Amoy yells causing a large dragon made of water form and rush at Sakura, causing her to have to jump into the water or be crushed, which Amoy quickly capitalizes on by skating on the water with lightning chakra, the way N taught him NF through hand seals. Suro no Jutsu, Water Prison Technique, Amoy announces causing a sphere of water to surround Sakura and hold her in there causing Hayate to come over. Winner by restraint Amoy Hayate announces causing Amoy to release the prison and go back to balcony. Balcony. Such mastery over Suiton for a genin Kakashi mumbles, but N hears and turns around. Suiton isn't even his main affinity N comments causing a loud what? To come from the Konoha section as to have that much skill over element that wasn't your primary was Jonin level. What's your main affinity? Kakashi asks Amoy who just smiles. You'll find out next time. Unless a boulder falls on me or I fall in love OWWW. Amoy begins to rant but is stopped when Carrie grabs him by the ear. Arena. 7th match Tenten vs Abaku, no Tamari Hayate calls causing the girls to jump down. An. Same as canon. Tenten gets the worst opponent for her and gets her ass whooped. The next match is Shikamaru vs Kin, and we know how that goes again. Ninth match Samui Hito vs Choji Akimichi Hate says before jumping once more to the balcony, knowing the damage Kumo Nins can create. Aika no Jutsu, multi-size technique, Choji says causing him to become even more round meanwhile. Nikuden Sensha. Human bullet tank, Choji yells and begins to spin at Samui. Raiten Kwaru coil, Samui yells and creates a platform in front Choji that when he hits, sends him into the air where Samui wants him. Raiten Ryu. Samui yells as a dragon made of electricity materializes and strikes Choji, knocking him out. Height shunshin in before looking at Choji to see his is unconscious. Winner by knockout Samui Hito Height announces causing Samui to nod and shunshin away to the balcony. Balcony. Nice job Samui-chan. En says as Samui walks up to see her stop next to En was taken by Yujito, who was giving her a triumphant look, but Samui returns it when she looks at En. Thanks En, come can I sit here? Samui says as she points at En's lap before sitting down facing him with her assets in his face, causing En to become beet red and for all boys to be blasted backwards with nosebleed while thinking, lucky bastard. Yujito is seething in rage as she had thought she had won En. Sewer. The next battle is starting soon, En manages to stutter out before Samui turns around toward the battle, accidentally sitting somewhere she shouldn't be causing En to become so red, he is crimson. Samui-chan, could you move over a bit? En asks innocently causing Samui to give a not so innocent smirk. Oh like the Samui says before she moves her ass around it before settling back to where she was before. Your girlfriend is evil, you know that. Kurama comments before chuckling evilly. Yeah I know. I must control it En says to his tenant and made sure that Samui wasn't sitting on a rock. Arena. Time for the 10th match Kuritsuchi Kamizuru vs Ino Yamanaka Hate announces causing Ino and the girl from before to jump down. Hajime Hate says, and as soon as he does, Kuritsuchi appears in a shunshin and punches Ino in the face, knocking her out. There is silence from Konoha before Kakashi shunshins in and grabs his student. Winner by knockout, Kuritsuchi Kamizuru Hate announces causing the members from Konoha to bow their heads in shame. 11th match Aoi Daichi vs Konan Uzumaki Hate announces calling one of the genin from Konoha and Konan. Aoi and her team had been genin for 2 years but had failed last year's test. She was wearing a black shirt and pants along with 2 green sashes crossing her body and one going around her waist, which is what at her kunai pouch. Hajime. Hate yells before shunshining away. Aoi throws 2 kunai which Konan dodges before flashing 2 hand seals. Hamilton shuriken. Konan yells as 5 shuriken flies out of his sleeve at Aoi which she just barely dodges. Konan then calls them back making Aoi have to dodge once again before they begin to spin in between her hands. The shuriken unravel and mix with more paper until it turns into a large chakram easily as large as Konan. Hamilton chakram Konan yells as she throws the chakram at such a speed that it was a white blur, but Konan wasn't done as she threw 2 seals. Gyutin to Tapa. She says before blows out a large gust of wind that blows the chakram so fast that Aoi couldn't move out of the way and the chakram bisected her. Hate shunshins there and feels for a pulse to find none. Winner by death Konan Uzumaki Hate says provoking Konan to nod and disappear in a kami shunshin, paper shunshin. There is silence from Konoha as one of their own had been killed quickly with almost no resistance. Time for the 12th match Hinata Hyuga vs Jun Kazuhiro Hate says causing Hinata Hyuga who was dressed rather scandalously and a boy with a Kiri height 8 to jump down. He was wearing a blue jumpsuit with camouflage leg warmers, AN. Think Lee, but with blue jumpsuit and camouflage leg warmers. Also Hinata is in her Road to Ninja outfit. Hajime. Hate yells and Hinata immediately activates her by Akigen and gets into her Juken stance. Forfeit. You cannot stand up against the Hyuga. Hinata says however Jun ignores her NF through hand seals. AN. I really like RTN Hinata so in this story she will flirtatious and arrogant as Naruto N wasn't here to keep her grounded and eventually gave into the Hyuga arrogance. Fine. Face the power of the Hyuga. She yells as she slides forward and strikes Jun twice in each leg, making his knees buckle, but giving him enough time to finish his hand seals. Suiten Gashakism. Water release 5 feeding sharks. He yells and spits out 5 sharks made of water at Hinata who just smirks arrogantly. Haki Kusho. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, she says before doing 5 palm strikes and the sharks explode as if hit by an explosive tag. She then runs ahead and stands a foot away from Jun's disabled form and gets into a stance. You're in my field of divination Hinata says before striking Jun twice consecutively. She then does another 2 consecutive strikes to make 4. After that 4 consecutive strikes to make 8. She does another 8 consecutive strikes to make 16 before 16 more consecutive strikes to make 32. Lastly, another 32 consecutive strikes in succession to make a total of 64 strikes. Aki Rakujian show. Hinata says after shutting down 64 of Junest Tenketsu and knocking him out. Heiei checks on the Junest body and finds him to be unconscious. Winner by knockout Hinata Hyuga. Heiei says to the crowd making the Konoha section cheer. The 13-match Niji Hyuga vs Katsui Heiei announces before two genin jump down from the balcony. I'm not going to write this as you know what's going to happen. Niji says some BS about fate, kicks ass of opponent, etc. Winner by knockout Niji Hyuga Heiei announces before looking up at the board to see the next match. This is the longest Chunin exams ever. He thinks to himself. And Sabaku no Gaara and Sai come down please. Heiei says causing Gaara and a very pale boy in black jumps down. Sai has short black hair and black eyes which contrast with his very pale skin. He is usually seen carrying a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink in it. He wears a short black jacket with red straps and high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed. Hajime Heiei says causing Sai to jump back and open his scroll. He then pulls out ink and begins to draw on his scroll a lion which quickly comes to life and leaps at Gaara, who is standing where he was before. Gaara puts out one hand and his silver shoots out of his gourd and creates a sphere around the lion. Gaara then closes his hand into a fist, causing the sphere to constrict. Balcony. Interesting, Jitan and Sabuton, magnet release and sand release. Sai has ink techniques, but he won't survive end comments causing Yujito to look at him oddly. Be strong, he may survive Yujito responds causing Ann to look at her. No, Gaara won't let him end says matter-of-factly before turning back to the battle. Arena. Gin Shuriken, Silver Shuriken, Gaara says as the silver turns to Shuriken and fly through the air at Sai, who has to run horizontally to dodge however, runs into a pit of sand that Gaara has set. Tsubaku Kaiu, sand binding coffin, Gaara says as the sand traps Sai who now cannot move before Gaara holds out his open hand. Tsubaku Sozo, sand waterfall funeral, Gaara finishes as he closes his hand into a fist. The coffin around Sai constricts causing a large fountain of blood, Sai doesn't even have time to feel pain when he is liquefied. Heiei comes over and takes one look at Sai before facing the crowd. Winner by death Sabaku no Gaara Heiei says before Gaara disappears in a Suna Shunshin, but not before sending a look at En who smiles back. Balcony. He killed Sai Sakura says with her face in her hands. She may not have liked Sai, but he had gone to the academy with them and was a Konoha nin, and he had just been killed like it was nothing. You all knew the risks Kakashi says causing Sakura to nod before turning back to the matches. Arena. 15th match Shijiro vs Ichiro Isamu Heiei calls before two boys jump down. One boy is the teammate of Aoi Daichi and was wearing a grey shirt, black pants and a brown jacket on top of it. The other boy in a pale blue striped shirt, cow camouflage pants and glasses jumps down, but the most noticeable thing about him is a large bandaged sword with two handles. Balcony. Is that what I think that is? En says as he stares at the blade. I believe so. The competition just got scarier, Derry says as he too stares at the blade. What is it? Yujito asks frustratedly at not knowing what made what her boyfriend and sensei were looking at special. That is Hiramekure, one of the 7 swords of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen SHK, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, En says before staring at the boy. Hiramekure, the second most powerful sword of the set, En thinks to himself before focusing on the battle at an even closer level. Arena. Hajime. Heiei yells causing Chijiro to draw Hiramekure and channel chakra into it, causing the bindings to unravel, and to form a hammer which he swings and strikes Ichiro with it before he could react. Ichiro quickly goes flying into the wall however climbs out of the crater, only to be hit by the hammer, again knocking him out. All of Konoha is silent on how easily their genin are being beaten this entire tournament. 16th match Yuki Uzumaki vs Hadaka Kateshi Heiei announces causing Yuki and a boy in the same outfit as his teammate Takeshi, but with not katana, and he had a scar across the bridge of his nose and had long black hair. He gets into the fighting stance while Yuki just stays where she is. Hajime. Heiei yells before leaving, but neither move until Hadaka opens his mouth. I wonder how much Tsuchikage-sama would respect me if I got him a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Hadaka says causing Yuki to give him a bored look before she holds out her hand. Shinra Tensei she says sending a wave of gravity causing Hadaka flying, but he lands after a bit. Hadaka flashes through hand seals however Yuki would not allow him to. Asura Path she says causing rocket-powered roller skates to appear from the bottom of her feet, sending her across the floor at speeds greater than a shunshin and kicks Hadaka in the face. Hadaka then flies across the arena before striking the wall with enough force to create a crater before Yuki appears in front of him and places her hand on head. She closes her eyes as she reads his soul before scowling. You stole from, raped and killed innocent people in your missions, and for that, I pass judgment. Human path, Yuki says before pulling out Hadaka's soul and crushing it, damning him to oblivion. Winner by death, Yuki Uzumaki Hade instructs causing Kumo to cheer and for Yuki to shunshin back up to the balcony. Balcony? Congrats Yuki-chan. N says as Yuki sits in her seat and engages her team members in conversation. However, Sakura is red. How can you kill so easily? You're ending someone's life. Sakura questions, causing N to turn around with an "are you kidding" look. I'm not sure what you think a shinobi is, but we are weapons. We kill and we are killed, and if you cannot understand that, then you should just drop out of the ninja program so your team's safety is not threatened by your naivety, and scolds before turning back around. Arena. Time for the 17th match. Kari vs Hikari. Megami Hade calls, causing Kari to jump down along with the last member of the Kiri team. She has black hair and is wearing a long blue tunic that goes to her thighs and a pair of stockings along with her height 8 sideways on her head. Hajim. Hayate yells, causing Kari and Hikari to both jump back hole. They both flash through hand seals. Suiten Koku no Jutsu, water release black rain technique. Hikari announces the technique as a black mist rains down on the arena and Hikari pulls out a kunai with an explosive tag, aiming to set the flammable oil around Kari. Mateki Mugen Onsa, demonic flute phantom sound chains, Kari says before blowing a loud consistent whistle. Just as Hikari was about to throw the kunai, she found herself restrained by chains and couldn't move no matter how she tried. Let me end this, Kumo Ryu. Amatajiri, Kumo style. Front beheading, Kari yells as she slices her sword and bisects Hikari. Winner by death. Kari Hayate announces, causing Kari to shunshin up to the balcony before he looks at the board for the last time. For the final match, Kei Kagaya vs Goro Daisuke calls, causing Kei to sigh in relief before jumping down along with the last member of the Konoha team. Goro is wearing a red shirt, black pants and had bandages wrapped around his right leg and left arm, but thing most noticeable about him was the black ninjado on his back. Hajim. Hayate yells, causing Goro to draw his ninjado and do a vertical slice, which Kei just sidesteps and kicks him in the stomach. He effing lands before flipping through hand seals before putting a hand to his mouth. Hayten Hasenka no Jutsu, fire release Phoenix Age fire technique. He yells and shoots out many small fireballs out of his mouth. Kei knew she couldn't dodge them all, so she holds her left arm in front of her. Shikatsunyaku Shirudo, Shikatsunyaku shield, she calls, causing a 3-foot shield made of bone and then blocked all of the fireballs. Is that bone? Goro asks, causing Kei to nod and place a hand on her shoulder. Yes, I am one of the last users of the Shikatsunyaku bloodline, Kei says before pulling out a large bone sword. She then dashes forward and slices downward with her sword, which Goro just barely manages to block, but the bone sword just continues through the ninjado and through Goro's shoulder into his chest cavity, causing him to scream in pain, but is still alive. Winner Kei Kagaya. Medics Hade announces, causing medics to rush on and take Goro off to the hospital. Thank you for waiting this long. Now it is time for the final matchings. Hayate calls and hands out numbers to everyone. 1 Samui and Hinata say before looking at each other, Hinata smirking. 2 Yujito and Kuritsuchi say in unison before Kuritsuchi gets a smile so sinister that Orochimaru would be scared. He took my boyfriend, I'll take his girlfriend. 3 Amoy and Chijuro say before smiling, as they both knew it would be a battle of swordsmen. 4 Shino and Kankuro were next, but neither had much emotion on their faces. 5 Shikamaru and Tamari say too before looking at each other. 6 Conan and Kari say before sighing, as they knew that they might have to battle someone from their team. 7 Kei and Lee both say before smiling, Lee yelled youth, as they would both be fighting Taijutsu specialists. 8 Yuki and Niji say in unison, however there is no emotion in their faces. 9 Sasuke, Gaara and En say in unison. There is silence before they look at each other, all with psychotic grins. Congratulations for making it past the preliminaries. The finals will begin in 1 month, so you have time to practice. Dismissed Hate calls, so everyone goes back to their groups. Congratulations, but we should go before it gets dull, Derry says, making everyone nod in agreement before sunshining away after a long day. It was the day of the finals and everyone had changed their abilities. They had been sure to train separately unless they needed something from the Uzumaki compound library. En was in the same outfit as before, however now his Akatsuki cloak was hanging over his shoulders. An. Think Shanks from One Piece. He now had black highlights in his hair, a new tattoo with the kanji for tiger on his shoulder, and had a tiger claw on a necklace around his neck. But one of the most noticeable thing about him is that instead of his signature Sakabato katana, he had a different simple black katana, his Sakabato, and a sake bottle on his right hip. Flashback start. En had entered his seal and was searching through the artifacts when he remembers the scroll next to the tiger summoning scroll. He finds the scroll and opens it to suck in his breath in shock. Inside are the treasures of the Uzumaki clan, the sword of Kusanagi, the Yadamir, the Totsuka sword, the Nihongo, along with several other treasures. Then unseals the sword of Totsuka and the sword of Kusanagi and threads it through his obi before taking out the Nihongo and Yadamir. Isagi-chan says she requires real weapons as she doesn't have enough chakra to make weapons in her Susanoo. Maybe she could use these. En says to himself before he places the weapons on the ground and forms a ram sign. Tenso no jutsu, he says before the weapons disappear in a flash of white to Usagi's room in the compound. En smiles before he continues to look around, grabbing jutsu scrolls here and there until he sees a jutsu that he must learn. Rasengan En whispers under his breath before walking out of the seal, eager to master his father's signature jutsu. Flashback end. En had quickly mastered the jutsu due to reading his father's notes which he found in his father's office. The jutsu was truly a masterpiece as it didn't need hand seals and could be created in seconds. En had also made 3 variations of his father's Rasengan with Raiten, Suiton and Kaiten using thousands upon thousands of shadow clones. Overall much had happened and En had needed to get stronger considering what was going to happen to Konoha today. Yes, En knew about the invasion. Flashback start. En had a Rasengan in hand and was pumping Raiten chakra in it when he felt the distinct electrical imprint of Gaara. "You can come out now," En says without looking up from his Rasengan. "You interest mother," Yutsuki Gaara says, causing En to raise an eyebrow on how Gaara talked about Shukaku, but Kurama is laughing inside of the seal. Does he think Shukaku is a girl? Kurama says while rolling on the floor laughing. "How is your seal?" En says with concern, ignoring his partner who is crying from laughter in his head. "Why do you care?" Gaara says defensively, most likely listening to Shukaku in his head. "Because you are my brother in burden." En says, causing Gaara to freeze before lifting his shirt, allowing En to see the 3-column Fuinjutsu with no backdoors or siphons. "That seal is meant for containment of objects, not Bijuu." En says to Kurama, who nods in agreement. "Gaara, I can fix this seal. You could shut out Shukaku as you wanted and it will allow you to sleep. You may also get greater control over your sand," En says to his fellow Jinchuriki, who sits there for a moment before nodding. "Lay down and lift your shirt," En instructs, and Gaara does so. En creates a cage Bunshin who nods in understanding before En flashes through hand seals. "Hibi I Hitsuji Usagi Inu Notori Yuma Hibi clap hands," En thinks in his head as he performs the Fuinjutsu. "Fuinjutsu Kagami, Fuinjutsu Mirror," En says as he rips off the 3-column seal, requiring his clone to hold back Shukaku who was now buckling out, but by then the Fuinjutsu was finished. There was a large blast of chakra and upon Gaara's stomach was the Haki no Fuin Shiki, a trigram sealing style, the same seal that En had upon his own stomach. Gaara slowly gets up, tries his sand to find it is moving at speeds greater than previously. Thank you," he says before thinking for a moment. "There is going to be an invasion in Konoha during the finals," Gaara says, causing En to shoot upwards. "What?" he yells in surprise. "Tsuna and Odo have an alliance to attack Konoha during our battle. They want me to summon Moth Shukaku in the village, but I am tired of living under my father's rule." Gaara says, causing En to memorize the information and think for a moment. "You can join Kumo if you want. I have a friend who could sneak you out during the invasion." En offers, causing Gaara to think. He would be leaving behind his family, his village, but he would get new opportunities in Kumo. "Okay, I'll go with you," Gaara decides, causing En to smile widely. "Act normally and my friends will find you during the invasion, see you soon," Gaara En says, causing Gaara to nod and shunshin away. En then writes 3 notes, one to his father, one to Usagi and one to Haku. "Invasion, huh? Show me what you got," Orochi T-Man says before practicing his elemental Rasengan. Flashback end. En appears in the living room in a flash to see everyone getting ready and looking different. Carrie, En had heard was being trained by Kumo's Jinjutsu specialist, C, and now had the flute En had gave her that was made of chakra metal. Yujito had been trained by Dodai and was now supporting 2 Wakizashas strapped across her back. Samui looked similar but was now supporting a jug on her hip and a metal bubble blower. Amoy was now supporting the Kiba blades which En had given him when he had found it during his adventures with the Akatsuki, but he was also supporting a tattoo of the kanji for lightning on his shoulder. "So you found a successor," En thinks as he looks at Derry. Hey, Konan and Yuki looked the exact same, except that Yuki now had 2 jans strapped to her hip that was made out of her chakra rods that were melted down and reforged by En. "I must say we are quite a fearsome looking group," C comments, causing everyone to nod in agreement. "Let's go." En yells in excitement before jumping through the window, destroying it. His friends sigh and follow him through until it is only Derry and C. "Should we go?" Derry asks, causing C to nod before jumping out the hole in the wall. "I'll take the door," Derry says before walking out the door. Arena. They enter the arena, which is much larger than the preliminaries arena and had a cage box and had many people from across the nations. Looks like we're popular, N comments as they get into line, getting a snicker from K. And wait for this to get started, N says before looking to the cage box. Cage box. Okage-sama, thank you for inviting us. The Sandaime Raikage says to the Sandaime Hokage. Oh, of course Raikage-sama. After all, your village has the most genin in the finals, the Hokage says to the father of N. Okage-sama, you appear to be missing a genin, the Kazekage comments, causing Hiruzen to internally smirk. Orochimaru, your greed and obsession about that boy will be your downfall. Yes, the Hokage knew about the invasion as N had told only the higher-ups. Flashback start. N flashes right inside of the Hokage's office and surprisingly, no Anbu attacked him. Hello N-kun, what could I do for you? Hiruzen asks, and that is when N notices the other person in the room. A tall man with waist-length spiky white hair usually tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. Wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese jeta, wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. Hello Iro Senin, N says, causing the man to glare at him before realizing something. Blonde hair, blue eyes, whiskers, it's Naruto. Kid, I've been looking for you for years. Jiraiya says, causing N to scowl. His father had wanted Jiraiya there at his birth as he was the godfather, but Jiraiya said he was busy with his research. Maybe if Jiraiya was there, his parents may have been alive, but he did not hate the Toad Sennin, as if his parents had been alive, then he never would have ended up in Kumo, so things worked out. I have been raised by my family in Kumo, and I am happy there. I have also blossomed to become an S-rank shinobi known as the Raijin, N says to Jiraiya, who sucks in his breath. This kid was an S-rank shinobi at 13 and was the fastest man alive. I know you're strong, kid, but I would like for you to sign the Toad contract, Jiraiya says in an attempt to win over N, who just shakes his head. Sorry Iro Sennin, but I have a contract and in fact, I am the Tora Sennin, Tiger Sage, N says before facing Hiruzen. Now back to why I came here. Suna and Odo are going to attack. What? Hiruzen yells, but Jiraiya just nods as it made sense. Call the council and don't bring Danzo, I think he is in league with Orochi team, N says, causing the Hokage to nod and for Jiraiya to grin, as that is what he used to call Orochimaru as well. N-kun, please come with us to the council. Hiruzen begs, causing N to sigh before nodding. Council room. What is he doing here? A civilian asks rather rudely, causing N to scowl as Kumo did not have a civilian council and only had a single civilian member who was the representative for all of the civilian. We must ask the same thing, as it is highly irregular for someone who is not a Konoha shinobi to be in front of the council, Shikaku Nara comments, causing Hiruzen to nod as he saw this coming. Yutsuki is an S-rank ninja and child of our own Yondaime Hokage Anaka no Shai, but also is the adopted child of the Sandaime Raikage, Hiruzen says, causing there to be silence before pandemonium erupts. Why is the child of our Hokage in Kumo? Kaharu yells, saying what all of the civilian council is thinking. Minato-kun had a child with that red-headed slut. Sakura's mother, Banshee Haruno, screeches much like her daughter. And what did you call my mother? N says with white lightning sparking along his body, causing Banshee to shiver in fear from Kai and refuse to answer, causing the lightning to recede back into his body. May I ask N-san, but are you the Raijin? Shikaku asks, causing N to look at Hiruzen and Jiraiya with a surprised look, which they just return with a shrug. Yes. I am the Raijin and the fastest man alive, N says, causing the Shinobi Council to sigh as they had lost the next flash to Kumo. This is a shinobi matter, so the civilian and elder councils should go. You can't kick us out. Kaharu yells, causing N to raise an eyebrow. The civilian and elder councils are only needed in matters concerning the financials of the village, N says, causing the councils to become enraged but leave when they see the Anbu jump down. Back to why I came here, Suna and Odo will invade in the finals of the Chunin exams, N says, causing the council to suck in breath in surprise. What? Suna is our allies. Sum says, causing Jiraiya to nod in agreement. I had heard that the Wind Daimyo is giving less missions to Suna and more to us. Jiraiya says, causing everyone to nod, as that would make sense. I think you have a rat in your ranks. I don't trust Danzo or anyone below Jonin, so I would just tell your more experience, Jonin, N says, causing the Hokage to nod before N looks at his watch. Kumo knows about the invasion as well and has offered to help. Thanks, all I know. John, N says before he disappears in a flash, causing the Konohanins to sigh in relief and sadness. Relief that we're now going to be prepared and that Kumo offered to help, but sad that they had lost an S-rank shinobi and the legacy of their greatest hero. Flashback end. My name is Heiichi Echo and I am the proctor of the third exam. Heiichi says, causing a loud cheer to come from the crowd. He did not die as Hate was informed about the invasion and was extra careful. Balcony. Wait. They can't begin without Sasu-kun. Guess who said that? Don't worry, he has until his match to get here. Ino responds. Page booth. It seems the Uchiha doesn't understand the idea of being prompt Z comments causing the Kazekage to nod in agreement. His sensei is Kakashi Haddock, so maybe he inherited his sensei's streak of tardiness, the Hokage responds, causing the other cage to shrug before turning to the match which was about to begin. Arena. For our first match, will Samui Hito and Hinata Hyuga please enter the arena, Hate says causing Samui and Hinata to jump down to the floor. They both get ready, Hinata in her Juuken stance and Samui just standing normally. Hajime Hate yells before sunshining away. Samui flashes through hand seals quickly before finishing. Branton Riaiza Sakasu. Storm release laser circus. She announces causing many laser beams to erupt from her hands and shoot at Hinata who just smirks arrogantly. Shugahaki Rakujian show, protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms, she says before striking all of beams with her fingertips coated in chakra, blocking them all. Samui scowls for a second before she dips her bubble blower in her jug, her soap jug not her other jugs. Santoka, acid permeation, Samui says before blowing a bubble at Hinata who gives a arrogant smirk. Really? Bubbles. Hinata says before striking the bubble with a single Juken strike, causing it to pop and spray her right hand with acid, burning her. Hinata then activates her Byakugan, but could not see Samui. You rely on your Byakugan too much, Samui says from behind Hinata, causing Hinata to turn around in shock, as she did not know there was a blind spot to the Byakugan to see Samui with her bubble blower out. Blinding bubble technique, Samui says before blowing a bubble that explodes right in front of Hinata's face, sending red powder into Hinata's eyes. I can't see. She yells, but by then Samui has her tanto to her neck. Hate looks at the situation before he decides to call the match. Winner, Samui Hito. Hate calls as medics rush in and grab Hinata who is flailing. The crowd is silent as this girl had just defeated the Hyuga princess and had discovered and exploited a blind spot in the all-seeing eye of the Byakugan. Next match is going to be between Yujito Nai and Kuritsuchi Kamizuru. May you two ladies coming down. Hate calls causing Kuritsuchi to jump down from the balcony and for Yujito to appear in a high shunshin, fire shunshin. Both girls get ready for battle, Kuritsuchi in a normal battle stance and Yujito to pull out both wakizashis from their sheaths. Hajime. Hate calls and Kuritsuchi F through hand seals at a fast speed. Otendasa Kiryu, Earth release Earth and Stone Dragon, Kuritsuchi announces causing a large dragon made of stones to come from the ground and shoots at Yujito, who jumps into the air and slices in an X formation, sending 2 waves of blue flame at the dragon. The dragon hits the flames and gets instantly cut in 4 pieces, causing Kuritsuchi to scowl at her most powerful Doten technique taken down so easily. Heiten Karyu Enden. Fire release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Yujito yells before blowing out a blue dragon made of flame at Kuritsuchi and hits her dead on. Hate was about to call in, but the flames recede to see Kuritsuchi covered in stones. She runs at Yujito who shakes her head on how ungraceful and slow she was and just appears behind Kuritsuchi, one wakizashi at her neck and the other at her heart, causing Kuritsuchi to stop in her tracks. I would yield as these wakizashis are charged with Raiten chakra and Raiten beats Doten, so I can rip through this armor like paper, Yujito explains in a cold tone causing Kuritsuchi to nod. I yield, Kuritsuchi says causing Yujito to nod and pull away her swords. Winner by surrender, Yujito Nai. Hate calls before both girls go up to the bleachers. The next match is between Amoy of Kumo and Chijuro of Kiri. Hate calls next causing both Kenjutsu practitioners to jump downwards. They both get ready before they look at Hate who nods. Hajime. He yells causing both swordsmen to jump back and flip through identical hand seals. Suiton Bakusui Shoha, water release exploding water colliding wave, they yell in unison before flooding the arena in water, causing them to both stand on the water. Chijuro then pulls out Hiramekure and place it in front of him. Hiramekure Kaiho. Hiramekure unleashing. Chijuro announces causing the bandages to unravel and turn to a hammer which he slams onto the water, sending a large wave at Amoy. Kiryu. Flying Dragon. Amoy yells and creates a 20-foot blade made of lightning before slicing downwards and splitting the wave in half. Flashback start. N. I need your help. Amoy yells as he enters N's section of the training ground to see trees on fire and N in the center of it. Yo. What I need? N asks as he causes the flames to disappear. My opponent has the range advantage on me, and what if he keeps me there and he gets me, and Amoy explains before N claps a hand on his shoulder to stop his rant. Okay, I got something for you, N says before dragging Amoy back towards another training ground that is not on fire. Flashback end. Raijin Sandabaruto, lightning release lightning bolt, Amoy says as he holds out his palms and generate lightning in each hand before plunging them into the water, sending a bolt of electricity that shocks Chijuro for long enough for Amoy to flash a ram sign. Raijin Kuroponsa. Amoy yells before a Black Panther appears around Amoy and leaps at Chijuro, knocking him unconscious from the volts of electricity. There is silence before Hayate walks up and checks Chijuro before facing the crowd. Winner by knockout, Amoy. Hayate calls causing the medics to grab Chijuro and take him to the hospital. Page booth. Raikage-sama, you now have 3 users of Kuroi Kaminari, Black Lightning, and a user of Shiroten, White Release. You also have 3 Jinchuriki and the 3 fastest men alive. It seems like your village has become much stronger. Orochimaru, dressed as the Kazekage, comments. Yes, our village has been blossoming very much recently, unlike yours. I've been sorry to hear, A says to the Kazekage innocently, who frowns at the jab. Yes, but we have much young talent that I am sure will bring our village back and will win this tournament, Orochimaru says, causing the Hokage to raise an eyebrow. Despite the fact that out of all the villages here beside Kiri and Iwa, you have the least genin in the finals, the Hokage says, and gets no response, making him inwardly grin, as he had pushed some of Orochimaru's buttons. Arena. Will Shino Aburam and Sabaku no Kankuro. Hayate calls, making Shino jump down. How Kankuro stays in his seat. Proctor-san, I would like to forfeit, Kankuro says as to get his brother's match to start sooner. Due to Sabaku no Kankuro's forfeit, Shino Aburam will pass on to the second round, Hayate says before a large boo erupts from the crowd. On to the next match between Shikamaru Nara and Sabaku no Tamari. Will the 2 participants please come down? Hayate asks, causing the blonde and pineapple-haired ninjas to jump down. And I will skip this match as we know who wins and how he does it. Balcony. Wow, that was clever, and comments as he looks at the battle. Yeah, Shikamaru has an IQ of 200. Asuma, who along with the rest of the Konohinin, was in the row behind Kumo in the bleachers. No way. Yujito says as she looks at Asuma with shock. Yeah, really high, huh? He has the highest IQ in the land of fire. Asuma say with pride in his student, but Yujito just shakes her head. Ben, that's the same as you? Yujito comments, causing all of Konoha to get wide eyes. What? All of the Konohanins yell, causing Ann to look at them. I took an IQ test when I was 10 and I got a score of 200 as well. I haven't taken one in 3 years though, so it could be different, but I am the smartest person in the land of lightning, and comments, causing the Konohanin to look shocked. Arena. Perry of Kumo and Konan Uzumaki come down for your match, Hayate announces, causing Carrie to jump down and for Konan to appear in a flurry of paper. Hajim. Hayate calls, causing both girls jump back. Konan reaches into her sleeve, but Carrie has her flute up to her before Konan could attack. Vateki Mugen Ansa, demonic flute phantom sound chains, Carrie says, causing Konan to lose control of her limbs. However, Konan dispels the jutsu just in time to block a slice that would have maimed her. Konan then throws a bunch of shuriken at Carrie, who blocks them, only for when her sword touches them, they explode. Hamilton Baki shuriken, paper release exploding shuriken, she says before she takes several explosive tags and with her mind folds them into the form of a spear. Hamilton Isu, paper release sharp spear, Konan says before throwing the spear at such a speed that it was a blur and Carrie couldn't dodge and it stuck her shirt to the wall. The elder I set off the spear, Konan threatens, causing Carrie to sigh. I surrender, Carrie says, causing Konan to get rid of the spear and for Hayate to walk up. Winner by forfeit, Konan Uzumaki. Hayate announces, causing both girls to go back to the balcony. Can Rock Lee and Kei Kagaya please come down for their match? Hayate asks, causing Kei to appear in a shunshin, but Lee jumps down from the balcony and lands in a crater. Youth. Lee yells before him and Kei stand in front of Hayate. Lee had one hand at her hip and a fist and the other hand open in front of him, while Kei had both hands in front of her in fists. Hajim. Hayate yells, causing both of them to shoot forward and meet each other in the middle, fists clashing. Lee however quickly pushes Kei's hand to the side before kicking her away, although Kei lands on her feet and flashes through hand seals. This is my ultimate defense, Dotendomu, Earth Release Earth Spear, Kei says before her body turns a darker color. Fine, then let us fight as equals. Kaiman, Kaiman, Seiman, Shoman, Toman, Kai. Lee says, causing chakra to erupt from him, his skin to turn red and for his hair to go upwards. Kei reinforces her fists, shins and chests by thickening the bones there. Lee dashes a Kei fist out to punch her in the face, but Kei blocks it with her right shin in a form of extreme flexibility before extending her foot into a sidekick that strikes Lee in the face, causing him to fly backwards, but does a somersault and lands, causing a crater. Lee. Take them off. I'll make an exception. Mido Guy yells from the bleachers, causing Lee to take off his leg warmers, and when he drops them on the floor, they create a large crater. Balcony. That's too much. Asuma says to Guy, who just waves his hand at his peers, but N just sighs. Unseal them, Kei. N yells, causing K to nod and for the Jonin to give him a shocked look. Arena. Resistant seals Kai. K says, causing a crater around her. Balcony. You can make those. Kurenai asks N, who just nods. What are those? Sakura questions, causing Kurenai to look at her. Those are seals made to increase the resistance of air to the user, increasing the body's strength. They were created by our very own Yondaime Hokage to replace weights. Asuma explains, causing the Konoha ninjas to look in shock at the possibilities of that seal. Why don't we all use those? Sakura asks, asking what all the genin were thinking. Only someone with a level 7 or higher seal mastery can make them, or otherwise the resistant seals can increase resistance hundreds of times, or they could not be able to be taken off, Asuma says, causing Sakura to scowl, as maybe then she could become stronger and Sasuke would fall in love with her. Arena. Both Taijutsu masters dash forward speeds that only Jonin, with a few exceptions, and Up could see and exchange blows that caused shockwaves. Although Kei could stand up to Lee's strikes with her reinforced skeleton and Domu active, Lee was faster and was kick Kei into the air and perform the shadow of the dancing leaf on her before restraining her in bandages. Amit Renge, front lotus, Lee calls as he begins to spin him and Kei before pile driving her into the ground, causing a large slam upon impact and a puff of smoke. For a second there is silence until Lee hobbles out, gates closed and extremely tired. Hayate was about to call the match when Kei walks out of the dust cloud close to unharmed. How? Lee asks as he falls to one knee. I reinforced the top of my head with Shikatsunyaku chakra to create a helmet of sorts, then charged that with Doten to make it as hard as steel, which allowed me to reduce the damage of the Amit Renge, although it hurt like hell, Kei says as she rubs her head at the pain. Your flames of youth burn brightly, Lee says before falling forward unconscious. Winner by knockout, Kei Kagaya Hayate announces, causing a large round of applause to erupt from the crowd from the good match. Will Yuki Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga please come down for their match? Hayate says, causing both to jump down and get into fighting stances. Hajime. Hayate calls before sunshining away to avoid Niji's vacuum palm, which Yuki dodges. Give up, fate has declared me the winner, Niji declares, but Yuki just ignores him and kicks him in the chest, sending him flying into the wall, but he crawls out of the crater and lunges at Yuki, who once again dodges. He then keeps going for Juiken strikes, which Yuki just continues to dodge until she gets tired and pulls out her Jan. She then moves in so fast Niji couldn't move and stabs him in the shoulder before disrupting his chakra, causing him to lose control over his body and fall to his knees. Just give up, you are outmatched, Yuki says, causing Niji to glare and try to move, but Yuki just places his other Jan at his neck, causing him to stop. Stop bitching about pain and grow up. You are in your own world and you think the world is just trying to cause you pain, but everyone has experienced pain and they are dealing with it. Otherwise you are nothing but a baby crying over spilled milk, she scolds before striking Niji in a pressure point, knocking him out. Winner by knockout, Yuki Uzumaki Hayate announces, causing the medics to take Niji away to wrap up the shoulder wound and for Yuki to shunshin away to the balcony. Balcony. Time for my match. N yells as he gets up and begins to stretch. Looks like it will just be you against Gaara as Sasuke isn't here, Samui comments, but N feels the bioelectricity of two familiar people enter. Nope, he's here, N says as he watches Sasuke and Kakashi appear in a shunshin. Are we late? Kakashi asks, causing Hayate to shake his head. Just in time, Hayate comments, causing Kakashi to nod and disappear in a shunshin. Will Sabaku no Gaara and Enyutsuki Namikaze please come down? Hayate asks, causing Gaara to soon a shunshin down there and for N to flash. Hajime. Hayate yells, causing Sasuke to lunge at N, who dodges easily. His speed is increased, but I am not the fastest man alive for no reason, N thinks before throwing shuriken at Gaara, who dodges. Sasuke then runs at Gaara and tries punch him, however blocks his sand blocks his strike. His old sand would have not been able to block it, but with the new seal, it was faster than ever. Sasuke however keeps trying to attack his and gets frustrated when he couldn't get past the defense. Sasuke then flashes through several hand seals before grabbing his hand as lightning gathers in his hand. That fool. He taught him how to harness that jutsu. N thinks before holding out his own hand to gather chakra there until it forms a perfect sphere made of chakra. A loud gasp comes from the crowd when they see the jutsu, as it was one of the most famous jutsu in history. Todori. Sasuke yells as he charges at Gaara, but N flashes in front of him and clashes his jutsu with Sasuke's. Rasengan. N yells before there is large explosion and both ninjas are sent flying. N manages to flip and land on his feet despite skidding while Sasuke hits the wall. They would have engaged again, however hundred of feather fall over the arena, making everyone drowsy, however the ninjas quickly dispel the genjutsu. There is then a large puff of smoke in the cage booth and several shouts. So it's begun, N says as he looks at Gaara, who nods before he flashes to help his father in the cage booth. Hello Saratobi-sensei, the Kazuki says before he rips off his robes to reveal the snake pedophile himself. Orochimaru. Just as we suspected. Jiraiya confirms, causing Orochimaru to raise an eyebrow. Suspected? Orochimaru asks, causing Hiruzen to smile. Then Kun here found out about this invasion ahead of time as we were prepared, Hiruzen says, causing Orochimaru to briefly frown before smiling again. No matter, you will still die, Kumo with you, Orochimaru says boldly, causing N to face the barrier. Kumo. Today we fight for Konoha. N says with his voice laced with Kurama's chakra, so it travels over Konoha. N then makes 100 Raijin clones who all nod and go out to help Konoha. We outnumber you 6-1. You may be strong, but you cannot defeat 6S rank shinobi, A says, causing Orochimaru to give a huge smirk. Do you? Kuchi Yasudo Tensei, summoning impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru says before slamming his palm into the floor and summoning 5 coffins. One has the kanji for 1, the other has the kanji for 2, another one says 4. The last 2 has seal on 1, and the last coffin says red. You bastard. N says before the coffins open. Inside of the coffins is Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. They look just the way they did when they died, however, just in a state of minor decay. Where are we? The Nidaime Shinobi no Kami asks, causing his brother to look around. It appears my jutsu has been used on us, Tobirama comments, causing Hashirama to look around and see his wife, causing him to smile. Mito-chan, you are as beautiful as ever, Hashirama flirts, causing his wife to smile, and for Tobirama to roll his eyes, which Hashirama catches. You're such a prude, Toby. Maybe you should have set him up, Mito-chan, Hashirama says before looking at Mito, who just sighs. Hashi-kun, we are dead, Mito says with a sweat drop, causing her husband to smile sheepishly. Alrighty, says, causing everyone to sweat drop. Dusan. Kushina yells when she sees Hashirama before she realizes what she says and shuts her mouth. An. I took out a generation, so Tsunade is actually the daughter of Hashirama and N is his grandson. What did you say? Orochimaru asks, but Kushina refuses to answer. He then places a kunai into her that makes her listen to him. My birth name is Kushina Senju Uzumaki, and I am the little sister of Tsunade Senju. I was born in Yuzu and was sent to Konoha as a child, Kushina admits, causing everyone to look at her in shock, while Kushina looks around before seeing her son all grown up. Naruto. Kushina yells, causing Minato to look at the boy in shock before he notices the Kumo headband. Hello Ka-san, although I go by NN comments, causing Minato's confusion to greeten as only Kumo-nin have a letter as a name. Why do you have a Kuma Kushina? Minato questions before he realizes that his wife did something. Will Ikinda ask your rival A to adopt Naruto here, Kushina says with an extremely sheepish look, causing everyone to once again sweat drop. Enough. The reunion is over. Orochimaru says before he places kunes in their heads that causes them to lose control over their movements, but didn't suppress their personalities. I can seal them, guys, but I need you to restrain them, N says, causing everyone to look at him with confused looks. How? Jiraiya asks, causing N to draw his Totsuka with his right hand, causing the spectral blade to extend. I am the holder of the sword of Totsuka and the sword of Kusanagi, N comments, causing Orochimaru to shake his head in a smirk before drawing his own Kusanagi. I am the holder of the sword of Kusanagi, he says smugly, causing N to shake his head. That toothpick? Did the snakes give it to you? N asks, causing Orochimaru to hesitate before nodding. By summons, the Tiger clan said that the snakes created a fake so that they seemed more powerful. N says before his family. We should split up. Hiruzen Jiji, take Orochi team. Pops, take Hashirama Jiji, as I think you are the only one besides me who can cut through his Mokuton. A Nai, take Tobirama Jiji. B Nai, take Ka-san as she is the Kenjutsu expert. Hiro Senin, take on Mito Bachan, and I recommend Sage Mode. I got 2 Sen, N says, causing everyone to nod and spread out until it is only N and Minato. I don't think you can keep up, Sachi Minato comments before throwing a kunai, which N dodges. However, Minato flashes to it and tries to stab N in the heart, but N just flashes behind him and has his Kusanagi to his neck. Dusan, I am the fastest man alive, and today, we decide who is the fastest man in history, N says, causing his father to flash away with a smirk. Let's get serious then, Minato says before closing his eyes, and when he opens them, they have a bar in the middle. Let's dance, N says before black tiger stripes appear on his face, his hair turns white, and when he opens his eyes, the sclera was blue, and he has only a pupil. He then draws his Kusanagi, and he and his father disappear in 2 flashes, one white, one yellow. Z versus Hashirama. Oh, you're M's son. Hashirama realizes as he and the Raikage engage into jutsu until Z activates his Raiten no Yoroi and kicks the Shadame in the chest. Hello Hashirama-sama, Z says before he forms the ram hand seal. Raijin Kuropansa. Lightning release Black Panther. Z yells before a panther made out of lightning erupts from his body and races toward Hashirama, who flashes through two-hand seals. Mokuten Hijutsu Jukai Koten. Wood release secret technique nativity of a world of trees. Hashirama yells the name of his signature jutsu before hundreds of trees come from the rooftop and turn the rooftop into a forest. The trees block the Kuropansa and continues to push upwards, trying to pierce Z, who just holds out his hand. Ikakuzuki. Hell stab. Z yells before slicing through all of the branches like butter, however they kept coming. Damn, this is annoying, Z comments as he tries to get through the forest of trees. Versus Tabarama. Suiten Daibakushi Shoha. Water release great exploding water colliding wave. Tabarama yells and materializes a huge wave of water from the moisture in the air. Shit. He really is the greatest Suiten practitioner ever. He thinks before he uses lightning to boost his jump into the tree to avoid the wave before he jumps on top of the water, which has now flooded the area in 3 feet of water. He then activates his Raiten no Yoroi and disappears in a shunshin and reappears behind Tabarama. Arado. Lariat. He yells as he slams his lightning-covered arm through the Nidame Hokage's back. Tabarama flies forward and manages to flip and then disappear in a yellow flash before reappearing on a tree where his seal was. Damn it. One of the only jutsus faster than me and he uses it. A curses before trying to strike the Nidame Hokage. Jiraiya vs Mito. Guchiyus no Jutsu. Summoning technique, Jiraiya announces before slamming his palm onto the floor and 2 small toads appear in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya-kun, why are we here? Fukasaku asks, causing Jiraiya to point at Mito, who is standing there. I need your help, Pa. Jiraiya says, causing Shima to look at Fukasaku. It seems urgent. Do you need to go into sage mode? Shima asks, causing Jiraiya to nod. Shima and Fukasaku then jump and fuse to Jiraiya's shoulders, causing Jiraiya's nose to grow bigger and gains warts, his teeth turn sharp, he gains excess hair, his goatee, and toad-like eyes. He immediately starts doing hand seals and then bends over. Senpo Kabari Senbon. Sage Art Hair Needle Senbon. He yells before Senbon made of hair shoot at Mito, who holds a seal in front of her, which creates a barrier that blocks the Senbon. I remember you. You were my daughter's love interest. Mito says, causing a fire to light in Jiraiya's eyes. I will survive for Tsunade Haim. Jiraiya thinks before flashing through hand seals. Filler B vs Kushina. So you're my son's brother, Kushina says skeptically before drawing her katana and getting into the Mizahim, water princess, stance that had made her a legend. I float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, I'm a really cool guy, my name is Killer B. B raps before he gets into his acrobat stance, with the first 2 are held in the hinge joint of his right and left arm, another between his shoulder blade and neck, one in his mouth, under his left armpit, another between the hip joint of his right, raised leg, and the back leg of the same raised leg. Kushina looks at it skeptically, but that leaves when B jumps in the air and begins to spin in like a buzzsaw. The blades came from random angles, and Kushina couldn't block them all. Killer B yells as he continues to push back Kushina, who just sweat drops at her son's brother's weirdness. With Gaara. Gaara walked to the side of the arena to see a note that says trust the frozen crow N. He turns around to see 2 girls standing there. One of them was older than him and was wearing the same cloak as N, while the other, in Gaara's opinion, was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She was his age and had on a blue kimono that hugged her frame, but the thing he found most attractive was her eyes. They were warm but were also pained like someone who had experienced pain but survived it. Are you Gaara? The girl in the Akatsuki cloak asks, causing Gaara to nod. Who are you? Gaara asks hesitantly. N sent us to bring you back to Kumo, the pretty girl said before she forms a crow made of ice. Gaara nods as that must be a bloodline, so N knew that he should only trust someone who can make the frozen crow. They start tree hopping away from the destruction when Gaara realizes something. What are your names? Gaara asks the girl in blue. My name is Haku Mamachi and she is Usagi Uchiha, Haku says, causing Gaara to nod, and they tree hop silently. At the academy. One of N's clones appears in a flash to see his teammates and pantherly defending the Konoha Academy. Black Panthers, waves of gravity, exploding shuriken are flying at the Odo and Sunanin, but the waves keep coming. Eyes need help. N asks a tan-skinned Chunin with black hair and a ponytail and a scar going across his nose. Yes. He says, causing N to place his hand on the wall and imagine the seal he wants. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu Ryu Gentishin. Uzumaki sealing style magic lantern. N says before 4 seals imprint themselves onto the academy. N then calls 4 more clones to come to the academy, causing them to appear in a flash before they go to the seal and place their hands on it. Shisekinjin, 4 red yang formation, they announce before a large red barrier surrounds the academy. The ninjas stop attacking and one ninja decides to experiment and touch the barrier. Instantly he burns to ash, causing the ninjas to yell in rage that they couldn't get through. They then turn around to see several other red barriers surround other important things in Konoha like the Hokage monument. And then stands up and F through 2 hand seals. Lower the front wall. Kinten go Kameke Aku. Gold release Great Fire Annihilation, he yells, causing the front wall to disappear, but only for a tidal wave of golden flames to replace it. The flames wash over the Suna and Odonin, incinerating them and leaving nothing but ash. What's your name? The Chunin with the scar asks when the battle ends. Then Yutsuki Namikaze, yours? N asks, causing the Chunin to look in shock as a noble is caring about his name. Iruka Yamino Iruka says, causing N to nod before he focuses on protecting the academy. But Naruto and Minato. The battle was like nothing seen before, as it was nothing but flashes as the 2 fastest men in history battled. N was supporting a gash across his chest, however his father was missing an arm due to anything the sword of Kusanagi cuts cannot be regenerated. Let's end this in one move, Minato says before readying a Rasengan in hand. Sure, just jutsu, no flashing, N says, causing Minato to nod. N forms a Rasengan in his right hand and Tanbajiri in his left before colliding them, causing the jutsus to merge into a spear form. You really has surpassed me, N, Minato thinks to himself before running forward. Rasengan. Minato yells as he runs, causing N to switch the way he grabbed his spear to like a javelin. He then throws it at a speed so fast, it was a blur. He threw it. Minato questions before his Rasengan collides with the spear. Rasengan. Spiraling spear. N yells, causing the Rasengan to destabilize, causing a large explosion of lightning, sending Minato flying into a tree. N flashes next to him and holds his Totsuka blade next to his neck. You have surpassed me in every way, and no matter where you live, I love you. Minato says, causing N to have a lone tear before he stabs his father through the neck, causing his soul to enter the sake jug. Everyone get them together. N yells, causing there to be no movement for a bit before everyone somehow gets their opponents into the same location. Everyone get behind me. I want to end this now. N yells before closes his eyes and concentrates before raising one palm to the sky, causing storm clouds to gather. Orochimaru's eyes widen in fear when he sees the clouds. Stop him now. Orochimaru yells, but he is too late as N opens his eyes and points one finger at Orochimaru and the Ito Tenseis. Kirin. N yells, causing a lightning dragon made of real lightning to come from the sky and strike the group, causing a large explosion. There is silence, and then a breeze blows through to see the blast only got Mito, and everyone else had managed to get underneath a combination wood-water barrier crafted by the 2 Hokages. Damn it, I wanted to get them all. N says before he feels Tobirama use a familiar technique. Raijin, flying thunder god slash, Tobirama says, trying to stab N, however N just flashes behind him and stabs him through the stomach with the sword of Totsuka, similar to his father's Raijin no Dan. Good job, great nephew. The ninja world is in good hands, Tobirama says before his soul is sucked into the sword of Totsuka. I'm sorry, Kasen, N says before he appears behind her in a flash and stabs her, however she blocks his blade. She goes for an overhead slice, but N dodges before kicking her in the stomach and flashes behind her, sending her flying into his sword. Respect women, but don't let them push you around, you're my child, so don't eat too much ramen. Don't read too much of your godfather's trash and have fun, don't train too much. I love you, Sachi. Kushina instructs before her soul goes into the sake jar, causing N to start to sob. N then turns around, tears falling down his face, and glares at Orochimaru with hate. Orochimaru, I swear upon the heavens that Yaoyu will die. N proclaims before he flashes through hand seals. Hinten go Kameke Aku. N yells before blowing a wall of golden flames at Hashirama, who constructs a wall of wood to block the flames. N looks at his family and sees they are all tired. This ends now. N says before flashes next to Hashirama and kicks him into the air. N then flashes next to Hashirama, who looks him in the eye. I trust the future of the shinobi world to you, may you one day take my title, Hashirama says, causing N to look at him in shock. It isn't every day that the shinobi no kami praises you and says he wishes for you to become the next shinobi no kami. N shakes his head and then does an axe kick that would make Tsunade proud, sending Hashirama into the roof next to Orochimaru. Everyone get out of the way. N yells as he calls a bolt of lightning which he catches and mixes with massive amounts of Shiroten chakra before shaping it into a long bow twice as tall as he was. His family, understanding the danger, shield themselves away from Hashirama and Orochimaru. Fuchius Goju Rashomon, summoning quintuple Rashomon, Hashirama says before he slams his hand onto the floor, causing 5 gates to form in the path of N, who couldn't care less. Face my ultimate jutsu. Indora Noya. Indra's arrow. N yells before letting the arrow go. The arrow flies at a speed equivalent to the speed of light and rips through all 5 Rashomon before striking Hashirama and Orochimaru, and then continues through the building and into the ground. N then F and lands on the floor to see Orochimaru severely wounded and Hashirama vaporized. He walks toward Orochimaru, who is crawling away toward the sound for it, then pick him up. I cannot kill you right now, but I will rid you of the thing you prize most, your jutsu. En proclaims before flashing and slapping 2 seals onto Orochimaru's hands before the sound 4 could react. Yunjutsu Tenketsu no Hakai. Sealing Tenketsu destruction. En says while forming a ram sign, causing Orochimaru to scream in agony before the sound 4 shunshin away. En then falls forward with a thud, causing his family to rush to him. Sorry, that was a battle I had to fight alone. Thank you for respecting that, En says before falling unconscious. Wow, the kid just fought 6S ranked ninja and won. I admit they weren't at full strength or he would have lost, but still. Jiraiya says, causing everyone to nod in agreement. The Sandaime Hokage then faces Konoha to see very little damage and the battle's over. The invasion is over. We have won. Hiruzen announces, causing there to be cheers as the invasion was over and Konoha with the help of Kumo had won. 2 weeks had passed and En had been in the Konoha hospital for that time. He had required no medics as he only suffered fatigue and chakra exhaustion, so Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him a nice quiet room that seemed to be always occupied by En's family or girlfriends. Some praised the Raijin for almost single-handedly turning the tide, while others despised the boy for being the Jinchuriki of Kurama, despite what he did for them. They tried to say that caused property damage and should be arrested, however the Sandaime of both villages didn't listen at all. That group of Jinchuriki haters had even hired 3 Chunin with words of honor and fame to kill En. While he was unconscious, however, when they entered, they found En surrounded by his girlfriends, who were pissed off that he had knocked himself unconscious. Those 3 Chunin were worse off than those hurt in the invasion. After that, the Sandaimes had decided that it was better if Kumo left. As such, En was in a hospital in Kumo, which is where he is now rousing. Good morning, how long have I been unconscious? En asks his family when he wakes up. 2 weeks, he says, causing En to go wide-eyed. 2 weeks. En yells, causing A to nod. Yes. How are you feeling? A asks as En gets up and dressed. En then starts stretching his stiff muscles before looking at his family. Good as new, En comments, causing A and Z to nod as they too stand up. Meet at my office in 3 hours, as he says before he and A walk out of the hospital room. Kumo, Raikage office, a week later. All 8 genin that participated in the Chunin exams were standing in a line in front of Z, their Raikage. Due to their performance in the Chunin exams and the following invasion, I would like to promote the members of Team 12 and Team 14 to Chunin rank, Z says before handing the 5 genin their Chunin flak jackets, causing them to have to return their genin flak jackets. Due to their performance in the Chunin exams and the following invasion, I would like to promote Samui Hito and Yujito Nai to Chunin rank, Z says before handing the girls the flak jacket, leaving En with a sad look, but is also happy that his friends were promoted. En notices this and looks at his father with a smirk, which Z returns. Due to performance in the Chunin exams, the following invasion and the battle against 6 cage level shinobi, I would like to promote En Yutsuki Namikaze to Jonin rank, Z announces, causing there to be silence before En jumps and grabs his Jonin flak jacket. He then leaps over the table and hugs his father and brother before leaping over the table once again. You can now call me En senpai. En yells at his friends, causing Yuki to kick him in the head, sending him flying into the wall. Thank you, Raikage-sama, all of the Chunin say in unison before they disappear in shunshins. En gets up before looking at his family with a serious look that he doesn't see often. Ops, I need to go on a training trip, En says with complete seriousness, causing Z to raise an eyebrow. Why? You just became a Jonin. A asks, causing En to sit down in one of the chairs. You know my group, the Akatsuki. Well, we have an enemy called the Hakume, Nightfall, and they wish to capture all of the Jinchuriki to resurrect of the Juubi, 10 tails, En explains, causing his father and brother to think before Z asks the question En had been waiting for. How powerful are they? Z asks, causing En to cover his ears. They are a group of 7S ranked missing nins, En says, waiting for the roar. 7S ranked ninjas. Z and A yell in unison, causing En to be glad he covered his ears. 7S ranked ninjas is enough to take down villages. Yes, which why I want to go too on a training trip, En concludes, causing A to sigh. Fine, you may go on a training trip. How long? A asks, making En scratch the back of his head. 2.5 years, En says, causing his father to stand up in shock. Why so long? Z yells, causing En to sigh once more. That is how long it will take for the Hakume to begin collecting Jinchuriki, En explains, causing A to sigh as he saw the logic. Fine, but you have to tell everyone, A says with a sadistic grin, as he knew what En's girlfriends would say or rather do to En if he told them. Damn, En says before quickly writing a few notes and sending them away in a tenso. He then hugs both his father and brother and disappears in a flash. Kumo Gate. Why did you call us here? Carrie asks as she stands there along with the rest of the genin, Killer Bee, Derry and Kimimaro. and is sitting on a large scroll in front of the gate of Kumo with a sad look and Panther Lily on his shoulder trying to console him. "I'm leaving," N announces, causing everyone except the members of the Akatsuki to look shocked. "What? We just got back." Yujito yells as she had just got N back and he wants to leave. "I have to train to fight against a group of S-rank ninjas who are coming after the Jinchuriki. I'll be back in 2.5 years. Then take me with you. I need to train as well if they are going for Jinchuriki." Yujito yells, but N stands up from his scroll. "No. I need to be strong to protect you. You, Gaara, Binai depend on me to defeat them. I need to be strong enough to protect all of you." N yells, causing Yujito to hesitate before sighing in defeat. N then hugs Dari, Kimimaro and Killer Bee before facing his girls. He hugs Samui, who begins to cry on his shoulder, causing him to look at her in shock as he had never seen her cry before. "Gaara, I'm sorry I have to leave just as soon as you got here, but I must for the safety of the village. I hope you understand," N says with his head bent in shame before looking at Gaara, who sighs. "Of course, brother," Gaara says, causing N to look up in shock as he knew Gaara trusted no one. "I'll see you soon, brother. Oh, by the way," N says before leaning in, causing Gaara to as well. "Aku loves ice cream," N whispers, making Gaara to blush and tried to come up with an excuse, but N had moved away. "I'll be back before you know it," N says, causing her to nod in sadness. He turns to Yujito, who slaps him hard, causing him to recoil in shock before she hugs him tight. He looks at her, causing her to slap him once again before walking away. "Women," N thinks to himself with a roll of his eyes. "Tell Ray that I will be at our ancestors' home," N says, causing his fellow Akatsuki members to nod. N then hugs Yuki, Konan, Kei and Usagi before looking at Panther Lily, who nods and jumps onto his shoulder. "Let's go." N yells before he and his furry companion disappear in a flash. With that, the Raijin left his home. Two ninjas were walking down the path toward the gate of Kumo. The older one looked about 17 and had spiky golden blonde hair. His hair had black highlights in the form of tiger stripes, along with piercing sapphire eyes. He had on a black tank top that were frayed at the sleeves and had white lightning bolts on the bottom, along with a pair of black Anbu pants and black shinobi sandals. He has an Akatsuki cloak wrapped around his shoulders, causing it to billow behind him in the wind. But the most noticeable thing about him was the many weapons that he had attached to him. He had 2 katanas strapped to his hip, a sakegord and 2 black tonfa. He also had a shikujo in his hand that jingled with every step, a bishaman yari, 3-pointed spear, a walking stick and a weird sword that the handle is as long as its blade. He had a tiger fang on a neck's lace and Kumo headband wrapped around his arm, causing the gate guards to calm down a bit when they see it. The other ninja, a little bit younger at 14 and looked different from the other ninja. He had straight blue hair with bangs that covered one eye and gave him an air of mystery. White shirt with a blue tint under a hooded dark blue coat with light blue edges, 2 strings with shield-shaped pendants hanging down from the hood. He was wearing black Anbu pants along with blue shinobi sandals with his ankles wrapped in bandages. On his forearms, he has gauntlets that are made of overlapping plates. But the most noticeable thing about his was the 2 swords at his waist and a bow going across his back. The bow was about 6 feet and was pure white, which was broken every foot by a gold ring attached to the bow to reinforce it. The swords were an old katana and wakizashi daisho set that even in their sheaths, onlookers could tell they had seen war. A group of bolt appear in Shunshin, and the leader with a hawk mask holds his hand out. "Halt. Who those there?" Taka asks, causing the older ninja to look him in the eyes. "I know I've been gone for 2.5 years, but seriously, Taka, you don't remember me?" The ninja says, causing Taka to go wide-eyed behind his mask and for him to fall to one knee. "Welcome back," and Sama, Taka proclaims, causing the rest of the bolt to realize who it was, and they drop to one knee as well. N nods before disappearing in a flash with the other ninja to follow in a blue flash. Raikage's office. N appears in the Raikage's office with a flash, scaring A, who is behind his desk. A look the same physically, however his blonde hair was a few shades lighter due to the stress of being the cage. Bolt ninja drop from the ceiling and draw their katanas, however A holds up his hand, causing them to hide back in the ceiling. "Nice dramatic entrance. You like scaring everyone, right, Ataudo?" A says, causing N to chuckle. "I admit it's fun." I never took you as someone to be behind the desk," N says with a sadistic smirk, causing A to grumble about disrespectful blondes before looking to see the person next to N. "Who might you be?" A asks, causing the boy to bow to A. "Hello A-sama, my name is Saiga Musashi," Saiga says, causing N to look at N to explain. "He is my protege," N says, causing A to raise an eyebrow that his little brother had a protege and that he is claiming the name of Miyamoto Musashi, making N seize this and sighs. "He is the only known user of the Aokaminari, Blue Lightning, and I am his teacher in the style of colored lightning. He is also the only son of the greatest swordsman to ever live." N explains, causing A to nod before raising an eyebrow for what seemed like the 239th time. "What rank is he?" Chunin. Asks, causing Ann to nod, as Saiga was easily Jonin, maybe elite Jonin, but he could use the experience of lower rank missions. Ann was about to explain in depth when the door opens for Mabui to come in. She was as beautiful as ever, however she was 6 months pregnant. "And Kun," Mabui proclaims before hugging her younger brother figure. "Mabui Nichin. Congratulations." Ann exclaims, causing Mabui to blush. "Thank you. Kun, Mei Terumi is here along with 2S ranked Kirin in," Mabui says, causing Ann and A to look at each other. Mei Terumi was the leader of Kiri rebels, so what did she want in Kumo? "Saiga, leave us," N says, causing his student to nod before disappearing in a blue flash. N then nods his head toward the secret button in the Raikage's desk, causing A to nod and hit the button. There was a 30-second silence before Z and Derry enter through the open window. N. Z yells before hugging his younger son, crushing him despite N being quite strong. Derry just gives him a manly fist bump. "Why did you call us here?" Z asks A, who just looks at his father. "The Kiri rebels are here and I wanted your expertise. Besides the leader, Mei Terumi has 2S rank ninjas with her and I want a little backup to show our strength," A says, causing Ann, Z and Derry to nod. "Bring them in." A yells, causing the door to open and 3 people to enter. Mei is a tall, slender woman in her 30s. She has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with 1 covering her right eye and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wears a long-sleeved dark blue dress that folds just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zipper and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. Underneath, she wears a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears a skirt in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left, along with high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees, dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, and purple tick. But the thing most noticeable about her was her large assets. A, Z and N all look at each other, then at Derry, while all thinking the same thing: she's a perfect match for Derry. Next to her was a middle-aged man with blue hair which is styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered with an eye patch. He wore a talisman in each ear with the kanji for a humble form of Tahir written on them twice on each side. He also wore the standard striped grey suit with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down, over them. The last ninja was wearing square black rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pin-striped shirt and camouflage pattern pants, but the most noticeable thing is the bandage-wrapped, double-handed sword on his back. "Hello, my name is Mei Terumi, leader of the Kiri rebel faction," Mei says, but N isn't listening. "Hey Chijuro," N says with a wave, causing Mei to raise an eyebrow at this boy knowing Chijuro. "Hello N-san," Chijuro says, causing Mei to look at him. "You two know each other?" Mei asks, as she did not go to the Chunin exams with them. "Yes, that is N. Yutsuki Namika, is also known as the Raijin. I met him at the Chunin exams," Chijuro explains, causing Mei to once again raise an eyebrow. "So this is the infamous Raijin, interesting," she thinks to himself before she shakes her head. "As I was saying, my name is Mei Terumi and I am the leader of the Kiri rebels. These are my right-hand men, Ao and Chijuro. I would like to petition for assistance from Kumo in our war in exchange for alliance." Mei says, causing there to be silence before the 4 Kumo S-rank ninjas to look at each other and communicate before A nods. "Sure," A simply says, causing Mei to nod in understanding. "I understand, thank you for wait what?" Mei begins before yelling in shock as none of the other nations wanted to help. "This war in Kiri has been going on for too long and us in Kumo love in our bloodlines, so to see so many bloodline users die hurts us. As such, we will send out some of our ninjas to help you," A explains, causing Chijuro and Mei's other ninja to nod as that sounded like a good offer, but Mei raises an eyebrow. "Some of your ninjas?" Mei asks, as if Kumo was only going to give 5 ninjas, there was no point on coming here. "Don't worry about it. Meet at the Kumo gate tomorrow morning," A says before handing Mei a scroll on the details of the S-ranked mission. "Thank you, Raikage-sama," Mei says, although a little skeptical before her group leaves the office. "Then, Derry, get everyone ready for S-ranked mission. I'm putting you two in charge," A says, causing the black and white lightning users to nod at his serious tone. "Hi, Raikage-sama," they say before N disappears in a flash and Derry disappears in a shunshin. Uzumaki Namika's compound. "I'm home," N yells as he enters his own compound to hear rampant scrambling before everyone enters the living room. "N." The girls yell as they tackle him to the floor. "Hey girls, miss me?" N yells as he gets up slowly. He then notices Kamimuro, Gaara, Zabuza and Haku standing there. He then sees that Haku is hanging onto Gaara's arm and Kamimuro has his arm wrapped around someone's waist. N disappears in a flash to appear next to Gaara and Haku. "Hello my brother." It looks like you've been busy while I've been gone, N says to Gaara, causing Haku and Gaara to erupt in blushes, and Haku was about to punch N in the face, but N had already flashed away. Himi Nai, it appears you have finally fallen in love, N says while forming a heart with his hand. He then realizes that the girl had crimson red hair. You're in Uzumaki? N asks, causing the girl to look at him. Yeah, I am, jackass, she says, causing N to smile and disappear in a flash, only to reappear next to Kimimaro. Oh, someone's got a mouth on her. You literally found your exact opposite, Kimimaro Nai. Hi, I'm Anyutsuki Namikaze, your cousin, N says before drawing the weird sword from his back, causing the girl to suck in breath. Is that, the girl asks when N holds it in front of him. It was about 6 feet long, and the blade itself was 3 feet long, and had the kanji for wind on it, while the handle was solid chakra wood, and had a circle made of metal as the pommel. Yep, Kazakiri, Wind Cutter, the sword of the first Uzumaki created through the Tamashi no Ken no Jutsu, sword of the soul technique. I found it in Yuzushio, and it accepted me as its new wielder, N says, causing the girl to nod in understanding, as N puts the blade back onto his back. My name is Taiya Uzumaki, Taiya says, causing N to nod before he facepalms when he realizes something before facing everyone and gesturing towards Saiga, who flashed in. Eyes, this is my protege, Saiga Musashi, N explains, causing everyone to get surprised but not in understanding. N then facepalms once more before realizing something else. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Tomorrow morning, we have a S-ranked mission to stop the war in Kiri, N says, causing there to be silence before there is pandemonium, as everyone leaped to their rooms and began to get ready. This is going to be a long day, N thinks before he goes to help his friends. Early next day, Kumo Gate. Where are they? Kari asks before Amoy points at 3 ninjas coming down the way. Yujito, Samui, Usagi, Yuki, Konan, Kei, Kimimaro, Kari and Amoy were already there and were waiting for the remaining 5 members of the mission. There they are, Amoy points out as Mei, Chijuro and Ao walk up to the group. Everyone waits in silence until they hear Dari and N appear in Shunshin. N looks around to see everyone was here before he claps his hands, the sound resonating through the area. Okay guys, we are heading to Kiri, and if we tree hop at elite Jonin speeds, we should be able to reach there in a day, N says, causing Mei to look skeptical. Can all of your shinobi keep up with elite Jonin speeds? Mei asks, causing N to chuckle. Mei-san, all of my ninja are A-ranked and above, we'll be fine, N says, causing Mei to nod, but inside she is in shock that Kumo was offering them 11 and S-ranked ninja. An average A-ranked ninja could take on 25 B-ranked ninja at the same time, while an average S-ranked could take on 100 A-ranked ninjas. Let's go. N says before hopping onto the road, his group following. The Kiri, next day. The group had reached Kiri the next day as they expected and had gathered with the rebel faction. At first, they had been rather skeptical of the Kumo-nin, but that changed when N drew Kazakiri and did one slice, sending a wave of black wind that cut through 2 buildings with ease. The day was the day, however, today was the day that everything came into play, as N and Usagi would be taking out the Suro, water prison. It was manned by one of Kiri's top loyalist generals, Hadaka Kazuhiko, who had captured several thousand bloodline users in this inescapable prison. N and Usagi were right outside of the rebel camp to see everyone gathered around him. This war depends on you guys succeeding, Dari comments, causing his N to sigh because it was true. The rebels were outnumbered 3-1, but if N and Usagi broke the Suro, then the battle would be even. Don't worry, we got it. N says before him and Usagi disappear in a flash. The Suro? I must admit, Yugura and Hadaka hid this place pretty well, N comments when he sees an island surrounded by a layer of mist so thick that they couldn't see through. Usagi nods before she jumps on top of the water. N follows suit and they begin to sprint at the island at Jonin speeds. This goes on for a minute or so until N hears a kunai flash through the air. N draws Kusanagi and slices the kunai in half, causing 2 noises when they hit the ground. Damn it, N says before he sheaths Kusanagi and waits. 2 water dragons erupt from the water and shoot at N and Usagi. N draws his spear and spins it in his hand before jumping 10 feet into the air and stabs the dragon straight through the jaw, causing it to disperse. No more stealth. Mizuhime. Water Princess. N says as he stabs Mizuhime into the water, sending water in all directions. N then swings Mizuhime at the mist, sending a wave of water at it, causing a cry as several people were hit by the water. N then begins to spin the spear in both hands, and the mist responds to his commands and disperses, leaving the Suro visible. It was a large building that took up the entire island, with heavy fortifications, which is most likely why no one has been able to crack it before. Let's go. N yells before he stabs the head of Mizuhime into the ground, sending a tidal wave at the Suro. N grabs Usagi's hand before they jump onto the wave and ride it into the wall of the prison, collapsing it, allowing them to enter. Kiri-nins jumped as him, however he ripped through them with either Mizuhime or Usagi, would trap them in a Jinjutsu, only to kill them with a kunai. This continues on for several floors until they reach the top floor to see Hadaka himself. He wears a samurai-like outfit which entails a black suit completed with armor that has the kanji for water on it. On his back was a large double-headed battle axe that looked extremely heavy and had to be as tall as him. He also wears a rope belt, hand guards, and instead of a forehead protector, he had the Kiri symbol on his battle axe. "Ah, so you are the people who have been causing my men so much trouble. The Bishaman, god of war, and the Jinjutsu no Megami, goddess of Jinjutsu." Hadaka comments with a villain smirk on his face, causing En to look at him with a bored expression before he turns to Usagi. "I thought he would be bigger," En says, making Usagi giggle in all collectiveness that Hadaka had left him as he pulled out his battle axe and tries to decapitate En, who dodges to the left. En puts Mizuhime away before he flashes directly above Hadaka and getting ready for an axe kick. "Jirichin Darapu. Guillotine drop." En say before coating his foot in Shiroten chakra and dropping his foot onto Hadaka's head. Hadaka slams into the floor with enough force to create a crater, but he gets out slowly. Hadaka then looks at Usagi before lunging at her and bisecting her with a psychotic smile. "Ha! I killed your girlfriend," Hadaka says before looking at Usagi's remains to see them turn to crows and reform behind Hadaka with a kunai at his neck. She then slits his neck with ease, causing his body to fall lifelessly to the floor. "Arrogant bastard," Usagi says, which En nods in agreement. En then writes a note that says the warden is down before sending that away to Mei in a flash. "Let's go free the bloodline users," En say before drawing Kusanagi. Usagi runs ahead when she sees a guard walk by and looks him in the eye, putting him under her Jinjutsu. She then slits his neck before walking back to En. They are 2 floors downstairs, Usagi says before she starts walking downstairs with a sway in her hips. In the cells. En reads the chart saying which prisoner was where and what was their charges. A majority of the prisoners were there for bloodline-related crimes, causing En to just cut the locks of their cells. After about an hour of freeing prisoners, En and Usagi were standing in front of about 3,000 ninjas. "Okay guys. Onto the rebel base." En yells, getting a loud cheer from the crowd before they all begin to walk on water back to the base. 3 hours later. They had ran at Chunin speed for 3 hours until they finally reached the rebel base, which opened their doors for their friends and family they had lost. "We did it. This war is ours." En yells, getting a loud cheer from all of the rebels before they go back to their families. Usagi walks up to Mei with a chart in hand, while En and Derry were going over plans as they knew that Yugura would most likely attack them very soon. "We found 30 Yoten users, Lava Release, 25 Futon users, Boil Release, 10 Shoten users, Crystal Release, and many other bloodline users. Here's the list. I think we should go check on the boys," Usagi explains before her and Mei begin to walk to the war tent. They enter to see Derry and En leaning over a map of Kiri. "We should engage them at the field," En says, causing Derry to nod as that was the most logical way to go through. "It'll take us a day to get there, and I think that Yugura will engage us in battle in about a week," Derry says, causing Mei to get a shocked look. "A week?" Mei yells as they were expecting Yugura to come in about a month or so. "Yeah, after we broke into the Suro, Yugura or rather Toby will get antsy and will want to get it over with," En explains, causing Mei to raise an eyebrow. "Toby?" Mei asks, causing En and Usagi to get a dark expression on their face. "My nemesis, Toby, or as he wants everyone to believe, Madara-cha. He is the leader of the Hakume and the cause of all the bad shit that has happened in the past 20 years in the elemental nations. He caused a Kyuubi attack and I believe that he has Yugura under a Jinjutsu." En explains, causing Mei to put a hand to her mouth in shock. "So Yugura may not be behind this?" Mei wonders as this could change everything. "Perhaps not, but we still have to fight him," Derry responds, causing Mei to nod before she realizes one thing. "How are we going to take him down? He's a perfect Jinchuriki." Mei wonders as a perfect Jinchuriki is one of the most dangerous shinobis. "I'll take in Yugura. As for him being a perfect Jinchuriki, so am I," En says before filtering some of Kurama's chakra to his eyes, causing them to become red and slighted. Everyone shivers at the sight. "Let's go get ready. We have a week before this war come to an end," En says before walking out of the tent to go train to fight a cage. "Hey guys, knife." The week had passed and the rebels had reached the field. En and his team had been slave drivers and had whipped the rebels into shape so that all of the rebels were at least Chunin level. They were in an open field just outside of a lake and could see Yugura's army entering from the opposite side and Yugura at the very back on a raised pedestal. Yugura has a head of messy, light gray hair, pink pupilless eyes, and what seems to be a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. He wore a gray, sleeveless shirt with a Kurigakure forehead protector attached to the front, short-sleeved mesh armor, over which he also wears a green poncho, along with a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a green apron over his pants. He wears a pair of brown boots, and on his back, he carried a staff-like pole weapon with uneven-sized hooks with a green flower on the larger end. Ben looks at Mei and her army and raises his hand to stop them from moving and to remind them of the plan. Yagura. I will give you the chance to surrender, En yells. However, Yagura does not respond. Kurama, ready for a war? En says to his partner. Of course. Let's beat up my little brother. Kurama says, causing En to sigh. 3 En says, causing the loyalist army to tense and grab their weapons. 2 En continues, causing the rebel army to become nervous as everything they had prepared for was finally adding up. 1 En says before drawing his shakujo with his right hand and sighing, as Yagura will not back down and save the lives of his men. Begin new life from ashes, Izanagi. En yells as he slams his shakujo into the ground, causing storm clouds to gather. He then lifts Izanagi toward the sky, causing dozens of lightning bolts to strike the army. The loyalists yell in rage and then charge En, who just closes his eyes. Sozo. Creation. En yells before he slams his shakujo onto the ground. For a second there is nothing and the rebel army was about to attack, but then animals made of lightning begin to appear. A realistic tiger made of lightning or a horse or a dragon appear and lunge at the army, decimating their ranks. The dragons were as large as a building and breathed out bolts of electricity, tigers lunging at the shinobi, electrocuting them before killing them with ease. He's like a god. Creating whatever he wishes from lightning. Were the thoughts of rebel army as they watched En then turns toward the rebel army and raises his shakujo into the air. Rebels. Take back what has been taken from you. En rallies, causing the army to yell a battle cry and rush to fight their war. En turns to his friends and family. Be careful, En says, and was about to flash away to fight Yagura when Yuki gives him a hug. I should be saying that to you. After all, you are the one fighting Raikage and Jinchuriki, Yuki says, causing En to give her a heart-melting smile before he disappears in a shunshin. En versus Yagura. En and Yagura were firing jutsu like they were shurikens, however they both knew that they were both toying with each other. Anyone watching would be awestruck at the cage-level combat as they summoned the forces of nature itself to do their bidding. Let's kick it up a notch, Yagura says before flashing through hand seals, before slamming his staff onto the ground, sending a tidal wave of water. I thought you would never ask, En says before drawing Kazakiri and slicing the wave in half. En then flashes through hand seals before holding his right palm out with his left holding his forearm. Shiroten Hirikjekazoku Shinten Rame. White release flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon. En yells before shooting a beam of white lightning as large as Kurama at Yagura, who begins to spin his staff, causing a humongous shield of water to form and block the strike. Yagura then spins his staff and shoots the water at En in the form of water whips which phase through En, causing Yagura to raise an eyebrow. Tenso ya no Dan, Tenso fourth step, En says before drawing his walking stick and holding it out in front of him. The wood peels away to show an ordinary katana. Reduce all of creation to ash, Raijin Jaka. En yells, causing the blade in the area around Yagura and En to erupt in gold flames. Dekaku Enjo. Fortress Blaze. En yells, causing an enormous wall of flames to surround them so that Yagura could not escape before he points Raijin Jaka at Yagura. You cannot win, En says before flashing at Yagura and kicking him in the chest, however Yagura dodges and goes for a thrust with his staff, causing En to flash back. Fool, you cannot defeat me, Yagura says before pointing his staff at the sky, causing it to rain. En grins before focusing on the clouds forming, or more importantly, the electricity inside of it. En raises his palm to the sky before pointing at Yagura. Kirin. En yells, causing a dragon made of lightning to shot from the skies and at Yagura in a second, causing a large explosion and cloud of dust to cover the area. Gyutin to Tapa. En yells before blowing the dust away to see Yagura in his three-tailed partial transformation. You have forced me to use the Sandbeast chakra, Yagura says, causing En to growl and point Raijin Jaka at Yagura. He has a name. En yells as he and Kurama say the same thing in unison. En flashes and slices at Yagura, who dodges before covering his fist in coral and punching at En, who dodges. This continues until En manages to flash twice before Yagura notices and manages to slice off one of Yagura's tails. Arg. Yagura screams before he shifts into his tailed beast form, however En could tell he was still in control. Yagura roars, causing the rain to increase, causing En to scowl. Ready, partner? En says before holding Raijin Jaka in front of him in a kendo stance. Let's do this. Kurama yells in his head before En is engulfed in golden chakra before turning into a chakra shroud. It is made of golden flames just like En's Kinten chakra and had 6 magatama, 2 distinctive pieces of hair like horns resembling the sage of the 6th path silhouette, and swirl designs that resemble the Uzumaki clan symbol. The patterns on the shroud usually extend partway down the En's arms and legs. Raijin Jaka changes as well, as it now looks like an ancient and scorched katana. Yagura charges a Bijidama before letting loose the dense ball of chakra at En, who just stands there and waits for it to get close. Zanka no Tachi, Higashi. Kayaki Jitsujin, longsword of the remnant flame, east. Rising sun edge, En says as he focuses Kurama's flames into the edge of Zanka no Tachi before he jumps into the air and slices the Bijidama cleanly in half before both halves disintegrate. I'm sorry brother, En says before slicing his sword, sending a wave of golden fire twice as large as his Gokumikyaku. But Saiga flashes through hand seals before his body is coated in blue lightning and he draws his swords. Shinryu no Mai. Dance of the True Dragon. Saiga yells as he disappears only to reappear with both of his words through two loyalists' chest. He then steps with his right foot, swinging his katana to decapitate another man. He then sheathes his swords and concentrates before opening his eyes, which spark with blue lightning. Itu Nanamju Uji Kaimanjeri. Secret sword technique, diagonal cross gate opening slash. He yells as he draws his swords in an X formation, sending a giant wave of blue lightning in the form of an X, slicing through dozens of the approaching men. Damn it, they keep coming, he mumbles under his breath before jumping back into the fray. But Derry and May. Hey cutie, mind keeping me company? May says to Derry as he slices through men with his chakra-enhanced cleaver sword. Sure, things are getting dull, he says as he charges one fist with black lightning and punches a man in the face, sending him into 5 of his friends. A man tries to sneak up on Derry, but May appears in a shunshin and stabs him through the skull with a kunai. Derry then looks her in the eyes and she nods before flipping those 10 hand seals. Suiten Suryuden. Water release water dragon bullet. She yells as she draws on the nearby mist to form a looming water dragon which roars. Derry smirks as he flashes through his own signs. Raiten Kororyu. Lightning release black dragon. He yells as an equally large dragon forms from his back before merging with May's water beast. The two dragons combine to form an 100-foot tall tornado of black twisting water with 2 beady red eyes that sparks fear in the heart of the army. Derry then reaches out and grabs the busty woman's hand as they both focus on controlling the dragon. Branton Kuroi Kaminari Suryuden. Storm release black lightning water dragon bullet. They yell in unison as the dragon slams into the wall of the army without hesitation. The soldiers are either crushed under the force of the dragon or electrocuted by the millions of volts traveling through the water. May watches with a sadistic grin before turning to Derry with a smile. We make a good team, she says, causing the lazy man to smile as well. Yes we do, Derry says as his Kuroi Kaminari no Yoroi appears and he rushes into battle, eager to attempt the woman he cared for despite her considerable skill. But Naruto and Yagura. Zanka no Tachi, Kita. Tenchi Kajin. Longsword of the remnant flame, north. Heaven and earth end in ashes. En yells the name of his technique as the wall of flame strikes a sober Yagura, causing it to scream before it falls over unconscious. En lets Kurama's chakra recede back to the seal when he feels someone enter his Jikaku Enjo, Fortress Flame, causing him to turn around to see Toby. He is wearing a white cloak with black clouds and has a orange swirl pattern mask on his face that had one hole which held a Sharingan. Ah, En-kun. Is this some of the power you have received after your training? Toby says to En, who just looks at him before disappearing in a flash, only to reappear with his arm around Toby. He's gotten faster, Toby thinks. Yep. I'm strong enough to take down you and the rest of the Hakume. So why are you here? Do you want to die? En says before holding a kunai to Toby's neck, however Toby just phases through him to reappear about 10 feet away from him. Not at the moment, I felt my puppet begin to die, so I came to check up on it, Toby comments, causing En to nod. To anyone else, it felt like a conversation, but it was more like a game of shogi. One mistake and you lose. Are you here for the Sanbi? En asks, making Toby shake his head. Oh, you can keep him for now, but soon we will have all of the Biju, including yours, En-kun. Good day, Toby says before melting into the ground. En didn't follow as he knew Toby could be on the other side of the elemental nations by now, so there was no point. What have I done? Yagura says as he returns to his human form and falls to his knees. So he really was controlled this entire time, En says with a lad pity before looks toward the sky. You have done many horrible things, but the best way to seek redemption is to try to serve your village with your life, En says before walking away, not looking back. En lowers the flames to see the war still going on, causing him to run ahead to meet them. Your leader has been defeated. You have lost. Stand down. En yells with his voice laced with Kurama's chakra, causing half of the soldiers to lay down their weapons in defeat, while the other half refuse. I refuse to live with those bloodline freaks. A soldier yells, causing a roar of agreement coming from the ones who refuse to stand down. En sighs before flashing through hand seals and creating a halo out of white lightning in front of his hands. Shiroten Ryaiza Sakasu, white release laser circus, En yells as he shoots beams of white lightning that only hit the people who spoke out. Mei walks forward and she has only 1 or 2 cuts, but otherwise she is okay, but the thing that N notices is that she is leaning on Derry's shoulder. Mei forms a platform out of the earth with Doton chakra so that she was taller than everyone. My name is Mei Terumi and I will be your guardian Mizukage. Follow me into a new path for Kiri, Mei announces, causing everyone to cheer as their time as the village of the Bloody Mist was over. Kumo. We're back. N yells as he walks into the Raikage's office along with Derry and Kimimaro to see Z and A at their desks with thoughtful expressions on their face. Welcome back. I heard that the war was over and that Mei became the guardian Mizukage, comments, causing N to nod as that was true before he pulls out a scroll and hands that to A, who opens it. An alliance. Derry, Kimimaro, you are dismissed. N can give me the mission report, A says, causing both of the Jonin to nod and disappear in a shunshin. N opens his mouth to begin his report, however A just raises his hand. N, I don't care about the report right now, A says, causing N to raise an eyebrow. N, there is something you must know. I am retiring, A says, causing N to go wide-eyed. But you've only been the Raikage for 3 years. N yells in shock, making A lean back in his chair with his hand on his chin. I can't deal with the office life. So I am going to replace Shineku, who is retiring, and become the Jonin commander, A explains, causing N to nod in understanding, but then remembers one important thing. But who'll be the Raikage? Derry won't do it. I likes to teach. I fear for our future if B Nai became Raikage. So who's going to be the Raikage? N asks, causing A and Z to look at each other before A turns back to N and opens his mouth to answer N. You are. What? I'm only 16. N yelled, but Z just shook his head in disagreement. But you are a Cage-level shinobi. People have begun to call you the Shinobi no Kami, Z responded, causing N to go wide-eyed. What? There have only been 3 Shinobi no Kamis in history, and all of them had been extremely strong shinobi. They were legends and inspiration to all shinobi. But he was only 16. You have 2 bloodlines, can control 4 out of the 5 nature transformations, are the perfect Jinchuriki of the strongest Bijuu, and you are the fastest man alive, A said, causing N to see the logic in their argument. You think I could do it? N asked, still unsure about this. Yep, and you have me and Pops here for help and advising you in anything you don't know. Fine, I'll take the hat, N said, causing Z to clap in approval. Your inauguration will be in 3 weeks, A said before N sighed before disappearing in a flash. 3 weeks later. N had told his friends and family, and to say they were shocked was like saying that Matatabi was a little bit perverted. N was going to be the youngest Cage in history. Now all of Kumo was gathered around the Raikage tower to hear the announcement that their Raikage was going to say. A walked out of the tower onto the balcony above everyone and begins the announcement that would change Kumo history. Ladies and gentlemen of Kumo, I am sorry to inform you that I, your Yondaime Raikage, will be retiring and instead taking the position of Jonin commander. Announced. There was mixed reactions from the crowd as their Raikage was leaving, but he would still be keeping them safe. But the thing that everyone was wondering was, who's the new Raikage? Please welcome to office your Goddamn Raikage, and Yutsuki Namikaze announced, causing cheers and applause to erupt from the crowd. N was the child of their Sandaime Raikage and brother to their Yondaime Raikage, not to mention he was the Shinobi no Kami. N walked onto the balcony in his golden Raikage hat and cage robes, which is unlike any of the other cage robes. He was no longer wearing his Akatsuki cloak and is instead wearing a black cloak exactly like his biological father's, but instead had white lightning bolts on the bottom and had the kanji going down the middle that said Goddamn Raikage in white. As N walked out, the cheers increase until they are almost deafening, but N stopped them with a raise of his hand. Thank you, people of Kumo. I would like to say that I will protect this village like my forefathers, with all of my might. This village is my home just like yours, and I will treat it as such. You are my family, my brothers and sisters in arms and in heart. The will of lightning sparks in all of us. N preached, causing cheers before N smiled and walked away. Raikage's office, an hour later. I've only been Raikage for 1 hour and I already have paperwork. N cried before N gets an idea. Why not just have more of me to do the work? N thought before forming 3 Raiten Cage Bunshin and leaning back into his chair. The shinobi world is crazy at the moment. Kumo and the Akatsuki are at war with the Hakume, who are trying to destroy us all. They do not care about village affiliation or rank. They will destroy all of us. The other shinobi villages must know about this, and thought to himself before hitting the seal on his desk that summoned his brother, father and Derry to his office. Then waited about 5 minutes before everyone enters NA and Z Fasipum. Cage Bunshin, why didn't I think of that? N Z said in unison. N smirked before gets a serious look as he remember why he called them. I want to call a Gokage Kaden, 5 Cage Summit, N said, causing his predecessors and Derry to raise an eyebrow. Why? Z asked as Gokage Kadens were not called often. "We need to rally again," the Hakume said, causing his council to nod as that is something worth gathering the cages. "Where?" I asked, as you can't have a Gokage Kaden at a village as it was highly irregular. "I'll send a letter to Mifune. I met him during my adventures with the Akatsuki, and he is one of my only rivals when it comes to Kenjutsu," N said, causing Z to sigh, as it seemed that N knew every cage level shinobi in the nations. N quickly wrote a letter before sending it away and flashed to Mifune. "Okay, now we wait," N said, causing everyone to nod and leave. N kicked his feet onto the table and began to read his icha, giggling pervertedly the whole time. Raikage's office, next week. N was going through the Uzumaki scrolls on weapon forging when he hears an eagle fly across his village before landing on his windowsill. N pets the bird before taking off the scroll to read the letter that Mifune wrote him. "Hello N-kun, congratulations on becoming the cage of your village, as I know that was your dream. On to business, I have talked to my council, and we will allow you to host a Gokage Kaden in our lands as a neutral territory. Good day," Mifune N read with a smile on his face. He nodded and began to write letters to the other 4 cages. Once he finished, he sent them away in a flash. "Once again we wait," N said before leaning back and waiting for the response. Forge of the Uzumaki Namikaze compound. A week later. N was hammering a 2-piece of chakra metal before he stopped, walked outside and raised the still piping hot pieces of metal in his hands toward the sky. He then called down a bolt of lightning that struck the pieces of metal before he took it back inside, hammered at it a few times before repeating. This continues for several hours before N feels someone come into his barrier seal. "Hello Yugi-chan," N said as he continued his work before he quenched the blade handles in hero water that he had borrowed from Shibuki from Tokigaku. He then quickly wrote several seals onto the handles before once more going outside and pumping billions of volts of Shiroten chakra into the handles. Once the shock is over, N got a successful smirk. Their handles were black and looked much like a katana handle, except that it had no blade. "N, the responses from the cages are here," Yujito said with paper in her hand, causing N to go wide-eyed before flashing in front of her and grabbing the letters. He quickly read and gets a serious look before looking at his girlfriend. "Call Derry, Z and A, tell them to meet me at my office in 30 minutes and to prepare for a trip," N said before putting away all of his stuff, but Yujito was wondering what he had made. "What did you make?" "It just looks like handles," Yujito asked, causing N to smile and push chakra into handles. Out of the handles form katana blades made of white lightning, making Yujito to get a shocked look. "I based it off of my uncle's Raijin no Ken, and I found out my clan, the Uzumakis, actually created a seal that captures elemental chakra and releases it in a solid form. I had to try, so I created a Samu, courage, and Isao, honor," N said before cutting the flow of chakra and placing the blades on his belt. "Let's go," N said before Yujito and him shunshin off of the compound. Raikage's office, 35 minutes later. N was sitting in his chair with A, Z and Derry standing in his office with their traveling equipment ready. "The cages have responded and we will be meeting in Tetsu no Kuni in 2 weeks. We must leave today in order to make it there," N said, causing his bodyguards to nod in understanding before they all walk out of the door towards the Gokage Kaden. 2 weeks later, Tetsu no Kuni. The Kumo group reached Tetsu no Kuni quickly and had waited for the rest of the cages to reach Tetsu. During that time, N and Mifune had done several spars and the battles were extremely close. Incredibly close to the point that 4 training fields had been destroyed and no one was allowed to be within 500 meters of the battle. After all, it was Badajutsu versus II. However, in the end, Mifune won more times than he lost, knocking N's ego down a couple pegs. But after a week of waiting, the other 4 cages reached Tetsu and it was time for the meeting. Everyone meet in a room with a semicircular table with a table in the middle that Mifune sat to mediate. N sat down first right in the middle with his bodyguards behind him and waited for everyone to sit down, but he just really wanted to see their reactions when they saw him. Baki was the first one enter and when he saw N, he was surprised to see the genin from the invasion 3 years ago to be a cage. However, that is not what Kankuro and Tamari were thinking as they rushed N. However, A and Derry stopped them before they could attack him. "Where is our brother?" Tamari asked with rage evident in her voice, but N was the one who was upset at her care. "Ara came to Kumo in a time of need and has thrived with us. He is an S-rank shinobi, can control Shikaku, can sleep, has a girlfriend, and plans to start his own clan. Be as happy, and just for your own guilt for being bad siblings, you want him to leave to come back to Suna, then you will have to go through me and his rather possessive girlfriend," and argued, causing Tamari to tear up before turning away, while Kankuro was giggling that his little brother had a girlfriend. Then sat back in his seat and waits to see who would be next and is surprised when it is his aunt, the pink-haired banshee, the scarecrow, and here is Njiji. Tsunade looked at him and began to tear up before she ran and wrapped him in a hug. "Then kun," she yelled as she squeezed the life out of her nephew. "Hi Tsunade Abasan, Aunt Tsunade," N said, causing her to scowl as it made her feel old. You're only 16 and you're Raikage? Kakashi asked as only 3 years ago and was in the Chunin exams. Why not? After all, he has already succeeded me as the shinobi no kami Hiruzen pointed out. His age was catching up on him as he now was walking with a cane, but En knew not to underestimate the former shinobi no kami. En was smiled and was about to respond, however he sees another cage enter. En-kun. The tall redhead yelled as she hugged En before she looks around and runs to hug Derry. Eru-kun. You haven't sent me a letter in so long. Mei yelled as she hangs off of Derry, who is blushing. En along with A and Z raise their eyebrows before En flashes next to Derry and Mei and begins to sing. Sing with me now, sha-la-la-la-la-la, my, oh my, look at the boy too shy, he ain't gonna the girl sha-la-la-la-la-la. En sings before he gets bonked in the head by Mei, who then looks at En with a far too sweet smile that makes En shiver. I would shut up, En, before I kill you, Mei said, causing En to nod. En then looks around to see Inoki walk in with Kuretsuchi, Akatsuchi and Kitsuchi, and breaks into a full smirk when Inoki sees him. You? Inoki yelled as he pointed at En, who just flashed him a foxy grin. Hello Inoki Ajaisen, old man Inoki. Didn't expect me? En said, causing the old man to scowl. Aren't you a little young to be a cage? Inoki said with a condescending smirk, which En returns with a genuine smile. Aren't you little old to be a cage? After all of our villages are on our goddamn cage, but you're too stubborn to retire, En said. Inoki scowled and was about to retort when Mifune stepped out and gestured for everyone to sit. Everyone sat down with En in the middle, with Mei on his left and Tsunade on his right, and Baki next to Mei and Inoki next to Tsunade. Mifune looked around before gesturing for En to begin. Thank you, my fellow cages. I am the goddamn Raikage and Yutsuki Namikaze. I have called you here so that we may gather against a new threat, the Hakume. They are an organization that is hunting Jinchuriki, and explained, causing Baki, Mei and Tsunade to raise an eyebrow, but Inoki stood up. So? Iwa could take them alone. Inoki argued, but En just gives him an "Are you serious?" look. Rashi has already been taken, and the only reason why Han is not is because he is under the protection of the Akatsuki, En said, causing Inoki to get a shocked look, as that was not common knowledge. How do you know that? Kuretsuchi yelled before she drew a kunai on En. All of the bodyguards jumped out, weapons at the ready to protect their own cage if the need came. Kuretsuchi pauses but puts away her kunai, causing the bodyguards to hesitate before jumping away. To answer your question, Kumo and our allies currently know the location of all the Jinchurikis, as we wish to protect them from the Hakume, who are trying to combine all 9 Bijuu to recreate the Juubi, En explained, making Inoki laugh. So? It's just another stupid monster that we conceal and use like a weapon. He responded. En growled before slamming his fist onto the table, causing it to crack. The Juubi is the strongest thing to ever walk this earth. It the sage of 6 paths and the wide-eyed god to fight the beast, and even then, the only way beat the beast was to seal it inside of the only true user of the Rinnegan. There was silence until Inoki said in a low but still audible voice, rumors are that your village currently has 5 Bijuus. So what? En responds, scowling at the implications. Inoki folded his hands in front of him and leaned back with an arrogant smirk. We would like our Bijuu back. En stands up and struck the table once more, shattering it in anger just like his big brother used to before yelling at the old man to turn them into weapons. To treat the Jinchurikis as if they are garbage. They are our property. Inoki argued. You're a fool. En yelled, causing the old man to scowl, but En wasn't done. The Bijuu belong to no one. They are their own beings, granted life by the true god of shinobi, and are sealed within their Jinchuriki by power-hungry fools. All 4 Jinchuriki of Kumo are perfect Jinchurikis, meaning we are partners, equals with our Bijuu. He roared at the old man, who did not respond. There was silence as everyone took what he said in. That the genin from 3 years ago had become a strong cage that would not hesitate to fight for what he stood for. Just like his family, both biological and adopted. En leaned back in his chair and crosses his arms before saying, so no, you will not get the Gobi back. Aki paused to take everything in before pointing out, if the Hakume and the Juubi are such a threat, 1 or 2 villages will not be enough to defeat them. There was silence once more as the cages understand the implications, until Mei said what they were all thinking. We must band together, all 5 nations. Tsunade looked like she was about to respond when strange plant-like creature with green hair, white skin and a single yellow eye that kept shifting to look into all of the cage's eyes. En glared at the creature and spit out his name like it was a curse. Zetsu. The white-skinned creature smiled, showing its shark-like teeth, and yelled, En Sama. All of the bodyguards and cages jumped up, pointing their weapons at the what is this thing. En scowled and placed one hand on Kazakiri. He is the lead spy for the Hakume. Instantly the blade was out and at the neck of the creature. Why are you here? Instantly, Zetsu sang like a canary. Sasuke Uchiha is here. He slammed his hand onto the table, cracking it. Where? Downstairs, Zetsu said. En didn't wait for him to finish as he ran out the door, and Derry right behind him. It was time for a bug to be crushed, and Naruto was just the person to. En kicked down the heavy wooden door with enough force to cause the door to instantly crumble, which looked impossible considering his slim build. The young Raikage surveyed the carnage with a close eye. A dozen samurai were laying on the floor, all either unconscious or dead, and standing in the middle were 3 people. One was a tall, muscular young man who has spiky orange hair, red-orange eyes and was wearing an Hakume cloak. The other was a lean-built young man of average height, straight white hair with a light blue tint, almond-shaped purple eyes, and like all members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had pointed teeth, one of which stuck out even when his mouth is closed. En growled when he noticed the sword on his back. It was the Kubikirabacho, the weapon of one of the men En respected most. But it was the man in the front that made En's blood boil. He had black eyes as well as black hair with a blue tint to it. His hair is spiky in the back, and he has chin-length bangs that parted down to frame both sides of his face. He was almost as tall as En, and was wearing a white Hakume cloak over a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol. "Well, if it is En, here to beat me?" Sasuke said before laughing hysterically, his black and red eyes making him look all the more insane. En rolled his own cerulean eyes. "You underestimate the gap between us, you are weak." Z and Derry ran into the room, and Sasuke laughed once when he saw them. "Oh, look, it's your masters. I would run back to them Namikaze. I am the Raikage now, and when I am done, Usagi-chan will be the only true Uchiha left," En said with a cross of his arms. Sasuke scowled before disappearing a burst of speed. He reappeared behind En with his hand aglow in lightning. "Dodori," he said as he went to pierce through En's chest only for his hand to be caught mid-thrust. "Fool, daring to use lightning against its master," En scolded as he drew the lightning away and condensed it into his own hand, causing the lightning to become white. "Hanbajiri," he yelled as he thrust his hand through Sasuke. The lightning blade went through the Uchiha only for him to regurgitate a new body for himself like a snake. "Foolish Raikage, but I am invincible," Sasuke bragged. He drew his sword and sliced it in, only for the Itsuki to twist his body around and swipe at the Uchiha with his Tanbajiri. Sasuke quickly turned to block the lightning blade with his weapon, only to jump back when he felt En flow his own lightning chakra through the blade. Sasuke opened his left eye wide, revealing the black eyes with red L's he now wielded. Amaterasu. However, both eyes widened when En did not burst into black flames and instead stood there with a foxy smile. Tenso Yan no Dan, heavenly transfer 4th step. Before Sasuke could react, the Raikage was already below him, his white lightning armor fully charged and his Shikujo in hand. "Tenso. Yo." En yelled as he struck Sasuke across the chest with Izanami, sending the Uchiha flying backward. En disappeared in a white flash only to reappear behind Sasuke to strike him with his Shikujo once more. Sasuke had barely flew 5 feet when he was struck by En's elbow to his sternum. Hi. En yelled as he appeared in a white flash and gave Sasuke an uppercut so powerful, the Uchiha spit out blood. Sasuke could only stare to the sky in horror as he watched En appear above him in a flash of white, his entire body aglow with white lightning. "Itsuki Barrage." En yelled as he slammed his fist directly into Sasuke's face, launching the Uchiha to the ground with enough force to shatter the entire floor. En's white lightning armor disappeared as he began walking towards Sasuke's groaning form, ready to finish the job. He was about to draw Kazejiri to finish the job when his shinobi instincts told him to jump. It saved his life as Suigetsu jumped forward to save Sasuke, and En was forced to dodge the Kubikirabacho for the 2nd time in his life. The deadly sword, however, was not enough to protect Suigetsu as the Raikage placed one hand on the floor and performed a one-handed handstand, his leg shooting upwards towards Suigetsu's chin. Senkyutai. Drill both eye. This blow was enough to knock out the Wanab swordsman cold and send him flying into a wall. Sadly, that distract was enough time for Sasuke to get up and gather enough chakra to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Susanoo." En growled. The Susanoo was almost as large as the entire room, and despite Sasuke's weakened state from being bounced around like a pinball from the Itsuki Barrage, he was still able to create an avatar that was strong enough to block most of En's non-S rank jutsu. The Raikage smirked. He had been meaning to try out this technique in battle against a cage-level shinobi. His hands began to glow in enough white lightning to blind everyone in the room before En clapped his hands together. Metsujin no Yoroi. Raijin, God Slayer armor. Lightning God. White lightning turned to golden light as it began to cloak the young shinobi in a heavenly glow that made even Sasuke avert his eyes. Golden chakra enveloped En's body before it began to condense into golden plates that automatically strapped themselves to his body. After all the golden light was gone, En stood there, his arms crossed and his golden armor glowing. En. Virgo Shaka's armor. Sasuke pointed one of his swords at En, his red and black kaleidoscope eyes spinning manically. I am a god. You cannot defeat an Uchiha with your unenlightened eyes. Ben grinned as a sheet of white lightning erupted from his shoulders, flowing behind him like a cape. You may be a god, but I am a god slayer. What's that? Tsunade asked. All of the cage and their bodyguards were standing a safe distance away from the battle. They had attempted to rush in to help En, but was stopped by Derry, who knew the destructive potential of some of his students' more powerful techniques. That's En-sensei's Metsujin no Yoroi, God Slayer armor, an unfamiliar voice said. All of the shinobi whipped around, ready to defend themselves to find a blue-haired teenager with a daisho strapped to his waist. Who are you? Inoki asked, ready to use his Jinten techniques if necessary. Saiga-san, how did you get here? Z asked. Saiga smiled. Tenso no jutsu. Then Z frowned. They couldn't let their brother's son's technique get too well known, or they wouldn't be some of the fastest anymore. What is this Metsujin no Yoroi? Hiruzen asked, stroking his chin in thought. It uses the principle of the Banbutsu Sozo to combine elemental chakra, Senjutsu chakra and Yoten, Yang release, at a level that forms an armor around the user. It allows the user to be as fast as a Raikage, as strong as Tsunade's Sama, and have the ability to control lightning at a level thought even to be above En-sensei, Saiga explained. He had been with his sensei when En was designing the technique, and it was perhaps the only true SSS rank technique ever made by a shinobi. What's the catch? Mei asked. Super powerful techniques always had a catch. Saiga smirked, a smirk that several noticed to be incredibly similar to En's. The opponents don't usually last long enough for En-sensei to enjoy the fight. Cheeky brats, this new generation, is Inoki mumbled under his breath as he turned back to the battle, ignoring the snickers he received. Try not to die too fast, Sasuke Uchiha, you deserve to pay for your crimes, En said. He was just about to charge at his girlfriend's brother when there was a shout of die. To his left. He turned around to see Jugo in some weird mutated form, with what appeared to be cannons charging from behind him. Effortlessly, En raised his hand at Jugo. Metsujin Jutsu. Senju Koten Taiho, God Slayer technique. Thousand-hand bright heaven culling spear. Instantly 10 spears of golden and white light appeared in front of En before flying at Jugo at many times the speed of sound. As soon as the light spears struck him, Jugo was engulfed in an explosion of energy that instantly beat the Senjutsu chakra out of him and knocked him unconscious, causing him to collapse onto a pile on the floor. Sasuke frowned before shrugging. He was always expendable. His left eye widened as the Mangekyo inside began to spin. Amaterasu. Pitch black flames flew at En, who did not even attempt to dodge. Instead, he raised his left hand and the flames instantly stopped moving. It was that finally threw Sasuke off guard. How? En smirked as he began to wiggle his fingers, the Amaterasu flames flowing effortlessly between them. I control all electricity with this armor on, even the electrons within the plasma known as Amaterasu flames. En disappeared. No flash. No crackle of white lightning. He just vanished. It was then Sasuke felt his entire world shake. En had appeared behind the Susanoo before Sasuke could react and had slammed his fist into the chakra avatar with enough force to shatter the entire torso. With a single punch. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, blood seeping out of his mouth like a waterfall. En smirked as he began to walk towards Sasuke, who was trying to stand up with the support of his Chikudo. You are nothing against me, your Taijutsu is sloppy, your Jinjutsu useless and your Ninjutsu laughable. You claim to be a god, but I am the shinobi no kami, En taunted. I am the shinobi who has mastered every field of being a ninja. I alone have stopped wars and tamed Biju. I can call upon the heavens and earth to give me power. The elements bow before me. I am the closest thing you will meet to what we mortals can call gods, En growled. And you, Sasuke Uchiha, are just a boy who doesn't know his place. His blue eyes were cold. Just die. En clasped his hands together into a snake hand seal as golden lightning gathered in a ball in front of him. Metsujin Jutsu. Hirikekizoku Shinten Rame. God Slayer technique. Flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon. It was then the lightning ball exploded outwards like the cannon it was, the wide beam of lightning threatening to destroy everything in its path. Sasuke knew he could only do one thing in the face of oblivion. Susanoo. Then frowned at the partial skeleton that Sasuke had managed to conjure up. Such a one-trick pony. He raised 2 fingers towards Sasuke, red lightning gathering around it. Metsujin Jutsu. Jujeki Byakurai, God Slayer technique. Heavy strike pale lightning. A blade of red lightning that was sharper than almost all mortal blades shot from En's hand and skewered Sasuke straight through his Susanoo barrier and right through the chest. Ironically, this was the same place he had stabbed Karen earlier that week in an attempt to kill Danzo. Karma was a bitch. En frowned as he watched Sasuke collapse to the floor. I'm sorry, Usagi-chan. The Uchiha was a mess. Multiple ribs were broken, as was his nose, which along with his mouth and the cut on his forehead had covered his face in blood. Sasuke now had a punch wound straight through his sternum and multiple burn marks throughout his body, but it was lucky he couldn't notice them due to the throbbing concussion he was now supporting. "Done yet, Sasuke?" En asked. Sasuke growled as he managed to stand up, his right hand beginning to glow with lightning as the entire room was filled with the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. "Chidori." The last male Uchiha roared as he ran toward En, hand out like a lance. En sighed, a bowl expanding in his hand before growing 4 white blades made of wind. "Rasen Shuriken." En yelled as he mirrored Sasuke, clashing his technique against his opponent's. For a second, the two seemed equal until suddenly the wind blades of the Rasen Shuriken began to overtake the Chidori's lightning thrust when the world exploded in a burst of white light and wind blades for Sasuke. He could only scream in agony as the microscopic wind blades ripped apart his chakra circulatory system and all the nerve endings in his body, ending his career as a shinobi instantly. Once the dome of blades had subsided, it was only Sasuke who was lying motionless on the ground and En who was standing over him, solemn-faced and without any armor. Sasuke stared En in the eye, but both knew he wasn't trying to use any genjutsu. No, the battle was over and the winner had been decided. This was merely a talk between men of a similar cut of cloth in the cosmic scheme of things. "How? You're not an Uchiha, how are you so powerful?" Sasuke managed to cough out. "I have people who care about me and I care about them. Through love there is power," En explained with a smile. It was similar to something someone once said to him. Sasuke gave a laugh, a smile on his face. "You're crazy, En Yutsuki Namikaze." It was with that Sasuke Uchiha left the world. En bowed his head in respect. "May you find a new transmigrant, Indra Ajasan." He carefully extracted Sasuke's eyes and sealed them away. The world would end if those ended up in the wrong hands. It was then En closed Sasuke's eyes for good and placed his Shakudo on his hands. "You killed him." En turned around just in time to block a punch from a pink-haired girl he knew too well. "The Kasho." Cherry Blossom Impact. Sakura roared as she delivered as much power as she possibly could into her punch, however it was nothing compared to the power of Naruto's newly reignited Metsujin no Yoroi. With the power of a single hand, he crushed Sakura's fist and brought her to her knees, eyes flooded with tears. "When will you get over your little schoolgirl crush and realize that you are weak?" Sasuke was a criminal and was an enemy of the 5 great shinobi countries, thus was killed. "You are a weakling who cannot do anything about it and an idiot if you cannot see beyond your fantasies," En said with as much disgust and coldness he could muster before turning around and beginning to walk away. "Welcome to the real world, Sakura Haruno." The rest of the cage and bodyguards rushed to En, who was almost unwounded from the battle, while Kakashi ran to comfort the now sobbing Sakura Haruno. "What's up with him?" En asked, gesturing with his head to the groaning Jugo. "He's one of Orochimaru's experiments," Saiga explained. Tsunade stepped in, eager to help. "Konoha will take care of him." En nodded in understanding as he began to walk away with Saiga by his side. He can absorb Senjutsu chakra naturally, but causes him to go insane due to the power. "Interesting. I take it you took a blood sample," En said. Saiga nodded. "Yes, En-sensei." En had trained Saiga to take blood samples of any defeated shinobi that had a trait that may be useful. En was about to say something when there was a sudden appearance of a vortex in front of them and an orange masked man appeared from it. Tobi En growled, his hands clenched into fists. Tobi laughed in that annoying fake high-pitched voice. "En-kun, congratulations on the promotion." "What do you want, Tobi?" En asked, chakra at the ready. When he received no answer, En disappeared before reappearing with his hand around Tobi's, the orange masked man clearly surprised he had been touched. En's face was a mere inch and a half from Tobi's mask as he spit out every word. "What do you want, Tobi?" Tobi's voice instantly became deeper as he slipped through En's hands like a ghost. "I want the world, En-kun." He reappeared in front of all of the cages with his single Sharingan spinning. Back in the old world, the Rakuto Sennin was worshipped as a god for his incredible abilities which he used to defeat the Juubi and seal it within himself. Seeing the looks of awe on almost everyone's face, Tobi continued. When he was about to die, he realized that his death would release the Juubi back into the world and there was no one that could defeat it. Thus, he used his powers to separate the power of the Juubi into 9-tailed beasts. It was then Tobi gave what could only be called an evil laugh before he stared En directly in the eye. "I want the Juubi, En-kun." En shook his head in disbelief. "You're a crazy bastard." "So are you, En Yutsuki Namikaze," Tobi chuckled. "Your little friend Sasuke told you that too, didn't he?" Seeing the glare he received, Tobi continued. "There are 3 players in this game. The Hakume, Nightfall, the Akatsuki, Daybreak, and the 5 great shinobi villages. The Akatsuki has 3 Jinchuriki, Kumo has 2 and the Hakume the remaining 4, Tobi said. "Either you give me the remaining 5 Biju or I will destroy you." "You know, Tobi, in all our battles, I always knew you were crazy," and smirked. But I didn't know you were stupid as well. None of you can defeat Madara Uchiha, Toby growled. That may be true, but you're not Madara Uchiha, and smirk grew wider. Isn't that right, Obito Uchiha? The simultaneous roar of what? Filled the room from every member in there. Most of the Konoha shinobi remembered Obito, Kakashi especially, as it was from Obito that he received his signature Sharingan. This isn't Madara Uchiha, this is Obito Uchiha, student of the Yondaime Hokage, best friend of Sharingan no Kakashi and transmigrant of Asura, or rather former transmigrant of Asura, and explained. How did you KN? Toby began, only to be cut off by En's hand around his mouth. En smirked. There's a lot of things I know, Obito-san, and one thing I know for sure is you're gonna lose this war. Obito slipped through Naruto's grip before disappearing into another vortex, but not before some last words. You've been warned. The Hakume are too dangerous. Sasuke, Toby and Sasuke's team were able to get into one of the most secure facilities in the nations and ambush the Gokage May pointed out to the rest of the cage. The 5 shinobi countries must join together, Tsunade explained. Agreed, Baki said. Right, and seconded. OFion stepped forward. Tetsu no Kuni would like to join as well. This is our world too. We need a leader, Tsunade pointed out. Inoki Jiji is too old and has had too much business with the Hakume already, En said, which earned him a growl from said old man. Baki-san is too weak, no offense, En said, which earned him a nod of understanding for the Kazekage. Then turned to the only ladies of the Gokage. Mei-san. Abe-san. Tsunade shook her head. I don't want to be a leader. Mei mirrored the action. Neither do I. That leaves me, En sighed, he knew that was going to happen. Why not? You're a genius of Nara level, and perhaps the most powerful Kage, Tsunade pointed out, which earned a few nods of approval. Are you sure, Abe-san? I'm only 16, En asked. He was met with nod and a kind smile from the woman. Yes, I think we're all sure. It was then Baki remembered something that had been bothering him during the talk between En and Toby. What did you mean by transmigrant? Transmigrant means reincarnation. The Rakuto Sennin and the people of his direct relation were so powerful that their chakra is beyond time and space, and explained in the most easy way possible. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were the second to last transmigrants of Asura and Indra Otsutsuki, the children of the Rakuto Sennin. Obito was supposed to be the reincarnation of Asura and Kakashi, the reincarnation of Indra. However, the death of Obito threw a wrench in the plans, thus Indra and Asura's chakra left them and continued, which earned a gasp from the group and an eyebrow raise from Kakashi. The current transmigrants of Asura and Indra were Usagi and Sasuke Uchiha respectively, however due to Sasuke's death, I don't know if Indra's chakra will transmigrate anytime soon. It was then Mei asked the golden question. How do you know so much? En smiled as Izanami appeared in his hand and his Metsujin no Yoroi sparked to life around him, making him look like a knight of peace. I am the transmigrant of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Rakuto Sennin and master of chakra. The time is over for the 5 shinobi countries and Tetsu no Kuni. Now it's time for the allied shinobi forces, En said. But the slam of his shakujo on the ground, 6 beasts made of different colored lightning sparked to life and flew into the sky. A brown bear. A blue shark. A green hawk. A yellow dragon. A red phoenix. A gray wolf. Those animals heralded the start of a new world. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the OFion for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.